On December 13, 1937, Nanking, the capital city of nationalist China, fell to the Japanese. For Japan, this was to have been the decisive turning point in the war, the triumphant culmination of a half-year struggle against Chiang Kai-shek's armies in the Yangtze Valley. For Chinese forces, whose heroic defense of Shanghai had finally failed, and whose best troops had suffered crippling casualties, the fall of Nanking was a bitter, perhaps fatal defeat. We may now think of Nanking as a turning point of a different sort. What happened within the walls of that old city stiffened Chinese determination to recover it and to expel the invader. The Chinese government retreated, regrouped, and ultimately outlasted Japan in a war that ended only in 1945. In those 8 years, Japan would occupy Nanking, setting up a government of Chinese collaborators, but it would never rule with confidence or legitimacy. And it could never force China's surrender. To the larger world, the Rape of Nanking, as it was immediately called, turned public opinion against Japan in a way that little else could have. That is still the case in China, where several generations have now been taught of Japan's crimes and of its failure to this day to atone for them. 60 years later, the ghosts of Nanking still haunt Chinese-Japanese relations. Well, they might. The Japanese sack of China's capital was a horrific event. The mass execution of soldiers and the slaughtering and raping of tens of thousands of civilians took place in contravention of all rules of warfare. What is still stunning is that it was public rampage, evidently designed to terrorize. It was carried out in full view of international observers and largely irrespective of their efforts to stop it. And it was not a temporary lapse of military discipline, for it lasted 7 weeks. This is the terrible story that Iris Chang tells so powerfully in this first full study in English of Nanking's tragedy. We may never know precisely what motivated Japanese commanders and troops to such bestial behavior, but Ms. Chang shows more clearly than any previous account just what they did. In doing so, she employs a wide range of source materials, including the unimpeachable testimony of third-party observers, the foreign missionaries and businessmen who stayed in the defenseless city as the Japanese entered it. One such source that Miss Chang has uncovered is the diary, really a small archive, of John Rabe, the German businessman and National Socialist, who led an international effort to shelter Nanking's population. Through Rabe's eyes, we see the dread and courage of Nanking's inhabitants as they confront defenseless the Japanese onslaught. Through Ms. Chang's account, we appreciate the bravery of Rabe and others who tried to make a difference as the city was being burned and its inhabitants assaulted. Its hospitals were closed and morgues filled, and as chaos reigned around them. We read, too, of those Japanese who understood what was happening and felt shame. The Rape of Nanking has largely been forgotten in the West, hence the importance of this book. In calling it a forgotten Holocaust, Ms. Chang draws connections between the slaughter in Europe and in Asia of millions of innocents during World War II. To be sure, Japan and Nazi Germany would only later become allies, and not very good allies at that. But the events at Nanking, to which Hitler surely took no exception, would later make them moral co-conspirators, as violent aggressors, perpetrators of what would ultimately be called crimes against humanity. W. H. Auden, who visited the China War, made the connection earlier than most. And maps can really point to places where life is evil now. Nanking, Dachau. William C. Kirby, Chairman, Department of History, Harvard University. Introduction. The chronicle of humankind's cruelty to fellow humans is a long and sorry tale. But if it is true that even in such horror tales there are degrees of ruthlessness, then few atrocities in world history compare in intensity and scale to the Rape of Nanking during World War II. Americans think of World War II as beginning on December 7, 1941, when Japanese carrier-based airplanes attacked Pearl Harbor. Europeans date it from September 1, 1939, and the Blitzkrieg assault on Poland by Hitler's Luftwaffe and Panzer divisions. Africans see an even earlier beginning, the invasion of Ethiopia by Mussolini in 1935. Yet Asians must trace the war's beginnings all the way back to Japan's first steps toward the military domination of East Asia, the occupation of Manchuria in 1931. Just as Hitler's Germany would do half a decade later, Japan used a highly developed military machine and a master race mentality to set about establishing its right to rule its neighbors. Manchuria fell quickly to the Japanese, who established their government of Manchukuo, ostensibly under their puppet, the deposed Emperor of China, but in fact run by the Japanese military. 4 years later, in 1935, parts of Chahar and Hopei were occupied. In 1937, Peking, Tientsin, Shanghai, and finally Nanking fell. The decade of the 30s was a hard one for China. Indeed, the last Japanese would not be routed from Chinese soil until the end of World War II in 1945. No doubt those 14 years of domination by the Japanese military were marked by countless incidents of almost indescribable ruthlessness. We will never know everything that happened in the many cities and small villages that found themselves prostrate beneath the boot of this conquering force. Ironically, we do know the story of Nanking because some foreigners witnessed the horror and sent word to the outside world at the time, and some Chinese survived as eyewitnesses. If one event can be held up as an example of the unmitigated evil lying just below the surface of unbridled military adventurism, that moment is the rape of Nanking. This book is its story. The broad details of the rape are, except among the Japanese, not in dispute. In November 1937, after their successful invasion of Shanghai, the Japanese launched a massive attack on the newly established capital of the Republic of China. When the city fell on December 13, 1937, Japanese soldiers began an orgy of cruelty seldom, if ever, matched in world history. Tens of thousands of young men were rounded up and herded to the outer areas of the city, where they were mowed down by machine guns, used for bayonet practice, or soaked with gasoline and burned alive. For months, the streets of the city were heaped with corpses and reeked with the stench of rotting human flesh. Years later, experts at the International Military Tribunal of the Far East, IMTFE, estimated that more than 260,000 non-combatants died at the hands of Japanese soldiers at Nanking in late 1937 and early 1938, though some experts have placed the figure at well over 350,000. This book provides only the barest summary of the cruel and barbaric acts committed by the Japanese in the city, for its aim is not to establish a quantitative record, to qualify the event as one of the great evil deeds of history, but to understand the event so that lessons can be learned and warnings sounded. Differences in degree, however, often reflect differences in kind, and so a few statistics must be used to give the reader an idea of the scale of the massacre that took place 60 years ago in a city named Nanking. One historian has estimated that if the dead from Nanking were to link hands, they would stretch from Nanking to the city of Hangzhou, spanning a distance of some 200 miles. Their blood would weigh 1,200 tons, and their bodies would fill 2,500 railroad cars. Stacked on top of each other, these bodies would reach the height of a 74-story building. Using numbers killed alone, the rape of Nanking surpasses much of the worst barbarism of the ages. The Japanese outdid the Romans at Carthage. Only 150,000 died in that slaughter. The Christian armies during the Spanish Inquisition, and even some of the monstrosities of Timur-Lenk, who killed 100,000 prisoners at Delhi in 1398 and built 2 towers of skulls in Syria in 1400 and 1401. It is certainly true that in this century, when the tools of mass murder were fully refined, Hitler killed about 6 million Jews, and Stalin more than 40 million Russians. But these deaths were brought about over some few years. In the rape of Nanking, the killing was concentrated within a few weeks. Indeed, even by the standards of history's most destructive war, the rape of Nanking represents one of the worst instances of mass extermination. To imagine its comparative size, we must brace ourselves for a few more statistics. The death toll of Nanking, one Chinese city alone, exceeds the number of civilian casualties of some European countries for the entire war. Great Britain lost a total of 61,000 civilians, France lost 108,000, Belgium 101,000, and the Netherlands 242,000. Air bombing is considered by those who reflect on these things one of the most awesome instruments of mass destruction. Yet even the worst air attacks of the war did not exceed the ravages of Nanking. It is likely that more people died in Nanking than in the British raids on Dresden and the firestorm that followed. The figure 225,000 was accepted internationally at the time, but more objective accounts now place the number of Dresden casualties at 60,000 dead and at least 30,000 injured. Indeed, whether we use the most conservative number, 260,000, or the highest, 350,000, it is shocking to contemplate that the deaths at Nanking far exceeded the deaths from the American raids on Tokyo, an estimated 80,000 to 120,000 deaths, and even the combined death toll of the two atomic blasts at Hiroshima and Nagasaki by the end of 1945, estimated at 140,000 and 70,000 respectively. The rape of Nanking should be remembered not only for the number of people slaughtered, but for the cruel manner in which many met their deaths. Chinese men were used for bayonet practice and in decapitation contests. An estimated 20,000 to 80,000 Chinese women were raped. Many soldiers went beyond rape to disembowel women, slice off their breasts, nail them alive to walls. Fathers were forced to rape their daughters and sons their mothers as other family members watched. Not only did live burials, castration, the carving of organs, and the roasting of people become routine, but more diabolical tortures were practiced, such as hanging people by their tongues on iron hooks, or burying people to their waists and watching them get torn apart by German shepherds. So sickening was the spectacle that even the Nazis in the city were horrified, one proclaiming the massacre to be the work of bestial machinery. Yet the rape of Nanking remains an obscure incident. Unlike the atomic explosions in Japan or the Jewish Holocaust in Europe, the horrors of the massacre at Nanking remain virtually unknown to people outside Asia. The massacre remains neglected in most of the historical literature published in the United States. A thorough examination of secondary school history textbooks in the United States revealed that only a few even mention the rape of Nanking, and almost none of the comprehensive or definitive histories of World War II, read by the American public, discusses the Nanking Massacre in great detail. For instance, no photograph on the event, not even one word, appears in the American Heritage Picture History of World War II, 1966, which for many years was the best-selling single-volume pictorial history of the war ever published. Nor can a word of the massacre be found in Winston Churchill's famous Memoirs of the Second World War, 1959, 1,065 pages, or in Henri Michel's classic Second World War, 1975, 947 pages. The rape of Nanking is mentioned only twice in Gerhard Weinberg's massive A World at Arms, 1974, 1,178 pages. Only in Robert Leckie's Delivered from Evil, The Saga of World War II, 1987, 998 pages, did I find a single paragraph about the massacre. Nothing the Nazis under Hitler would do to disgrace their own victories could rival the atrocities of Japanese soldiers under General Iwane Matsui. I first learned about the rape of Nanking when I was a little girl. The stories came from my parents, who had survived years of war and revolution before finding a serene home as professors in a Midwestern American college town. They had grown up in China in the midst of World War II, and after the war fled with their families first to Taiwan and finally to the United States, to study at Harvard and pursue academic careers in science. For 3 decades they lived peacefully in the academic community of Champaign-Urbana, Illinois, conducting research in physics and microbiology. But they never forgot the horrors of the Sino-Japanese War, nor did they want me to forget. They particularly did not want me to forget the rape of Nanking. Neither of my parents witnessed it, but as young children they had heard the stories, and these were passed down to me. The Japanese, I learned, sliced babies not just in half, but in thirds and fourths, they said. The Yangtze River ran red with blood for days. Their voices quivering with outrage, my parents characterized the Great Nanking Massacre, or Nanjing Da Tuisha, as the single most diabolical incident committed by the Japanese in a war that killed more than 10 million Chinese people. Throughout my childhood, Nanjing Da Tuisha remained buried in the back of my mind as a metaphor for unspeakable evil. But the event lacked human details and human dimensions. It was also difficult to find the line between myth and history. While still in grade school, I searched the local public libraries to see what I could learn about the massacre, but nothing turned up. That struck me as odd. If the rape of Nanking was truly so gory, one of the worst episodes of human barbarism in world history, as my parents insisted, then why hadn't someone written a book about it? It did not occur to me, as a child, to pursue my research using the mammoth University of Illinois library system, and my curiosity about the matter soon slipped away. Almost 2 decades elapsed before the rape of Nanking intruded upon my life again. By this time I was married and living a quiet life as a professional author in Santa Barbara, California, when I heard from a filmmaker friend that a couple of producers on the East Coast had recently completed a documentary on the rape of Nanking, but faced trouble getting funds to distribute the film properly. His story rekindled my interest. Soon I was on the phone talking to not just one but 2 producers of documentaries on the subject. The first was Xiao Zuping, a Chinese-American activist who had worked for the United Nations in New York, served as a past president of the Alliance in Memory of Victims of the Nanjing Massacre, and helped produce the videotape McGee's Testament. Another was Nancy Tong, an independent filmmaker who had produced and co-directed with Christine Choi the documentary In the Name of the Emperor. Xiao Zuping and Nancy Tong helped plug me into a network of activists, many of them first-generation Chinese-Americans and Chinese-Canadians, who, like me, felt the need to bear witness to the event, to document and publicize it, and even to seek restitution for the atrocities of Nanking before all the surviving victims passed away. Others wanted to pass their wartime memories down to their children and grandchildren, fearful that their assimilation into North American culture might cause them to forget this important part of their historical heritage. What strengthened much of this newly emerging activism was the Tiananmen Square massacre of 1989, which prodded Chinese communities all over the world to form networks to protest the actions of the People's Republic of China. The pro-democracy movement left behind vast, intricate webs of internet relationships. Out of this network, a grassroots movement emerged to promote the truth about Nanking. In urban centers with high concentrations of Chinese, such as the San Francisco Bay Area, New York City, Los Angeles, Toronto, and Vancouver, Chinese activists organized conferences and educational campaigns to disseminate information about Japanese crimes during World War II. They exhibited films, videos, and photographs of the Nanking Massacre in museums and schools, posted facts and photographs on the Internet, and even placed full-page advertisements on the subject in newspapers like the New York Times. Some of the activist groups were so technologically sophisticated that they could, at the push of a button, send messages to more than 250,000 readers worldwide. That the Nanking Massacre of my childhood memories was not merely folk myth, but accurate oral history, hit me in December 1994, when I attended a conference sponsored by the Global Alliance for Preserving the History of World War II in Asia, which commemorated the victims of the Nanking atrocities. The conference was held in Cupertino, California, a San Jose suburb in the heart of Silicon Valley. In the conference hall, the organizers had prepared poster-sized photographs of the rape of Nanking. some of the most gruesome photographs I had ever seen in my life. Though I had heard so much about the Nanking massacre as a child, nothing prepared me for these pictures. Stark, black and white images of decapitated heads, bellies ripped open, and nude women forced by their rapists into various pornographic poses, their faces contorted into unforgettable expressions of agony and shame. In a single, blinding moment, I recognized the fragility of not just life, but the human experience itself. We all learn about death while young. We know that any one of us could be struck by the proverbial truck or bus and be deprived of life in an instant. And unless we have certain religious beliefs, we see such a death as a senseless and unfair deprivation of life. But we also know of the respect for life and the dying process that most humans share. If you are struck by a bus, someone may steal your purse or wallet while you lie injured, but many more will come to your aid, trying to save your precious life. One person will call 911, and another will race down the street to alert a police officer on his or her beat. Someone else will take off his coat, fold it, and place it under your head, so that if these are indeed your last moments of life, you will die in the small but real comfort of knowing that someone cared about you. The pictures up on that wall in Cupertino illustrated that not just one person, but hundreds of thousands could have their lives extinguished, die at the whim of others, and the next day their deaths would be meaningless. But even more telling was that those who had brought about these deaths, the most terror-filled, even if inevitable, tragedy of the human experience, could also degrade the victims and force them to expire in maximum pain and humiliation. I was suddenly in a panic that this terrifying disrespect for death and dying, this reversion in human social evolution, would be reduced to a footnote of history, treated like a harmless glitch in a computer program that might or might not again cause a problem, unless someone forced the world to remember it. During the conference, I learned that 2 novels about the Nanking Massacre were already in the works, Tree of Heaven and Tent of Orange Mist, both published in 1995, as well as a pictorial book about the massacre, The Rape of Nanking, An Undeniable History in Photographs, published in 1996. But at the time, no one had yet written a full-length narrative non-fiction book on the Rape of Nanking in English. Delving deeper into the history of the massacre, I learned that the raw source material for such a book had always existed and was available in the United States. American missionaries, journalists, and military officers had all recorded for posterity in diaries, films, and photographs their own views of the event. Why had no other American author or scholar exploited this rich lode of primary source material to write a non-fiction book or even a dissertation exclusively devoted to the massacre? I soon had at least part of an answer to the strange riddle of why the massacre had remained relatively untreated in world history. The Rape of Nanking did not penetrate the world consciousness in the same manner as the Holocaust or Hiroshima, because the victims themselves had remained silent. But every answer suggests a new question, and I now wondered why the victims of this crime had not screamed out for justice. Or if they had indeed cried out, why had their anguish not been recognized? It soon became clear to me that the custodian of the curtain of silence was politics. The People's Republic of China, the Republic of China, and even the United States had all contributed to the historical neglect of this event for reasons deeply rooted in the Cold War. After the 1949 Communist Revolution in China, neither the People's Republic of China nor the Republic of China demanded wartime reparations from Japan, as Israel had from Germany, because the 2 governments were competing for Japanese trade and political recognition. And even the United States, faced with the threat of communism in the Soviet Union and mainland China, sought to ensure the friendship and loyalty of its former enemy, Japan. In this manner, Cold War tensions permitted Japan to escape much of the intense critical examination that its wartime ally was forced to undergo. Moreover, an atmosphere of intimidation in Japan stifled open and scholarly discussion of the rape of Nanking, further suppressing knowledge of the event. In Japan, to express one's true opinions about the Sino-Japanese War could be, and continues to be, career-threatening and even life-threatening. In 1990, a gunman shot Motoshima Hitoshi, mayor of Nagasaki, in the chest for saying that Emperor Hirohito bore some responsibility for World War II. This pervasive sense of danger has discouraged many serious scholars from visiting Japanese archives to conduct their research on the subject. Indeed, I was told in Nanking that the People's Republic of China rarely permits its scholars to journey to Japan for fear of jeopardizing their physical safety. Under such circumstances, gaining access to Japanese archival source materials about the rape of Nanking has been exceedingly difficult for people outside the island nation. In addition, most Japanese veterans who participated in the rape of Nanking are for the most part unwilling to give interviews about their experiences, although in recent years a few have braved ostracism and even death threats to go public with their stories. What baffled and saddened me during the writing of this book was the persistent Japanese refusal to come to terms with its own past. It is not just that Japan has doled out less than 1% of the amount that Germany has paid in war reparations to its victims. It is not just that, unlike most Nazis who, if not incarcerated for their crimes, were at least forced from public life, many Japanese war criminals continued to occupy powerful positions in industry and government after the war. And it is not just the fact that while Germans have made repeated apologies to their Holocaust victims, the Japanese have enshrined their war criminals in Tokyo, an act that one American wartime victim of the Japanese has labeled politically equivalent to erecting a cathedral for Hitler in the middle of Berlin. Strongly motivating me throughout this long and difficult labor was the stubborn refusal of many prominent Japanese politicians, academics, and industrial leaders to admit, despite overwhelming evidence, that the Nanking Massacre had even happened. In contrast to Germany, where it is illegal for teachers to delete the Holocaust from their history curricula, the Japanese have for decades systematically purged references to the Nanking Massacre from their textbooks. They have removed photographs of the Nanking Massacre from museums, tampered with original source material, and excised from popular culture any mention of the massacre. Even respected history professors in Japan have joined right-wing forces to do what they perceive to be their national duty: discredit reports of a Nanking massacre. In the documentary In the Name of the Emperor, one Japanese historian dismisses the entire rape of Nanking with these words: "Even if 20 or 30 people had been killed, it would have been a great shock to Japan. Until that time, the Japanese troops had been exemplary." It is this deliberate attempt by certain Japanese to distort history that most strongly confirmed in me the need for this book. As powerful as this one factor has been, however, the book is also a response to something quite different. In recent years, sincere attempts to have Japan face up to the consequences of its actions have been labeled Japan-bashing. It is important to establish that I will not be arguing that Japan was the sole imperialist force in the world, or even in Asia, during the first third of this century. China itself tried to extend its influence over its neighbors, and even entered into an agreement with Japan to delineate areas of influence on the Korean peninsula, much as the European powers divided up the commercial rights to China in the last century. Even more important, it does a disservice not only to the men, women, and children whose lives were taken at Nanking, but to the Japanese people as well, to say that any criticism of Japanese behavior at a certain time and place is criticism of the Japanese as people. This book is not intended as a commentary on the Japanese character or on the genetic makeup of a people who would commit such acts. It is about the power of cultural forces either to make devils of us all, to strip away that thin veneer of social restraint that makes humans humane, or to reinforce it. Germany is today a better place because Jews have not allowed that country to forget what it did nearly 60 years ago. The American South is a better place for its acknowledgement of the evil of slavery and the 100 years of Jim Crowism that followed emancipation. Japanese culture will not move forward until it too admits not only to the world, but to itself, how improper were its actions of just half a century ago. Indeed, I was surprised and pleased by the number of overseas Japanese who attend conferences on the rape of Nanking. As one suggested, "We want to know as much as you do." This book describes two related but discrete atrocities. One is the rape of Nanking itself, the story of how the Japanese wiped out hundreds of thousands of innocent civilians in its enemy's capital. Another is the cover-up, the story of how the Japanese, emboldened by the silence of the Chinese and Americans, tried to erase the entire massacre from public consciousness, thereby depriving its victims of their proper place in history. The structure of the first part of my book, The History of the Massacre, is largely influenced by Rashomon, a famous movie based on a short story, Yabanonaka, or In the Grove, by the Japanese novelist Akutagawa Ryonosuke, about a rape and murder case in 10th century Kyoto. On the surface, the story appears simple. A bandit waylays a traveling samurai and his wife. The wife is raped and the samurai is found dead. But the story grows more complex when it is told from the perspective of each of the characters. The bandit, the wife, the dead samurai, and an eyewitness of the crime provide different versions of what happened. It is for the reader to pull all the recollections together, to credit or discredit parts or all of each account, and through this process to create out of subjective and often self-serving perceptions a more objective picture of what might have occurred. This story should be included in the curriculum of any course treating criminal justice. Its point goes to the heart of history. The rape of Nanking is told from three different perspectives. The first is the Japanese perspective. It is the story of a planned invasion, what the Japanese military was told to do, how to do it, and why. The second perspective is that of the Chinese, the victims. This is the story of the fate of a city when the government is no longer capable of protecting its citizens against outside invaders. This section includes individual stories from the Chinese themselves, stories of defeat, despair, betrayal, and survival. The third is the American and European perspective. These outsiders were, for one moment at least in Chinese history, heroes. The handful of Westerners on the scene risked their lives to help Chinese civilians during the massacre, and to warn the rest of the world about the atrocities being carried out before their very eyes. It is only in the next part of the book, treating the post-war period, that we deal with the convenient indifference of Americans and Europeans to what their own nationals on the scene told them. The last part of my book examines the forces that conspired to keep the rape of Nanking out of public consciousness for more than half a century. I also treat the recent efforts to ensure that this distortion of history does not go unchallenged. Any attempt to set the record straight must shed light on how the Japanese, as a people, manage, nurture, and sustain their collective amnesia, even denial, when confronted with the record of their behavior through this period. Their response has been more than a matter of leaving blank spaces in the history books when the record would have been too painful. The ugliest aspects of Japanese military behavior during the Sino-Japanese War have indeed been left out of the education of Japanese schoolchildren. But they have also camouflaged the nation's role in initiating the war within the carefully cultivated myth that the Japanese were the victims, not the instigators of World War II. The horror visited on the Japanese people during the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki helped this myth replace history. When it comes to expressing remorse for its own wartime actions before the bar of world opinion, Japan remains, to this day, a renegade nation. Even in the period directly after the war, and despite the war crimes trials that found a few of its leaders guilty, the Japanese managed to avoid the moral judgment of the civilized world that the Germans were made to accept for their actions in this nightmare time. In continuing to avoid judgment, the Japanese have become the ringleaders of another criminal act. As the Nobel laureate Elie Wiesel warned years ago, to forget a Holocaust is to kill twice. My greatest hope is that this book will inspire other authors and historians to investigate the stories of the Nanking survivors before the last of the voices from the past, dwindling in number every year, are extinguished forever. Possibly even more important, I hope it will stir the conscience of Japan to accept responsibility for this incident. This book was written with George Santayana's immortal warning in mind. Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. Part 1. Chapter 1. The Path to Nanking. In trying to understand the actions of the Japanese, the questions that call out loudest for answers are the most obvious ones. What broke down on the scene to allow the behavior of Japanese soldiers to escape so totally the restraints that govern most human conduct? Why did the Japanese officers permit and even encourage such a breakdown? What was the complicity of the Japanese government? At the very least, what was its reaction to the reports it was getting through its own channels and to what it was hearing from foreign sources on the scene? To answer these questions, we must begin with a little history. The 20th century Japanese identity was forged in a 1,000-year-old system in which social hierarchy was established and sustained through martial competition. For as far back as anyone could remember, the island's powerful feudal lords employed private armies to wage incessant battle with each other. By the medieval times, these armies had evolved into the distinctively Japanese samurai warrior class, whose code of conduct was called Bushido, the way of the warrior. To die in the service of one's lord was the greatest honor a samurai warrior could achieve in his lifetime. Such codes of honor were certainly not invented by Japanese culture. The Roman poet Horace first defined the debt owed by the young men of each generation to their rulers. Dulce et decorum est pro patria mori. But the samurai philosophy went a giant step beyond defining military service as fitting and proper. So harsh was its code that its most notable characteristic was the moral imperative that adherents commit suicide if ever they failed to meet honorably the obligations of military service, often with the highly ceremonial and extremely painful ritual of harakiri, in which the warrior met death by unflinchingly disemboweling himself in front of witnesses. By the 12th century, the head of the reigning and thereby most powerful family, now called the shogun, offered the emperor, who was worshipped as the direct descendant of the sun goddess, military protection of his samurai in exchange for divine sanction of the entire ruling class. A deal was struck. In time, the code of the samurai, initially followed by only a small percentage of the population, penetrated deep into the Japanese culture and became the model of honorable behavior among all young men. Time did not erode the strength of the Bushido ethic, which first emerged in the 18th century and was practiced to extremes in the modern age. During World War II, the infamous kamikaze suicide missions in which Japanese pilots ceremoniously trained to fly their planes directly into American ships dramatically impressed upon the West how ready the young men of Japan were to sacrifice their lives for the emperor. But it was more than a small elite group that held to the view of death over surrender. It is striking to note that while the Allied forces surrendered at the rate of 1 prisoner for every 3 dead, the Japanese surrendered at the rate of only 1 per 120 dead. Another force that gave Japan its peculiar character was its isolation, both physical and self-imposed. By the late 15th and early 16th centuries, Japan was ruled by the Tokugawa family, who sealed off the island nation from foreign influence. This seclusion, intended to provide security from the wider world, instead insulated Japanese society from the new technology of the Industrial Revolution taking place in Europe, and left it less secure. For 250 years, Japanese military technology failed to advance beyond the bow and sword. By the 19th century, events beyond Japan's control would knock the country out of its cocoon, leaving it in a state of insecurity and xenophobic desperation. In 1852, U.S. President Millard Fillmore, frustrated by Japan's refusal to open its ports to commerce, and taking the white man's burden attitude toward other societies commonly espoused at the time to rationalize European expansionism, decided to end Japan's isolation by dispatching Commander Matthew Perry to the island. Perry studied Japanese history carefully and decided to shock the Japanese into submission with a massive display of American military force. In July 1853, he sent a flotilla of ships belching black smoke into Tokyo Bay, giving the people of Japan their first glimpse of metal-clad, steam-powered ships. Surrounding himself with some 60 to 70 aggressive-looking men armed with swords and pistols, Perry strode through the capital of the shogun and demanded meetings with the highest-ranking officials in Japan. To say that the Japanese were stunned by Perry's arrival would be a gross understatement. A parallel situation, the historian Samuel Eliot Morison wrote of the incident, would be an announcement by astronauts that weird-looking aircraft from outer space were on their way to Earth. The terrified Tokugawa aristocracy prepared for battle, hid their valuables, and held panicked meetings among themselves. But in the end, they had no choice but to acknowledge the superiority of American military technology and to accept the mission. With this single visit, Perry not only forced the Tokugawa to sign treaties with the United States, but broke down the doors of Japanese trade for other countries, such as Britain, Russia, Germany, and France. The humiliation of this proud people left a residue of fierce resentment. Secretly, some members of the Japanese power elite advocated immediate war with the Western powers, but others counseled prudence, arguing that war would weaken only Japan, not the foreigners. Those taking the latter position urged that the leadership placate the intruders, learn from them, and quietly plan their retaliation. As we are not the equals of foreigners in the mechanical arts, let us have intercourse with foreign countries, learn their drill and tactics. And when we have made the Japanese nations as united as one family, we shall be able to go abroad and give lands in foreign countries to those who have distinguished themselves in battle. The soldiers will vie with one another in displaying their intrepidity, and it will not be too late then to declare war. Although that view did not prevail, the words would prove prophetic, for they described not only the strategy the Japanese would follow, but the long-term horizons of those who think of life in terms of the state and not of individuals. With no clear course open to them, the Tokugawa decided to watch and wait, a decision that signed the death warrant of their reign. The shogun's policy of appeasement, so different from what it required of its loyal adherents, disgusted many, and supplied ammunition for its hawkish opponents, who saw the prudent response of the shogun as nothing more than kowtowing servility before foreign barbarians. Convinced that the shogun had lost his mandate to rule, rebel clans forged alliances to overthrow the regime and restore the emperor to power. In 1868, the rebels achieved victory in the name of the Meiji Emperor, and ignited a revolution to transform a patchwork of warring fiefdoms into a modern, powerful Japan. They elevated the sun cult of Shinto to a state religion, and used the emperor as a national symbol to sweep away tribalism and unite the islands. Determined to achieve eventual victory over the West, the new imperial government adopted the samurai ethic of Bushido as the moral code for all citizens. The foreign threat acted as a further catharsis for the islands. In an era later known as the Meiji Restoration, Japan resounded with nationalistic slogans such as "Revere the Emperor," "Expel the Barbarians," and "Rich Country, Strong Army." With astonishing rapidity, the Japanese hurled themselves into the modern age, scientifically, economically, and militarily. The government sent the best students abroad to study science and technology at Western universities, seized control of its own industry to create factories for military production, and replaced the locally controlled feudal armies with a national conscript army. It also meticulously analyzed the defense cultures of the United States and Europe, favoring above all the German military system. But the knowledge of Western technology and defense strategies brought back by its foreign-educated students shattered the country's old confidence in Japanese military superiority, leaving it deeply uneasy about the inevitability of victory in its future showdown with the West. By the late 19th century, Japan was ready to flex its muscles, testing its new strength on Asian neighbors. In 1876, the Meiji government dispatched to Korea a naval force of 2 gunboats and 3 transports, and forced the Korean government to sign a treaty of commerce, a move hauntingly reminiscent of what Perry had forced on Japan. Then it clashed with China over Korea. An 1885 treaty had established Korea as a co-protectorate of both China and Japan. But hostilities broke out within a decade when the Chinese tried to quell a Korean rebellion backed by Japanese ultranationalists. In September 1894, only 6 weeks after war was declared, the Japanese not only captured Pyongyang, but crushed the Chinese Northern Fleet at sea. The Qing government was forced to sign the humiliating Treaty of Shimonoseki, under which the Chinese were made to pay the Japanese 200 million taels in war indemnities, and to cede to Japan Taiwan, the Pescadores, the Liaodong region of Manchuria, and 4 more treaty ports. This was later called the First Sino-Japanese War. For Japan, the triumph would have been complete had it not been later marred by the intrusion of Western powers. After the war, the Japanese won the greatest prize of the war, the Liaodong Peninsula, but were forced to surrender the last by the tripartite intervention of Russia, France, and Germany. This further illustration of the power of faraway European governments to dictate Japanese conduct only stiffened Japan's resolve to gain military supremacy over its Western tormentors. By 1904, the nation had doubled the size of its army and gained self-sufficiency in the production of armaments. That strategy soon paid off. Japan was able to boast of defeating not only China in battle, but Russia as well. In the Russo-Japanese War of 1905, the Japanese recapture of Port Arthur in the Liaodong Peninsula and naval victory at Tsushima gained half of the Sakhalin Islands and commercial supremacy in Manchuria. This was heady stuff for a proud country that had been chafing for 50 years under the humiliation dealt it by the Western nations. Giddy with triumph, a Japanese professor summed up the sentiments of his country when he declared that Japan was destined to expand and govern other nations. Largely because of these successes, the early part of the 20th century was a euphoric time for Japan. Modernization had earned for the country not only military prestige, but unprecedented economic prosperity. The First World War created a huge demand for Japanese steel and iron production, as well as for Japanese textiles and foreign trade. Stock prices skyrocketed, and moguls sprang up from obscurity, dazzling the country with their extravagance. Even Japanese women, traditionally cloistered away in this male-dominated society, were seen gambling away fortunes at casinos and racetracks. Perhaps if the prosperity had lasted, a solid middle class might have emerged in Japan to provide the people with the strength to check imperial military influence. But it did not. Instead, Japan would soon be faced with the single most disastrous economic crisis in its modern history, a crisis that would wipe out its previous gains, push it to the brink of starvation, and propel it down the path of war. The 1920s drew down the curtain on Japan's golden era of prosperity. When the end of World War I halted the previously insatiable demand for military products, Japanese munitions factories were shut down, and thousands of laborers were thrown out of work. The 1929 stock market crash in the United States and the depression that followed it also reduced American purchases of luxuries, crippling the Japanese silk export trade. As important, many international businessmen and consumers went out of their way to shun Japanese products in the post-war decade, even though Japan had been on the Allied side in the First World War. Although both the European nations and the Japanese expanded their overseas empires with the spoils of the First World War, Japanese expansion was not looked on in the same way. repulsed by aggressive Japanese actions toward China through the first decades of the new century, and even more so by Japan's attempts at Western-style colonialism in the former German colonies it now controlled as a consequence of the war settlements, Western financiers began to invest more heavily in the Chinese. In turn, China, enraged by the Versailles decision to grant Japan the German rights and concessions in the Shantung Peninsula, organized widespread boycotts of Japanese goods. These developments hurt the Japanese economy still further and gave rise to the popular belief that Japan had once again become the victim of an international conspiracy. The downturn in the economy devastated the average Japanese community. Businesses shut down and unemployment soared. Destitute farmers and fishermen sold their daughters into prostitution. Soaring inflation, labor strikes, and a tremendous earthquake in September 1923 only exacerbated the dismal conditions. An increasingly popular argument during the Depression was that Japan needed to conquer new territory to ward off mass starvation. The population had swollen from some 30 million at the time of the Meiji Restoration to almost 65 million in 1930, making it increasingly difficult for Japan to feed its people. With great effort, Japanese farmers had pushed up the yield per acre until it would increase no more, and by the 1920s agricultural production had leveled off. The continually expanding population forced Japan to rely heavily on imported foodstuffs every year, and between the 19-teens and the end of the 1920s, rice imports tripled. They had once been paid for by Japan's textile exports, but the latter were now subject to reduced foreign demand, intense competition, and often discriminatory tariffs. By the 1920s, young radicals in the Japanese army were arguing that military expansion was crucial to the country's survival. In his book, Addresses to Young Men, Lieutenant Colonel Hashimoto Kingoro wrote, "There are only 3 ways left to Japan to escape from the pressures of surplus population: emigration, advance into world markets, and expansion of territory. The first door, emigration, has been barred to us by the anti-Japanese immigration policies of other countries. The second door is being pushed shut by tariff barriers and the abrogation of commercial treaties. What should Japan do when 2 of the 3 doors have been closed against her?" Other Japanese writers pointed to the spacious territories of other countries, complaining about the injustice of it all, especially since these other countries were not making the most of their land by achieving the high per-acre yields that Japanese farmers had obtained. They looked enviously upon not only China's vast land resources, but those of Western countries. Why, the military propagandist Sadao Araki asked, should Japan remain content with 142,270 square miles, much of it barren, to feed 60 million mouths, while countries like Australia and Canada had more than 3 million square miles to feed 6.5 million people each? These discrepancies were unfair. To the ultranationalists, the United States enjoyed some of the greatest advantages of all. Sadao Araki pointed out that the United States possessed not only 3 million square miles of home territory, but 700,000 square miles of colonies. If expansion westward to the Pacific Ocean was the manifest destiny of the 19th century United States, then China was 20th century Japan's manifest destiny. It was almost inevitable that this homogeneous people of high personal esteem would see the socially fragmented and loosely governed expanse of China as having been put there for their use and exploitation. Nor were Japan's covetous intentions limited only to Asia. In 1925, just a short 3 years after Japan entered into a capital ship limitation treaty with the United States, Great Britain, France, and Italy that afforded it a distinctive role as the world's 3rd largest naval power, Okawa Shumei, a national activist, wrote a book that insisted not only on Japan's destiny to free Asia, but also on the inevitability of world war between Japan and the United States. In the concluding chapter of his book, he was more prophetic than he realized when he predicted a divine, almost apocalyptic struggle between the 2 powers. Before a new world appears, there must be a deadly fight between the powers of the West and the East. This theory is realized in the American challenge to Japan. The strongest country in Asia is Japan, and the strongest country that represents Europe is America. These two countries are destined to fight. Only God knows when it will be. By the 1930s, the Japanese government found itself mired in intrigue, as those who favored using Japan's newly acquired technological skills to build a better society competed for influence with those who wanted to use the nation's military superiority over its neighbors to embark on a program of foreign conquest. Expansionist ideologies gained fervent support from right-wing ultranationalists who called for a military dictatorship that would limit personal wealth, nationalize property, and dominate Asia. These ideas fueled the ambitions of junior military officers whose rural backgrounds and youth made them naturally distrustful of Tokyo politicians, as well as impatient for immediate access to power. Though the officers feuded among themselves, they shared a similar mission: to overhaul society and eliminate all bureaucratic, economic, and political obstacles to what they believed to be Japan's divine mission to avenge itself against the Europeans and dominate Asia. Step by step, the interventionists forced a series of compromises from the moderate elements in government. But, disappointed by the pace of change, they began to conspire among themselves to topple the government. In 1931, a coup was planned, but abandoned. In 1932, a group of naval officers launched a terrorist attack in Tokyo that killed Prime Minister Inuki Tsuyoshi, but failed to secure martial law. On February 26, 1936, a clique of young officers launched a bold coup d'etat that took the lives of several statesmen. Though the coup paralyzed downtown Tokyo for more than 3 days, it ultimately failed, and the ringleaders were jailed or executed. Power shifted from the extremists to a more cautious faction within the government, though it is important to point out that even this faction shared many of the young officers' fanatical views when it came to Japan's right to a dominant role in Asia. It soon became apparent to some Japanese ultranationalists that if they wanted to control China, they would have to move fast. For there were signs that China, forced to submit to Japanese demands in 1895, was trying to strengthen itself as a nation, signs that gave the Japanese expansionists a sense of urgency in their mission. China had indeed used the past 2 decades to transform itself from a disintegrating empire into a struggling national republic. In 1911, rebel armies defeated the Qing imperial forces and ended more than 2 centuries of Manchu rule. During the 1920s, the nationalists under Chiang Kai-shek successfully fought the warlords of northern China to unify the country. They also announced as a goal the elimination of unfair treaty agreements foisted upon the Qing dynasty by foreign powers. As Chiang's movement gained momentum, it threatened Japanese interests in Manchuria and Mongolia. Something had to be done, and quickly, before China grew too powerful to be conquered. With the approval of the Japanese government, the military began to intervene more aggressively in Chinese affairs. In 1928, they engineered the assassination of Cheng So-lin, the warlord ruler of Manchuria, when he failed to give them his full cooperation. The murder only served to infuriate the Chinese people, who organized more boycotts against Japanese goods. By the 1930s, Japan had launched an undeclared war with China. On September 18, 1931, the Japanese army blew up the tracks of a Japanese-owned railway in southern Manchuria, hoping to incite an incident. When the blasts failed to derail an express train, the Japanese killed the Chinese guards instead and fabricated a story for the world press about Chinese saboteurs. This incident gave the Japanese an excuse to seize Manchuria, which was renamed Manchukuo, and where the Japanese installed Puyi, the last emperor of China and heir of the Manchu dynasty, as puppet ruler. The seizure of Manchuria, however, generated anti-Japanese sentiment in China, which was whipped up by national activists. Feelings ran high on both sides and erupted in bloodshed in 1932, when a Shanghai mob attacked 5 Japanese Buddhist priests, leaving one of them dead. Japan immediately retaliated by bombing the city, killing tens of thousands of civilians. When the slaughter at Shanghai aroused worldwide criticism, Japan responded by isolating itself from the international community and withdrawing, in 1933, from the League of Nations. To prepare for the inevitable war with China, Japan had spent decades training its men for combat. The molding of young men to serve in the Japanese military began early in life, and in the 1930s the martial influence seeped into every aspect of Japanese boyhood. Toy shops became virtual shrines to war, selling arsenals of toy soldiers, tanks, helmets, uniforms, rifles, anti-aircraft guns, bugles, and howitzers. Memoirs from that time describe pre-adolescent boys waging mock battles in the streets, using bamboo poles as imaginary rifles. Some even tied logs of wood on their backs and fantasized about dying as human bomb heroes in suicide missions. Japanese schools operated like miniature military units. Indeed, some of the teachers were military officers who lectured students on their duty to help Japan fulfill its divine destiny of conquering Asia and being able to stand up to the world's nations as a people second to none. They taught young boys how to handle wooden models of guns and older boys how to handle real ones. Textbooks became vehicles for military propaganda. One geography book even used the shape of Japan as justification for expansion. We appear to be standing in the vanguard of Asia, advancing bravely into the Pacific. At the same time, we appear ready to defend the Asian continent from outside attack. Teachers also instilled in boys hatred and contempt for the Chinese people, preparing them psychologically for a future invasion of the Chinese mainland. One historian tells the story of a squeamish Japanese schoolboy in the 1930s who burst into tears when told to dissect a frog. His teacher slammed his knuckles against the boy's head and yelled, "Why are you crying about one lousy frog? When you grow up, you'll have to kill 100, 200 chinks." And yet, with all this psychological programming, the story is much more complicated. There was a deep ambivalence in Japanese society about China. Oxford historian Rana Mitter observes. It was not all racist contempt, as it was for the Koreans. On the one hand, they recognized China as a source of culture that they had drawn on heavily. On the other, they were exasperated by the mess that China was in by the early 20th century. Ishiwara Kanji, an architect of the Manchurian Incident of 1931, was a big fan of the 1911 revolution. Many Chinese, including Sun Yat-sen and Yuan Shikai, drew on Japanese help and training in the years before and after the 1911 revolution. The Japanese also sponsored boxer indemnity scholarships and dojinkai hospitals for the Chinese, and scholars like Tokyo Hashimoto genuinely appreciated Chinese culture. Japan's Foreign Office and Army experts on China were often very well trained and knowledgeable about the country. This knowledge and tempering, however, would rarely pass down to the ordinary soldier. The historical roots of militarism in Japanese schools stretched back to the Meiji Restoration. In the late 19th century, the Japanese Minister of Education declared that schools were run not for the benefit of the students, but for the good of the country. Elementary school teachers were trained like military recruits, with student teachers housed in barracks and subjected to harsh discipline and indoctrination. In 1890, the Imperial Rescript on Education emerged. It laid down a code of ethics to govern not only students and teachers, but every Japanese citizen. The Rescript was the civilian equivalent of Japanese military codes, which valued above all obedience to authority and unconditional loyalty to the emperor. In every Japanese school, a copy of the Rescript was enshrined with a portrait of the emperor and taken out each morning to be read. It was reputed that more than one teacher who accidentally stumbled over the words committed suicide to atone for the insult to the sacred document. By the 1930s, the Japanese educational system had become regimented and robotic. A visitor to one of its elementary schools expressed pleasant surprise at seeing thousands of children waving flags and marching in unison in perfect lines. Quite clearly, the visitor had seen the discipline and order, but not the abuse required to establish and maintain it. It was commonplace for teachers to behave like sadistic drill sergeants, slapping children across the cheeks, hitting them with their fists, or bludgeoning them with bamboo or wooden swords. Students were forced to hold heavy objects, sit on their knees, stand barefoot in the snow, or run around the playground until they collapsed from exhaustion. There were certainly few visits to the schools by indignant or even concerned parents. The pressure to conform to authority intensified if the schoolboy decided to become a soldier. Vicious hazing and a relentless pecking order usually squelched any residual spirit of individualism in him. Obedience was touted as a supreme virtue, and a sense of individual self-worth was replaced by a sense of value as a small cog in the larger scheme of things. To establish this sublimation of individuality to the common good, superior officers, or older soldiers, slapped recruits for almost no reason at all, or beat them severely with heavy wooden rods. According to the author Iritani Toshio, officers often justified unauthorized punishment by saying, "I do not beat you because I hate you. I beat you because I care for you. Do you think I perform these acts with hands swollen and bloody in a state of madness?" Some youths died under such brutal physical conditions. Others committed suicide. The majority became tempered vessels into which the military could pour a new set of life goals. Training was no less grueling a process for aspiring officers. In the 1920s, all cadets had to pass through the military academy at Ichigawa. With its overcrowded barracks, unheated study rooms, and inadequate food, the place bore a greater resemblance to a prison than a school. The intensity of the training in Japan surpassed that of most Western military academies. In England, an officer was commissioned after some 1,372 hours of classwork and 245 hours of private study. But in Japan, the standards were 3,382 hours of classwork and 2,765 hours of private study. The cadets endured a punishing daily regiment of physical exercise and classes in history, geography, foreign languages, mathematics, science, logic, drawing, and penmanship. Everything in the curriculum was bent toward the goal of perfection and triumph. Above all, the Japanese cadets were to adopt a will which knows no defeat. So terrified were the cadets of any hint of failure that examination results were kept secret, to minimize the risk of suicide. The academy was like an island to itself, sealed off from the rest of the world. The Japanese cadet enjoyed neither privacy nor any opportunity to exercise individual leadership skills. His reading material was carefully censored, and leisure time was non-existent. History and science were distorted to project an image of the Japanese as a super race. During these impressionable years, they have been walled off from all outside pleasures, interests, or influences, one Western writer observed of the Japanese officers. The atmosphere of the narrow groove along which they have moved has been saturated with a special national and a special military propaganda. Already from a race psychologically far removed from us, they have been removed still further. In the summer of 1937, Japan finally succeeded in provoking a full-scale war with China. In July, a Japanese regiment, garrisoned by treaty in the Chinese city of Tientsin, had been conducting night maneuvers near the ancient Marco Polo Bridge. During a break, several shots were fired at the Japanese in the darkness, and a Japanese soldier failed to appear during roll call. Using this incident as an excuse to exercise its power in the region, Japanese troops advanced upon the Chinese fort of Wanping, near the bridge, and demanded that its gates be opened so they could search for the soldier. When the Chinese commander refused, the Japanese shelled the fort. By the end of July, Japan had tightened its grasp on the entire Tientsin-Peking region, and by August, the Japanese had invaded Shanghai. The Second Sino-Japanese War was no longer reversible. But conquering China proved to be a more difficult task than the Japanese anticipated. In Shanghai alone, Chinese forces outnumbered the Japanese Marines 10-1, and Chiang Kai-shek, leader of the nationalist government, had reserved his best troops for the battle. That August, while attempting to land 35,000 fresh troops on the docks of Shanghai, the Japanese encountered their first setback. A hidden Chinese artillery emplacement opened fire and killed several hundred men, including a cousin of the Empress Nagako. For months, the Chinese defended the metropolis with extraordinary valor. To the chagrin of the Japanese, the Battle of Shanghai proceeded slowly, street by street, barricade by barricade. In the 1930s, Japanese military leaders had boasted, and seriously believed, that Japan could conquer all of mainland China within 3 months. But when a battle in a single Chinese city alone dragged from summer to fall, and then from fall to winter, it shattered Japanese fantasies of an easy victory. Here this primitive people, illiterate in military science and poorly trained, had managed to fight the superior Japanese to a standstill. When Shanghai finally fell in November, the mood of the imperial troops had turned ugly, and many, it was said, lusted for revenge as they marched toward Nanking. Chapter 2. 6 Weeks of Terror. The Race to Nanking. The Japanese strategy for Nanking was simple. The Imperial Army exploited the fact that the city was blocked by water in 2 directions. The ancient capital lay south of a bend in the Yangtze River that first coursed northward and then turned to flow east. By converging upon Nanking in a semicircular front from the southeast, the Japanese could use the natural barrier of the river to complete the encirclement of the capital and cut off all escape. In late November, 3 parallel Japanese troops rushed toward Nanking. One force traveled west under the southern bank of the Yangtze River. Its troops poured into the Yangtze Delta through the Paimo Inlet, northwest of Shanghai, and along the Nanking-Shanghai Railway, where the Japanese Air Force had already blasted away most of the bridges. These troops were led by Nakajima Keisago, who had worked as a member of Japanese Army intelligence in France, and later as chief of the Japanese secret police for Emperor Hirohito. Not much has been written about Nakajima, but what has been written is overwhelmingly negative. David Bergamini, author of Japan's Imperial Conspiracy, called him a small Himmler of a man, a specialist in thought control, intimidation, and torture, and quoted others describing Nakajima as a sadist who packed for his journey to Nanking special oil for burning bodies. Even his biographer, Kimura Kuninori, mentioned that Nakajima had been described as a beast and a violent man. Another force readied itself for a bold amphibious assault across Taihu, a lake situated halfway between Shanghai and Nanking. This force moved west from Shanghai in a route south of Nakajima's troops. Directing the movement was General Matsui Iwane, a frail, slight, tubercular man with a tiny mustache. Unlike Nakajima, Matsui was a devout Buddhist from a scholarly family. He was also the commander-in-chief of the Japanese Imperial Army for the entire Shanghai-Nanking region. A third force traveled further south of Matsui's men and swerved northwest toward Nanking. Heading this force was Lieutenant General Yanagawa Heisuke, a bald, short man with literary interests. Perhaps to a greater degree than most other Japanese involved in the rape of Nanking, his life during the invasion is veiled in mystery. According to his biographer, Sugawara Yutaka, the fascist clique that took control of the Japanese military had expelled Yanagawa from their ranks because he attempted to stop their 1932 coup. After his marginalization and demotion to the reserves, Yanagawa served as commanding officer in China and performed great military achievements, including the surrounding of Nanking, but the military withheld his name and photograph from publication at the time. Thus Yanagawa was known to many in Japan as the Masked Shogun. Little was spared on the path to Nanking. Japanese veterans remember raiding tiny farm communities, where they clubbed or bayoneted everyone in sight. But small villages were not the only casualties. Entire cities were razed to the ground. Consider the example of Suzhou, now called Suzhou, a city on the east bank of Taihu Lake. One of the oldest cities of China, it was prized for its delicate silk embroidery, palaces, and temples, Its canals and ancient bridges had earned the city its Western nickname as the Venice of China. On November 19th, on a morning of pouring rain, a Japanese advance guard marched through the gates of Suzhou, wearing hoods that prevented Chinese sentries from recognizing them. Once inside, the Japanese murdered and plundered the city for days, burning down ancient landmarks and abducting thousands of Chinese women for sexual slavery. The invasion, according to the China Weekly Review, caused the population of the city to drop from 350,000 to less than 500. A British correspondent had the opportunity to record what was left of Pine River, a suburban city of Shanghai, 9 weeks after the Japanese had passed through it. "There is hardly a building standing which has not been gutted by fire," he wrote. "Smoldering ruins and deserted streets present an eerie spectacle, the only living creatures being dogs, unnaturally fattened by feasting on corpses. In the whole of Songjiang, which should contain a densely packed population of approximately 100,000, I saw only 5 Chinese, who were old men, hiding in a French mission compound, in tears." Osaka takes command. But the worst was still to come. On December 7th, as the Japanese troops zeroed in on Nanking, General Matsui grew feverishly ill in his field headquarters at Suzhou, another flare-up of his chronic tuberculosis. The illness struck Matsui right when power shifted from his command to that of a member of the imperial family. Only 5 days earlier, Emperor Hirohito had promoted Matsui out of the action, while dispatching his own uncle, Prince Asaka Yasuhiko, to the front to replace him. Under the new order, Matsui would be in charge of the entire Central China Theater, while Asaka, a lieutenant general with 30-year tenure in the military, would take responsibility as the new commander-in-chief of the army around Nanking. As a member of the royal family, Asaka possessed power that would override all other authority on the Nanking front. He was also closer to Lieutenant General Nakajima and General Yanagawa than to Matsui because he had spent 3 years in Paris with them as a military intelligence officer. Little is known as to why Hirohito chose this critical moment to give Asaka this position, though Bergamini believes it was done to test Asaka, who had sided with the emperor's brother Chichibu against Hirohito on a political issue during the February 1936 army mutiny. On the palace rolls, Hirohito had singled out Asaka as the one member of the royal family who possessed an attitude that was not good, and apparently gave his uncle the appointment at Nanking as an opportunity to redeem himself. At the time it seemed like a trivial change, but later, for the lives of hundreds of thousands of Chinese, it would prove to be a critical one. It is hard to describe what really happened behind the scenes in the Japanese army because many of the details were given by Matsui and his colleagues years later at their war crimes trial, or by sources who may be unreliable, and they are therefore cited with caution. But if their testimony can be believed, this is what we learn. Wary of the imperial newcomer and the potential for abuse of power, Matsui issued a set of moral commandments for the invasion of Nanking. He ordered his armies to regroup a few kilometers outside the city walls, to enter the Chinese capital with only a few well-disciplined battalions, and to complete the occupation so that the army would sparkle before the eyes of the Chinese and make them place confidence in Japan. He also called a meeting of staff officers before his sickbed and proclaimed, "The entry of the imperial army into a foreign capital is a great event in our history, attracting the attention of the world. Therefore let no unit enter the city in a disorderly fashion. Let them know beforehand the matters to be remembered, and the position of foreign rights and interests in the walled city. Let them be absolutely free from plunder. Dispose sentries as needed. Plundering and causing fires even carelessly shall be punished severely. Together with the troops, let many military police and auxiliary military police enter the walled city and thereby prevent unlawful conduct." But events were brewing elsewhere over which Matsui had no control. On December 5th, the story goes, Prince Asaka left Tokyo by plane and arrived on the front 3 days later. In an abandoned country villa near field headquarters some 10 miles southeast of Nanking, Prince Asaka met with General Nakajima, his colleague from his Paris days, who was now recovering from a flesh wound in his left buttock. Nakajima told Asaka that the Japanese were about to surround 300,000 Chinese troops in the vicinity of Nanking, and that preliminary negotiations revealed that they were ready to surrender. After Asaka heard this report, it was said that his headquarters sent out a set of orders, under his personal seal, marked "Secret to be destroyed." We now know that the clear message of these orders was kill all captives. What is not clear is whether Asaka himself issued the orders. Author's note: Cho Isamu, Asaka's staff officer for intelligence, later confessed to friends that on his own initiative he had forged the order. Another Japanese officer, Tanaka Ryukichi, said that in April 1938, Cho, then the head of the 74th Wing of the Japanese Army, told him an interesting tale. Cho told him that when his troops landed at Hangzhou or Hangzhou Bay and pushed inland, nearly 300,000 Chinese troops were cut off from retreat, so they threw away their weapons and surrendered to the Japanese. To arrange for so many prisoners, to feed them, was a huge problem, Cho reportedly said. As the story goes, Cho seized upon a quick-fix solution to eliminate the food problem. I immediately issued orders to all troops. We must entirely massacre these prisoners. Using the name of the military commander, I sent these orders by telegram. The wording of the order was to annihilate. We will never know if this story is true, but it must be noted that even if Cho had indeed forged the kill order on his own, this does not absolve Prince Asaka of responsibility for the massacre. Asaka could have issued an order to cancel the massacre once it started and court-martialed his intelligence officer. End note. By the time Japanese troops entered Nanking, an order to eliminate all Chinese captives had been not only committed to paper, but distributed to lower echelon officers. On December 13, 1937, the Japanese 66th Battalion received the following command. Battalion Battle Reporter at 2 o'clock received order from the regiment commander to comply with orders from Brigade Commanding Headquarters. All prisoners of war are to be executed. Method of execution: divide the prisoners into groups of 12, shoot to kill separately. 3:30 p.m., a meeting is called to gather company commanders to exchange opinions on how to dispose of POWs. From the discussion, it is decided that the prisoners are to be divided evenly among each company, 1st, 2nd, and 4th Company, and to be brought out from their imprisonment in groups of 50 to be executed. 1st Company is to take action in the grain field south of the garrison, 2nd Company takes action in the depression southwest of the garrison, and 4th Company takes action in the grain field southeast of the garrison. The vicinity of the imprisonment must be heavily guarded. Our intentions are absolutely not to be detected by the prisoners. Every company is to complete preparation before 5 o'clock, executions are to start by 5 o'clock, and action is to be finished by 7:30. There was a ruthless logic to the order. The captives could not be fed, so they had to be destroyed. Killing them would not only eliminate the food problem, but diminish the possibility of retaliation. Moreover, dead enemies could not form up into guerrilla forces. But executing the order was another matter. When the Japanese troops smashed through the walls in the early pre-dawn hours of December 13th, they entered a city in which they were vastly outnumbered. Historians later estimated that more than 500,000 civilians and 90,000 Chinese troops were trapped in Nanking, compared to the 50,000 Japanese soldiers who assaulted the city. General Nakajima knew that killing tens of thousands of Chinese captives was a formidable task. To deal with crowds of 1,000, 5,000, or 10,000, it is tremendously difficult even just to disarm them. It would be disastrous if they were to make any trouble. Killing the prisoners of war. Because of their limited manpower, the Japanese relied heavily on deception. The strategy for mass butchery involved several steps: promising the Chinese fair treatment in return for an end to resistance, coaxing them into surrendering themselves to their Japanese conquerors, dividing them into groups of 1 to 200 men, and then luring them to different areas near Nanking to be killed. Nakajima hoped that, faced with the impossibility of further resistance, most of the captives would lose heart and comply with whatever directions the Japanese gave them. All this was easier to achieve than the Japanese had anticipated. Resistance was sporadic. Indeed, it was practically non-existent. Having thrown away their arms when attempting to flee the city as the Japanese closed in, many Chinese soldiers simply turned themselves in, hoping for better treatment. Once the men surrendered and permitted their hands to be bound, the rest was easy. Perhaps nowhere is the passivity of the Chinese soldiers better illustrated than in the diary of the former Japanese soldier Azuma Shiro, who described the surrender of thousands of Chinese troops shortly after the fall of Nanking. His own troops were assigning sentry and billet in a city square when they suddenly received an order to round up about 20,000 prisoners of war. Azuma and his countrymen walked some 9 or 10 miles in search of the prisoners. Night fell, and the Japanese finally heard a rumbling, frog-like noise. They also saw numerous cigarette lights blinking in the darkness. "It was a magnificent view," Azuma wrote. 7,000 prisoners all in one place, gathering around the 2 white flags attached to a dead branch which flew in the night sky. The prisoners were a ragged assortment of men wearing blue cotton military uniforms, blue cotton overcoats, and caps. Some covered their heads with blankets, some carried mat rush sacks, and some carried futons on their backs. The Japanese lined the prisoners up into 4 columns with the white flag at the head. This group of thousands of Chinese soldiers had waited patiently for the Japanese to fetch them and direct them to the next step in the surrender process. The reluctance of the Chinese army to fight back stunned Azuma. To a man who came from a military culture in which pilots were given swords instead of parachutes, and in which suicide was infinitely preferable to capture, it was incomprehensible that the Chinese would not fight an enemy to the death. His contempt for the Chinese deepened when he discovered that the prisoners' numbers exceeded those of the captors. It was funny, yet pitiable, when I imagined how they gathered whatever white cloth they could find, attached it to a dead twig, and marched forward just to surrender, Azuma wrote. I thought, how could they become prisoners with the kind of force they had, more than 2 battalions, and without even trying to show any resistance? There must have been a considerable number of officers for this many troops, but not a single one remained, all of them having slipped away and escaped, I thought. Although we had 2 companies and those 7,000 prisoners had already been disarmed, our troops could have been annihilated had they decided to rise up and revolt. A welter of emotions filled Azuma. He felt sorry for the Chinese soldiers, thirsty and frightened men who constantly asked for water and reassurance that they would not be killed. But at the same time their cowardice disgusted him. Azuma suddenly felt ashamed for ever having been secretly afraid of the Chinese in previous battles, and his automatic impulse was to dehumanize the prisoners by comparing them to insects and animals. They all walked in droves, like ants crawling on the ground. They looked like a bunch of homeless people with ignorant expressions on their faces. A herd of ignorant sheep, with no rule or order, marched on in the darkness, whispering to each other. They hardly looked like the enemy who only yesterday was shooting at and troubling us. It was impossible to believe that they were the enemy soldiers. It felt quite foolish to think we had been fighting to the death against these ignorant slaves, and some of them were even 12 or 13-year-old boys. The Japanese led the prisoners to a nearby village. Azuma recalled that when some of the Chinese were herded into a large house, they hesitated to enter, looking upon the place as if it were a slaughterhouse. But finally they gave in and filed through the gate. Some of the prisoners struggled with the Japanese only when the latter tried to take away their blankets and bedding. The next morning, Azuma and his comrades received an order to patrol another area. They later learned that while they were on patrol, the Chinese prisoners had been assigned to companies in groups of 200 to 300, then killed. Probably the single largest mass execution of prisoners of war during the rape of Nanking took place near Mufu Mountain. The mountain lay directly north of Nanking, between the city and the south bank of the Yangtze River. An estimated 50,000 civilians and former soldiers were executed. The killing proceeded in stealth and in stages. On December 16th, the Asahi Shimbun newspaper correspondent Yokoto reported that the Japanese had captured 14,777 soldiers near the artillery forts of Wulong Mountain and Mufu Mountain, and that the sheer number of the prisoners posed problems. The Japanese army encountered great difficulties, since this was the first time that such a huge number of POWs were captured, Yokoto wrote. There were not enough men to handle them. According to Kurihara Riichi, a former Japanese army corporal who kept diaries and notes of the event, the Japanese disarmed thousands of prisoners, stripped them of everything but their clothes and blankets, and escorted them to a row of straw-roofed temporary buildings. When the Japanese military received orders on December 17th to kill the prisoners, they proceeded with extra caution. That morning, the Japanese announced that they were going to transport the Chinese prisoners to Baguazhou, a small island in the middle of the Yangtze River. They explained to the captives that they needed to take special precautions for the move, and bound the captives' hands behind their backs, a task that took all morning and most of the afternoon. Sometime between 4 and 6 p.m., the Japanese divided the prisoners into 4 columns and marched them to the west, skirting the hills and stopping at the riverbank. After 3 or 4 hours waiting and not knowing what was going on, the prisoners could not see any preparations for crossing the river, the corporal wrote. It was then growing dark. They did not know that Japanese soldiers already encircled them in a crescent formation along the river, and they were in the sights of many machine guns. By the time the executions began, it was too late for the Chinese to escape. Suddenly, all kinds of guns fired at once, Kurihara Riichi wrote. The sounds of these firearms mingled with desperate yelling and screams. For an hour, the Chinese struggled and thrashed about desperately, until there were few sounds still coming from the group. From evening until dawn, the Japanese bayoneted the bodies, one by one. Body disposal posed a mammoth problem for the Japanese. Only a fraction of the total men who perished in and around Nanking were slaughtered at Mufu Mountain, yet the cleanup there took days. Burial was one method of disposal, but General Nakajima complained in his diary that it was hard to locate ditches large enough to bury heaps of 7,000 to 8,000 corpses. Cremation was another, but the Japanese often lacked sufficient fuel to do a proper job. After the Mufu Mountain massacre, for instance, the Japanese poured large drums of gasoline on the bodies to burn them, but the drums ran out before fires could reduce the remains to ashes. The result was a mountain of charred corpses, a Japanese corporal wrote. Many bodies were simply dumped into the Yangtze River. The murder of civilians. After the soldiers surrendered en masse, there was virtually no one left to protect the citizens of the city. Knowing this, the Japanese poured into Nanking on December 13, 1937, occupying government buildings, banks, and warehouses, shooting people randomly in the streets, many of them in the back as they ran away. Using machine guns, revolvers, and rifles, the Japanese fired at the crowds of wounded soldiers, elderly women, and children who gathered in the North Jungshan and Central roads and nearby alleys. They also killed Chinese civilians in every section of the city. Tiny lanes, major boulevards, mud dugouts, government buildings, city squares. As victims toppled to the ground, moaning and screaming, the streets, alleys, and ditches of the fallen capital ran rivers of blood, much of it coming from people barely alive, with no strength left to run away. The Japanese systematically killed the city dwellers as they conducted house-to-house searches for Chinese soldiers in Nanking. But they also massacred the Chinese in the nearby suburbs and countryside. Corpses piled up outside the city walls, along the river, which had literally turned red with blood, by ponds and lakes, and on hills and mountains. In villages near Nanking, the Japanese shot down any young man who passed under the presumption that he was likely to be a former Chinese soldier. But they also murdered people who could not possibly be Chinese soldiers. Elderly men and women, for instance. If they hesitated, or even if they failed to understand orders delivered in the Japanese language, to move this way or that. During the last 10 days of December, Japanese motorcycle brigades patrolled Nanking, while Japanese soldiers, shouldering loaded rifles, guarded the entrances to all the streets, avenues, and alleys. Troops went from door to door demanding that the doors be opened to welcome the victorious armies. The moment the shopkeepers complied, the Japanese opened fire on them. The Imperial Army massacred thousands of people in this manner, and then systematically looted the stores and burned whatever they had no use for. The Japanese journalists. These atrocities shocked many of the Japanese correspondents who had followed the troops to Nanking. A horrified Nichi Mainichi Shimbun reporter watched the Japanese line up Chinese prisoners on top of the wall near Zhongshan Gate and charge at them with bayonets fixed on rifles. One by one, the prisoners fell down to the outside of the wall, the reporter wrote. Blood spattered everywhere. The chilling atmosphere made one's hair stand on end and limbs tremble with fear. I stood there at a total loss and did not know what to do. He was not alone in his reaction. Many other reporters, even seasoned war correspondents, recoiled at the orgy of violence, and their exclamations found their way into print. From Imae Masataki, a Japanese military correspondent. On Shakuan wharves, there was the dark silhouette of a mountain made of dead bodies. About 50 to 100 people were toiling there, dragging bodies from the mountain of corpses and throwing them into the Yangtze River. The bodies dripped blood, some of them still alive and moaning weakly, their limbs twitching. The laborers were busy working in total silence, as in a pantomime. In the dark, one could barely see the opposite bank of the river. On the pier was a field of glistening mud under the moon's dim light. Wow, that's all blood. After a while, the coolies had done their job of dragging corpses, and the soldiers lined them up along the river. Rat-a-tat machine gun fire could be heard. The coolies fell backwards into the river and were swallowed by the raging currents. The pantomime was over. A Japanese officer at the scene estimated that 20,000 persons had been executed. From the Japanese military correspondent Yukio Omata, who saw Chinese prisoners brought to Shakuan and lined up along the river. Those in the first row were beheaded. Those in the second row were forced to dump the severed bodies into the river before they themselves were beheaded. The killing went on non-stop from morning until night, but they were only able to kill 2,000 persons in this way. The next day, tired of killing in this fashion, they set up machine guns. 2 of them raked a crossfire at the lined-up prisoners, rat-a-tat-tat. Triggers were pulled. The prisoners fled into the water, but no one was able to make it to the other shore. From the Japanese photojournalist Kawano Hiroki. Before the ceremony of entering the city, I saw 50 to 100 bodies drifting down the Yangtze River. Did they die in battle, or were they killed after being taken prisoner? Or were they slaughtered civilians? I remember there was a pond just outside Nanking. It looked like a sea of blood, with splendid colors. If only I had color film. What a shocking shot that would have been. Sasaki Motomasa, a Japanese military correspondent at Nanking, observed, I've seen piled-up bodies in the Great Quake in Tokyo, but nothing can be compared to this. The Rape of Nanking. Next, the Japanese turned their attention to the women. Women suffered most. Takokoro Kozo, a former soldier in the 114th Division of the Japanese Army in Nanking, recalled. No matter how young or old, they all could not escape the fate of being raped. We sent out coal trucks from Shakuan to the city streets and villages to seize a lot of women, and then each of them was allocated to 15 or 20 soldiers for sexual intercourse and abuse. Surviving Japanese veterans claim that the Army had officially outlawed the rape of enemy women, but rape remained so deeply embedded in Japanese military culture and superstition that no one took the rule seriously. Many believed that raping virgins would make them more powerful in battle, Soldiers were even known to wear amulets made from the pubic hair of such victims, believing that they possessed magical powers against injury. The military policy forbidding rape only encouraged soldiers to kill their victims afterwards. During an interview for the documentary In the Name of the Emperor, Azuma Shiro, a former Japanese soldier, spoke candidly about the process of rape and murder in Nanking. At first, we used some kinky words like pikankan. Pi means hip, kankan means look. Pikankan means, let's see a woman open up her legs. Chinese women didn't wear underpants. Instead, they wore trousers tied with a string. There was no belt. As we pulled the string, the buttocks were exposed. We, pikankan, we looked. After a while, we would say something like, "It's my day to take a bath," and we took turns raping them. It would be all right if we only raped them. I shouldn't say all right. But we always stabbed and killed them, because dead bodies don't talk. Takokoro Kozo shared Azuma's bluntness in discussing the issue. After raping, we would also kill them, he recalled. Those women would start to flee once we let them go, then we would bang, shoot them in the back to finish them up. According to surviving veterans, many of the soldiers felt remarkably little guilt about this. Perhaps when we were raping her, we looked at her as a woman, Azuma wrote. But when we killed her, we just thought of her as something like a pig. This behavior was not restricted to soldiers. Officers at all levels indulged in the orgy. Even Tani Hisao, the senior general and commander of the Japanese 6th Division, was later found guilty of raping some 20 women in Nanking. Some not only urged soldiers to commit gang rape in the city, but warned them to dispose of the women afterwards to eliminate evidence of the crime. "Either pay them money or kill them in some out-of-the-way place after you have finished," one officer told his underlings. The arrival of Matsui Iwane. The killing and raping subsided when Matsui Iwane, still weak from his illness, entered the city on the morning of December 17th for a ceremonial parade. After recovering from his bout of tuberculosis, he traveled upriver on a naval launch and rode by car to the triple archway of the Mountain Gate on the east side of Nanking. There he mounted a chestnut horse, wheeled it to face the direction of the Imperial Palace in Tokyo, and led a triple banzai for the Emperor for Japan's National Radio Broadcasting Company. "Great Field Marshal on the steps of heaven, banzai! 10,000 years of life." He rode down a boulevard that was carefully cleared of dead bodies and flanked by tens of thousands of cheering soldiers, and arrived at the Metropolitan Hotel in the northern part of the town, which held a banquet for Matsui that evening. It was sometime during this banquet, the record suggests, that Matsui suspected that something had gone terribly amiss at Nanking. That evening he called a staff conference and ordered all unnecessary troops transferred out of the city. The next day the Western news media reported that the Japanese army was engaged in a giant conspiracy of silence against Matsui to prevent him from knowing the full truth of the Nanking atrocities. When Matsui began to comprehend the full extent of the rape, murder, and looting in the city, he showed every sign of dismay. On December 18, 1937, he told one of his civilian aides, "I now realize that we have unknowingly wrought a most grievous effect on this city. When I think of the feelings and sentiments of many of my Chinese friends who have fled from Nanking, and of the future of the two countries, I cannot but feel depressed. I am very lonely, and can never get in a mood to rejoice about this victory." He even let a tinge of regret flavor the statement he released to the press that morning. "I personally feel sorry for the tragedies to the people, but the army must continue unless China repents. Now in the winter the season gives time to reflect. I offer my sympathy with deep emotion to 1 million innocent people." Later that day, when the Japanese command held a burial service for the Japanese soldiers who died during the invasion, Matsui rebuked the 300 officers, regimental commanders, and others on the grounds for the orgy of violence in the city. Never before, Matsumoto, a Japanese correspondent, wrote, had a superior given his officers such a scathing reprimand. The military was incredulous at Matsui's behavior, because one of the officers present was a prince of imperial descent. By Sunday, December 19th, Matsui was moved to Osaka's headquarters outside the city and put on a destroyer the following day to be sent back to Shanghai. But once there, he made an even more shocking move, one perhaps driven by desperation. He confided his worries to the New York Times and even told an American foreign correspondent that the Japanese army is probably the most undisciplined army in the world today. That month he also sent a bold message to Prince Asaka's chief of staff. "It is rumored that unlawful acts continue," he wrote. "Especially because Prince Asaka is our commander. Military discipline and morals must be that much more strictly maintained. Anyone who misconducts himself must be severely punished." On New Year's Day, Matsui was still upset about the behavior of the Japanese soldiers at Nanking. Over a toast, he confided to a Japanese diplomat, "My men have done something very wrong and extremely regrettable." But the raping went on, and the killing went on. Matsui seemed incapable of stopping it. If one can believe the story Matsui told years later, his brief visit to Nanking even reduced him to tears in front of his colleagues. "Immediately after the memorial services, I assembled the higher officers and wept tears of anger before them," Matsui told his Buddhist confessor before his hanging in 1948. "Both Prince Asaka and Lieutenant General Yanagawa were there. I told them everything had been lost in one moment through the brutalities of the soldiers. And can you imagine it? Even after that, those soldiers laughed at me." The Comfort Women. The Legacy of Nanking. One of the most bizarre consequences of the wholesale rape that took place at Nanking was the response of the Japanese government to the massive outcry from Western nations. Rather than stifle or punish the soldiers responsible, the Japanese High Command made plans to create a giant underground system of military prostitution, one that would draw into its web hundreds of thousands of women across Asia. The Japanese Expeditionary Force in central China issued an order to set up comfort houses during this period of time. Yoshimi Yoshiaki, a prominent history professor at Chuo University, observes. Because Japan was afraid of criticism from China, the United States of America, and Europe following the cases of massive rapes between battles in Shanghai and Nanking. The plan was straightforward. By luring, purchasing, or kidnapping between 80,000 and 200,000 women, most of them from the Japanese colony of Korea, but many also from China, Taiwan, the Philippines, and Indonesia, the Japanese military hoped to reduce the incidence of random rape of local women, thereby diminishing the opportunity for international criticism, to contain sexually transmitted diseases through the use of condoms, and to reward soldiers for fighting on the battlefront for long stretches of time. Later, of course, when the world learned of this plan, the Japanese government refused to acknowledge responsibility, insisting for decades afterwards that private entrepreneurs, not the imperial government, ran the wartime military brothels. But in 1991, Yoshimi Yoshiaki unearthed from the Japanese Defense Agency's archives a document entitled "Regarding the Recruitment of Women for Military Brothels." The document bore the personal stamps of leaders from the Japanese High Command and contained orders for the immediate construction of facilities of sexual comfort to stop troops from raping women in regions they controlled in China. The first official comfort house opened near Nanking in 1938. To use the word comfort in regard to either the women or the houses in which they lived is ludicrous, for it conjures up spa images of beautiful geisha girls, strumming lutes, washing men, and giving them shiatsu massages. In reality, the conditions of these brothels were sordid beyond the imagination of most civilized people. Untold numbers of these women, whom the Japanese called public toilets, took their own lives when they learned their destiny. Others died from disease or murder. Those who survived suffered a lifetime of shame and isolation, sterility, or ruined health. Because most of the victims came from cultures that idealized chastity in women, even those who survived rarely spoke after the war, most not until very recently, about their experiences, for fear of facing more shame and derision. Asian Confucianism, particularly Korean Confucianism, upheld female purity as a virtue greater than life, and perpetuated the belief that any woman who could live through such a degrading experience and not commit suicide was herself an affront to society. Hence, half a century passed before a few of the comfort women found the courage to break their silence and to seek financial compensation from the Japanese government for their suffering. The motives behind Nanking. Now we come to the most disturbing question of all: the state of the Japanese mind in Nanking. What was inside the mind of the teenage soldier handed a rifle and bayonet that propelled him to commit such atrocities? Many scholars have wrestled with this question and found it almost impossible to answer. Theodore Cook, who co-authored the book Japan at War, An Oral History, with his wife Haruko Taya Cook, admits that the brutality of the rape of Nanking baffles him. He finds no parallels in the history of civil war in Japan. Rather, systematic destruction and mass slaughter of urban populations appears to be part of Mongol rather than Japanese history. Trying to examine the mindset of the Japanese at Nanking, he said, was like peering into a black hole. Many find it difficult to reconcile the barbarism of Nanking with the exquisite politeness and good manners for which the Japanese are renowned. But certain military experts believe that these two seemingly separate behaviors are in reality entwined. They point to the awesome status of the ancient samurai, who for centuries possessed the power to lop off the head of a peasant if he failed to give the warrior a polite answer to his questions. To this day, an American naval intelligence officer wrote of Japanese culture during World War II. The Japanese idea of a polite answer is one satisfactory to the questioner. Is it surprising that good manners are a national trait with the Japanese? Other experts have attributed Japanese wartime atrocities to Japanese culture itself. In her book The Chrysanthemum and the Sword, the American anthropologist Ruth Benedict wrote that because moral obligations in Japanese society were not universal, but local and particularized, they could be easily broken on foreign soil. Other experts blame the non-Christian nature of Japanese religion, claiming that while Christianity puts forth the idea that all humans are brothers, indeed that all things were created in God's image, Shintoism in Japan purports that only the emperor and his descendants were created in God's image. Citing such differences, these experts have concluded that some cultures, however sophisticated they become, remain at their core tribal, in that the obligations the individual owes to others within the tribe are very different from those owed to outsiders. There is an inherent danger in this assumption, for it has two implications. One, that the Japanese, by virtue of their religion, are naturally less humane than Western cultures and must be judged by different standards, an implication I find both irresponsible and condescending. And two, that Judeo-Christian cultures are somehow less capable of perpetrating atrocities like the rape of Nanking. Certainly Nazis in Germany, a devoutly Christian country, found a way in the 1930s and 1940s to dehumanize the German psyche and even demonize peoples they had declared to be enemies of the Germans. What resulted were some of the worst crimes against humanity this planet has ever seen. Looking back upon millennia of history, it appears clear that no race or culture has a monopoly on wartime cruelty. The veneer of civilization seems to be exceedingly thin, one that can be easily stripped away, especially by the stresses of war. How then do we explain the raw brutality carried out day after day after day in the city of Nanking? Unlike their Nazi counterparts, who have mostly perished in prisons and before execution squads, or if alive are spending their remaining days as fugitives from the law, many of the Japanese war criminals are still alive, living in peace and comfort, protected by the Japanese government. They are therefore some of the few people on this planet who, without concern for retaliation in a court of international law, can give authors and journalists a glimpse of their thoughts and feelings while committing World War II atrocities. Here is what we learn. The Japanese soldier was not simply hardened for battle in China. He was hardened for the task of murdering Chinese combatants and non-combatants alike. Indeed, various games and exercises were set up by the Japanese military to numb its men to the human instinct against killing people who are not attacking. For example, on their way to the capital, Japanese soldiers were made to participate in killing competitions, which were avidly covered by the Japanese media like sporting events. The most notorious one appeared in the December 7th issue of the Japan Advertiser, under the headline, "Sub-Lieutenants in Race to Fell 100 Chinese Running Close Contest." Sub-Lieutenant Mukai Toshiaki and Sub-Lieutenant Noda Takeshi, both of the Katagiri unit at Koyung, in a friendly contest to see which of them will first fell 100 Chinese in individual sword combat before the Japanese forces completely occupy Nanking, are well in the final phase of their race, running almost neck to neck. On Sunday, December 5th, the score, according to the Asahi, was Sub-Lieutenant Mukai, 89, and Sub-Lieutenant Noda, 78. A week later, the paper reported that neither man could decide who had passed the 100 mark first, so they upped the goal to 150. Mukai's blade was slightly damaged in the competition, the Japan Advertiser reported. He explained that this was the result of cutting a Chinese in half, helmet and all. The contest was fun, he declared. Such atrocities were not unique to the Nanking area. Rather, they were typical of the desensitization exercises practiced by the Japanese across China during the entire war. The following testimony by a Japanese private named Tajima is not unusual. One day, Second Lieutenant Ono said to us, "You have never killed anyone yet, so today we shall have some killing practice. You must not consider the Chinese as a human being, but only as something of rather less value than a dog or cat. Be brave. Now those who wish to volunteer for killing practice, step forward." No one moved. The lieutenant lost his temper. "You cowards," he shouted. "Not one of you is fit to call himself a Japanese soldier. So no one will volunteer? Well, then I'll order you." And he began to call out names. "Otani, Furukawa, Ueno, Tajima. My God, me too." I raised my bayoneted gun with trembling hands, and directed by the lieutenant's almost hysterical cursing, I walked slowly towards the terror-stricken Chinese standing beside the pit, the grave he had helped to dig. In my heart, I begged his pardon, and with my eyes shut and the lieutenant's curses in my ears, I plunged the bayonet into the petrified Chinese. When I opened my eyes again, he had slumped down into the pit. Murderer. Criminal, I called myself. For new soldiers, horror was a natural impulse. One Japanese wartime memoir describes how a group of green Japanese recruits failed to conceal their shock when they witnessed seasoned soldiers torture a group of civilians to death. Their commander expected this reaction and wrote in his diary, "All new recruits are like this, but soon they will be doing the same things themselves." But new officers also required desensitization. A veteran officer named Tominaga Shozo recalled vividly his own transformation from innocent youth to killing machine. Tominaga had been a fresh second lieutenant from a military academy when assigned to the 232nd Regiment of the 39th Division from Hiroshima. When he was introduced to the men under his command, Tominaga was stunned. They had evil eyes, he remembered. They weren't human eyes, but the eyes of leopards or tigers. On the front, Tominaga and other new candidate officers underwent intensive training to stiffen their endurance for war. In the program, an instructor had pointed to a thin, emaciated Chinese in a detention center and told the officers, "These are the raw materials for your trial of courage." Day after day, the instructor taught them how to cut off heads and bayonet living prisoners. On the final day, we were taken out to the site of our trial. 24 prisoners were squatting there with their hands tied behind their backs. They were blindfolded. A big hole had been dug, 10 meters long, 2 meters wide, and more than 3 meters deep. The regimental commander, the battalion commanders, and the company commanders all took the seats arranged for them. Second Lieutenant Tanaka bowed to the regimental commander and reported, "We shall now begin." He ordered a soldier on fatigue duty to haul one of the prisoners to the edge of the pit. The prisoner was kicked when he resisted. The soldiers finally dragged him over and forced him to his knees. Tanaka turned toward us and looked into each of our faces in turn. "Heads should be cut off like this," he said, unsheathing his army sword. He scooped water from a bucket with a dipper, then poured it over both sides of the blade. Swishing off the water, he raised his sword in a long arc. Standing behind the prisoner, Tanaka steadied himself, legs spread apart, and cut off the man's head with a shout, "Yo!" The head flew more than a meter away. Blood spurted up in 2 fountains from the body and sprayed into the hole. The scene was so appalling that I felt I couldn't breathe. But gradually, Tominaga Shozo learned to kill, and as he grew more adept at it, he no longer felt that his men's eyes were evil. For him, atrocities became routine, almost banal. Looking back on his experience, he wrote, "We made them like this. Good sons, good daddies, good elder brothers at home were brought to the front to kill each other. Human beings turned into murdering demons. Everyone became a demon within 3 months." Some Japanese soldiers admitted it was easy for them to kill because they had been taught that next to the emperor, all individual life, even their own, was valueless. Azuma Shiro, the Japanese soldier who witnessed a series of atrocities in Nanking, made an excellent point about his comrades' behavior in his letter to me. During his 2 years of military training in the 20th Infantry Regiment of Kyoto-fu Fukuchiyama, he was taught that loyalty is heavier than a mountain, and our life is lighter than a feather. He recalled that the highest honor a soldier could achieve during war was to come back dead. To die for the emperor was the greatest glory. To be caught alive by the enemy, the greatest shame. "If my life was not important," Azuma wrote to me, "an enemy's life became inevitably much less important." This philosophy led us to look down on the enemy and eventually to the mass murder and ill treatment of the captives. In interview after interview, Japanese veterans from the Nanking massacre reported honestly that they experienced a complete lack of remorse or sense of wrongdoing, even when torturing helpless civilians. Nagatomi Hakudo spoke candidly about his emotions in the fallen capital. "I remember being driven in a truck along a path that had been cleared through piles of thousands and thousands of slaughtered bodies. Wild dogs were gnawing at the dead flesh as we stopped and pulled a group of Chinese prisoners out of the back. Then the Japanese officer proposed a test of my courage. He unsheathed his sword, spat on it, and with a sudden mighty swing he brought it down on the neck of a Chinese boy cowering before us. The head was cut clean off and tumbled away on the group as the body slumped forward, blood spurting in 2 great gushing fountains from the neck. The officer suggested I take the head home as a souvenir. I remember smiling proudly as I took his sword and began killing people." After almost 60 years of soul-searching, Nagatomi is a changed man. A doctor in Japan, he has built a shrine of remorse in his waiting room. Patients can watch videotapes of his trial in Nanking and a full confession of his crimes. The gentle and hospitable demeanor of the doctor belies the horror of his past, making it almost impossible for one to imagine that he had once been a ruthless murderer. "Few know that soldiers impaled babies on bayonets and tossed them still alive into pots of boiling water," Nagatomi said. "They gang-raped women from the ages of 12 to 80 and then killed them when they could no longer satisfy sexual requirements. I beheaded people, starved them to death, burned them, and buried them alive. Over 200 in all. It is terrible that I could turn into an animal and do these things. There are really no words to explain what I was doing. I was truly a devil." Chapter 3. The Fall of Nanking. Nanking, a city long celebrated as one of Chinese greatest literary, artistic, and political centers. A city that served as the ancient capital of China from the 3rd century to the 6th, and then intermittently after the 14th century. It was in Nanking that the canons of Chinese calligraphy and painting were set, that the 4-tone system of the Chinese language was established, that some of the most famous Buddhist scriptures were edited and transcribed, and from which the classic 6 Dynasties essay style, a blending of Chinese poetry and prose, emerged. It was in Nanking in 1842 that the treaty ending the Opium Wars was signed, opening China to foreign trade, and it was in Nanking in 1911 that the nationalist leader Sun Yat-sen became the first provisional president of his nascent Republic of China. Today it proudly holds his tomb. Mention the name of Nanking to any Chinese, and he or she will draw you a picture of a city filled with ancient imperial palaces, lavish tombs, museums, and memorials. The picture would include the intricately carved stone statues of warriors and animals built during the Ming Dynasty, the famous drum tower. Marco Polo saw the original one 700 years ago. The modern version was built 3 centuries later by a military leader who beat a huge drum from the tower to signal his soldiers. And the scenery on the outskirts of Nanking, temples perched on nearby mountains and hills, tea pavilions and lotus blossoms on its lakes, a massive bridge spanning the Yangtze River. For centuries, water and mountain provided not only beauty for Nanking, but military protection. The Yangtze River to the west and the Purple Mountain to the east shielded the city, like a coiling dragon and a crouching tiger, to borrow an ancient phrase describing Nanking's natural strength. But sadly, 3 times Nanking has been an invaded city. The first invasion occurred more than a millennium ago, at the end of the 6th century, when barbarian hordes demolished every important building in the city and even plowed up the land inside the walls. The second came more than 1,000 years later, between 1853 and 1864, when the Taiping rebels captured the city. They were led by the fanatical leader Hong Xiuquan, who, after failing scholarly examinations that would have guaranteed him a place in the nation's elite, convinced himself and others that he was the younger brother of Jesus Christ. The attempt he then spearheaded to overthrow the Qing dynasty eventually killed some 20 million Chinese over 13 years. The rebels used Nanking as their capital for more than a decade until they were driven out, at which time they reduced the city to smoldering ruins and even smashed the porcelain pagoda, a multicolored tower of glazed tiles considered the most beautiful structure of its kind in China. For the remainder of the 19th century, Nanking slumbered in peace and obscurity. When the Manchu emperors resumed their reign of China from the northern city of Peking, Nanking became nothing more than a cultural relic. It would not regain its importance until the nationalists overthrew the Qing and anointed Nanking as China's capital, which it officially became in 1928. In 1937, the year of the rape, the old Nanking, the Nanking of the Qing dynasty, was competing with the new Nanking of the nationalists. Vestiges of the old China remained in the streets of the capital, the restaurant vendors balancing tiny rice bowls and teapots on baskets from poles, the hand weavers hunching over looms of silk in open-air factories, the noodle shop workers stretching pasta by hand, the tinsmiths jangling their tin wares through the streets, the cobblers mending shoes before the doors of their customers, the candy made before the eyes of eager children clutching copper coins with square holes in the middle. The men with squeaking wheelbarrows piled so high with reeds that one could see neither the wheelbarrow nor the man. Yet the new was everywhere, in the asphalt roads that gradually replaced dirt and cobblestone paths, in the electric and neon lamps that replaced the last of the flickering gaslight, candle, and oil lamps, in the water that flowed from taps instead of being sold on the streets by the casketful. Honking buses and automobiles filled with military officials, bureaucrats, and foreign diplomats wove their way past rickshaw pullers, mule carts laden with vegetables, and ambling crowds of pedestrians and animals, dogs, cats, horses, donkeys, even the occasional water buffalo or camel. But part of the old seemed as if it would never change. Encircling the city was an ancient, immense stone wall built during the Ming Dynasty, a wall that one missionary called one of the greatest wonders of the world. Surely, he proclaimed, if one were permitted to drive on top of it, that person would see one of the most spectacular views of China. From atop the wall at the southern tip of the city, one could see beyond crenellated gray battlements, the dust-gray brick of the working-class districts, the red and blue tile roofs of some of the more affluent homes, Then peering northward, some of the taller modern buildings of the government district, the ministries and embassies built in Western-style architecture. Gazing toward the northeast, one might detect the glistening white Sun Yat-sen mausoleum against the darker sweep of Purple Mountain, and dots of country villas owned by the wealthiest and most powerful citizens of Nanking. Then, looking to the northwest, one might catch glimpses of the industrial activity on the waterfront, the fingers of smoke from the factories, the inky smudge of the coal port, the steamships and gunboats near the dock, the tracks of the North China Railway and the Shanghai-Nanking Railway, slashing across the city and horizon to intersect at the station in Xiaquan, a northern suburb. Along the horizon one might see the giant, brawling, khaki-colored waters of the Yangtze River, curving west and north beyond the walls of Nanking. In the summer of 1937, all these lustrous, cacophonous parts of Nanking lay under a blanket of somnolence. The air, soggy with humidity, had long earned the capital its title as one of the three furnaces of China. The heat, mingled with the pungent odor of the night soil of nearby fields, drove many of the rich out of the city during the worst of the summer heat to seaside resorts. For those who remained, summer was a time of frequent naps, of lazy swishes of reed or bamboo fans, of houses draped with bamboo matting to shade them from the sun. In the evenings, neighbors fled from the ovens of their homes by pulling lawn chairs into the streets to gossip the night away, and then to sleep in the open air. Few could predict that within months war would march by their very doorsteps, leaving their homes in flames and their streets drenched with blood. On August 15th, Chang Xiaosong, an instructor of psychology at Ginling College, had just lain back in bed for a nap when she heard the shriek of a siren. "Are they giving us an air raid practice?" she thought. "Why didn't I see an announcement in the morning papers?" When fighting had broken out between Chinese and Japanese forces in Shanghai earlier that month, forcing the Nanking government to ready itself for possible enemy attacks elsewhere as well, Chinese officials not only held practice air raid drills in the city, but ordered residents to camouflage their houses and create bomb shelters. Across Nanking, men painted black the red rooftops and white walls of their houses, or dug holes in the ground to hide in. It was as if the city were preparing for a funeral on a large scale, remembers Chang eerily. So, on August 15th, when she heard a second signal, Chang took notice. But her friends in the house convinced her that it was just another practice, and so she again went back to bed, until she heard a dull rumbling sound like that of a cannon. "Oh, it is thunder," one friend said, and went back to reading her novel. Chang returned to bed, ashamed of being overly excited, until she heard the unmistakable sounds of machine gun fire and airplanes overhead. Nanking was experiencing its first aerial bombardment in history. For the next few months, Nanking would endure dozens of Japanese air raids, forcing residents to hide in basements, trenches, and dugouts in the ground. Japanese pilots bombed the capital indiscriminately, hitting schools, hospitals, power plants, and government buildings, and prompting thousands of people, both rich and poor, to flee the city. Frank Xing, now a practitioner of Oriental medicine in San Francisco, recalls the hectic, nightmarish conditions under which he and his parents left Nanking during the autumn of 1937. Then, a boy of 11, he packed his precious collection of slingshots and marbles for the journey, while his grandmother gave his father, a railway mechanic, bracelets of jade and silver to pawn in the event of future emergency. The train that bore his family to Hankow was so packed that hundreds of refugees unable to get seats sat on top of the compartments, while others, also unable to get seats, literally strapped themselves underneath the train, their bodies hanging only inches above the tracks. Throughout the journey, Xing heard rumors that people had fallen off the train or rolled under the wheels. Xing himself barely survived the trip when Japanese bombers attacked the train, forcing his family to jump out and hide in a cemetery. My own grandparents nearly separated forever during the evacuations from Nanking. In the autumn of 1937, my grandfather, Chang Tianchun, a poet and journalist, was working for the Chinese government to instruct officials in Nationalist Party philosophy. The Japanese bombardment of the capital forced him and his family to hide repeatedly in ditches covered by wooden planks and sandbags. By October, he had decided it was unsafe for my grandmother, then a pregnant young woman in her early 20s, and my aunt, a 1-year-old infant, to remain in Nanking. Both returned to my grandmother's home village in the countryside, a village near Yixing, a city on the banks of Taihu Lake, between Nanking and Shanghai. In November, on the anniversary of Sun Yat-sen's birth, my grandfather left the city to see his wife and family. Returning to Nanking just a few days later, he found his entire work unit busy packing up in preparation for their evacuation from the city. Told that provisions had been made for the unit to leave by ship from the city of Wuhu on the banks of the Yangtze River, my father sent word to his family to meet him there immediately. They almost didn't make it. With aerial bombing, the Japanese had destroyed the railway tracks between my grandmother's village and the city of Wuhu. The only route was by sampan through the intricate network of tiny waterways that laced the entire region. For 4 long days, my grandfather waited anxiously at the docks, scanning boatload after boatload of war refugees. By the 4th day, his family still had not arrived, leaving him with a choice that no man should ever be forced to make. Board the next and final boat out of Wuhu in the belief that his wife and daughter were not on their way to Nanking, or stay, in case they were, knowing full well that shortly thereafter the city would be overrun. In despair, he screamed his beloved's name, Yi-Pei, to the heavens. Then, like an echo from far away, he heard a reply. It came from one last sampan approaching the docks in the distance, a tiny sampan, bearing his wife, his daughter, and several of my grandmother's relatives. My mother always told me that their reunion was a miracle. Unlike my grandparents, many residents of Nanking remained in the city through much of November, some choosing to take a wait-and-see attitude, others staying because they were too old or too poor to do anything else. For them, November brought consistently bad news. The battle had not gone well in Shanghai. Long files of Chinese soldiers, many of them mere boys, some no older than 12, were returning from the battlefront exhausted, wounded, and demoralized, marching in grim silence, or riding in huge trucks draped with the banners of the Red Cross. Those who could took solace from the fact that new units of heavily armed troops could be seen marching through the streets to the waterfront, where they boarded junks towed by tugs on their way to the battlefront. Obviously, the fight was not over. Through rain and howling wind, small modern Chinese tanks rumbled from the capital toward Shanghai, next to lines of pack mules weighed down with cotton uniforms, blankets, rifles, and machine guns. Later that month, the dreaded news finally reached Nanking. Shanghai, the New York City of China, had fallen. More than 200,000 Japanese troops now stood between the ocean and the capital, while some 700,000 Chinese troops fell back in retreat. They brought the news no one wanted to hear. With Shanghai in ruins, the Japanese were now headed for Nanking. The loss of Shanghai came as a blow to Chiang Kai-shek, the leader of the nationalists. Faced with the loss of China's largest metropolis, Chiang tried to resolve a difficult dilemma: whether to defend Nanking against the Japanese or move the entire capital to safer ground. In the end, the generalissimo decided to do both, but rather than stay and defend Nanking himself, he shifted the burden to someone else, a subordinate, called Teng Sheng-chi. The relationship between Chiang and Teng Sheng-chi was strange and highly complex. Neither really trusted the other. Indeed, at different points in their lives, the two men had been partners as well as the deadliest of rivals. During the Northern Expedition, for example, as the nationalists tried to unite the country, Tang helped Chiang wage battle against feudal warlords. But Tang had never shown Chiang any particular loyalty, and power struggles between the two men resulted twice in Tang's exile from China, once to Hong Kong and then again to Japan. In 1931, however, when the crisis erupted between the Chinese and Japanese over Manchuria, Chiang summoned Tang back into service in an effort to strengthen Chinese defenses. Tang rose swiftly through the Chinese military hierarchy, and by 1937 he had become Chiang's director of military training. In November 1937, during several high-level military conferences on the issue of defending or abandoning Nanking, Tang, virtually alone among Chiang's advisers, spoke up in support of providing a strong defense. By defending Nanking, he argued, Chinese troops could simultaneously slow the advance of the Japanese army and give the rest of the Chinese military a chance to rest and reorganize. But when Chiang asked who would stay and lead the defense, Tang and the other officials were quiet. Singling Tang out, Chiang presented him with an ultimatum. Either I stay or you stay. In the presence of his peers, Tang undoubtedly felt he had no choice. How can we let the Generalissimo stay? Tang asked. He promised that he would remain in Nanking and fight to the death. The decision to entrust Tang with the defense of Nanking made big news. On November 27th, Tang gave a press conference to boost morale. Before reporters, he delivered a rousing speech, vowing to live or die with Nanking. His speech was so passionate that when it ended, reporters gave him a big round of applause. But some reporters noted that Tang also appeared to be extremely agitated. In fact, he had just recovered from a major illness, and in the words of one foreign correspondent, he seemed dazed, if not doped. He sweated so profusely that someone handed him a hot towel to dry his brow. Perhaps Chiang knew that his adviser was in no shape to do battle with the seasoned Japanese military, and had appointed him merely to make it appear as if the Chinese were really going to put up a strong defense. Or perhaps caution told Chiang to be ready with a second plan just in case. What we do know is that during the latter half of November the second plan went into effect. First, Chiang ordered most government officials to move to 3 cities west of Nanking, Changsha, Hankow, and Chongqing, stoking rumors among the few officials left behind that they had been abandoned to whatever fate the Japanese planned for them. Within days, official-looking cars packed with luggage clogged the streets. Then, just as quickly, such cars disappeared altogether. Buses and rickshaws also left with the departing government official, leaving the city with no public municipal transportation. Indeed, soon almost every truck was gone, even those trucks that were used primarily to transport rice from the countryside to Nanking. And then, in mid-November, 50,000 Chinese troops arrived to take the place of departed government officials. Arriving from upriver ports, they first unloaded boxes and boxes of weapons on the waterfront, and then started to occupy empty government buildings of their choosing. By December, an estimated 90,000 Chinese troops populated the Nanking area. The troops transformed the face of Nanking. Chinese soldiers dug trenches in the streets, laid down underground telephone wire, and strung barbed wire over city intersections that began to resemble battlefields. The troops also fortified the city wall, installing machine gun redoubts along the ancient battlements. They shut all gates except 3, keeping narrow passageways open only for military transport. Gates were barricaded with sandbags 20 feet deep and reinforced with wood and angle iron. At least one of them was walled up entirely with concrete. In early December, the military also resolved to clear by fire a mile-wide battle zone around the entire circumference of the city walls, regardless of the cost and suffering involved. The cost was incalculable. Along the outskirts of the city, the inferno consumed petrol and ammunition, barracks, agricultural research experimental laboratories, a police training school, and mansions in Mausoleum Park. In the countryside, soldiers torched straw huts, farmhouses with thatched roofs, trees, bamboo groves, and underbrush. Not even major Nanking suburbs were spared. Troops herded residents from Shakuan and districts around the South Gate into the city walls before incinerating their neighborhoods. People whose houses had been targeted for destruction were told to move out within hours or risk being arrested as spies. The military justified the burning as a strategic move to eliminate any structure of potential use to the invader. But one foreign correspondent pointed out that charred walls could serve the Japanese almost as well as actual buildings for shelter against ammunition. He speculated that the fire was really an outlet for rage and frustration for the Chinese, a desire to leave the Japanese with little more than scorched earth. And so a city prepared for invasion. Anyone and anything with the strength, the judgment, the money, or the opportunity to leave began to get out. Whole museums were packed and carted away. On December 2nd, hundreds of boxes of Palace Museum treasures, practically the whole of China's cultural heritage, were loaded onto a boat for safe storage outside the city. 6 days later, on December 8th, Chiang Kai-shek, his wife, and his advisor fled the city by plane. There was no longer any doubt. The Japanese siege of Nanking was about to begin. For decades, one of the mysteries of the rape of Nanking was how, with so many soldiers in place, the city of Nanking fell in just 4 days, on the evening of December 12, 1937. The troops, after all, possessed enough ammunition to last through at least 5 months of siege. As a result, many survivors, journalists, and historians attributed the collapse to a loss of nerve among the Chinese soldiers. They also branded Tang a villain who abandoned his troops when they most needed him. Later history, based on newer documents, suggests a somewhat different picture. During the Battle of Shanghai, the Japanese Air Force of almost 3,000 planes dwarfed the tiny Chinese Air Force of 300. In other ways, the Chinese were no match aerially for the Japanese. During the Battle of Shanghai, Italian-trained Chinese pilots wreaked havoc on the city, dropping bombs near Western ships and even on crowded streets and buildings within the international settlement. But even a bad Air Force is better than no Air Force, and that was the situation presented to Tang. On December 8th, the day Chiang and his advisors left the city, so too did the entire Chinese Air Corps. Tang fought the next 4 days without the benefit of any strategic aerial data on Japanese movements, rendering even the expensive Chinese fort guns on the hills and mountains around Nanking much less effective. Second, the government officials who moved to Chongqing took with them most of the sophisticated communications equipment. Thus, one part of the army could not talk to another. Third, the troops did not come from the same regions and literally had trouble speaking to each other. One paramedic in Nanking recalled that the Chinese military doctors spoke Cantonese, while the Chinese soldiers spoke Mandarin, a situation that created endless confusion in the hospitals. Fourth, many of the soldiers in this army became soldiers overnight, having been kidnapped or drafted against their will into the army from the countryside. A substantial number had never held a gun in their hands before Nanking. Because bullets were scarce, few were wasted teaching these recruits how to shoot. Of those soldiers who had previous experience, many had just come back from Shanghai. Tired, hungry, and sick, most were much too exhausted to finish the necessary preparation work of building barricades and digging trenches in the city. Worst of all, Chinese soldiers felt little sense of cohesiveness or purpose. In a battle report about conditions in Nanking, a Chinese military officer noted that whenever troops occupied an area, they tended to idle about rather than take the initiative to help other troops engaged in nearby battles with the Japanese. The commanding officers apparently were no better. They did not trust each other, the report observed, and for this reason the Japanese were able to move from one area to another, defeating Chinese armies one by one. On December 9th, Japanese airplanes began dropping leaflets near Nanking, written by Matsui Iwane, one of the 3 Japanese generals. The best way to protect innocent civilians and cultural relics in the city, the message read, was to capitulate. The message promised that the Japanese would be harsh and relentless to those who resist, but kind and generous to non-combatants and to Chinese troops who entertain no enmity to Japan. It demanded that the city surrender within 24 hours, by noon the next day. Otherwise, all the horrors of war will be let loose. Publicly, Tang expressed outrage at the terms of the ultimatum. Throwing the leaflet to the ground, he dictated 2 orders that were distributed among the troops. The first order forbade the army to retreat. "Our army must fight to defend every inch of the front line," the order read. "If anyone does not follow this order and retreats, he will be punished severely." The second order prohibited any military group from using boats privately to cross the river. If any military units possessed boats, they were required to turn them over to the Transportation Department. Tang designated the 78th Army as the unit responsible for directing and handling transportation matters, and warned that any military personnel found using boats for private purposes would be punished. Privately, however, Tang negotiated for a truce. Despite his original promise to fight to the last man, he seemed eager to do anything to avoid a showdown in the city. Supporting him in this stance were the few Americans and Europeans still in the city. These selfless individuals, about whom we will learn more later, had decided to remain in Nanking to do what they could to help, and had created the International Committee for the Nanking Safety Zone. One of their first steps was to cordon off an area of the city and declare it the Nanking Safety Zone, or the International Safety Zone, with the understanding that anyone within the zone of 2.5 square miles, Chinese or non-Chinese, was off limits to the Japanese. Now, in a final effort to save lives, they offered to try to arrange a truce with the Japanese. Their plan was to suggest a 3-day ceasefire, during which the Japanese could keep their present positions and march into Nanking peacefully, while the Chinese troops withdrew from the city. Tang agreed to the proposed truce, and asked the committee to send a message from him to Chiang Kai-shek through the U.S. Embassy. The plan was transmitted by radio on the USS Panay gunboat to the Generalissimo. Chiang promptly rejected it. On December 10th, the Japanese waited for the city to surrender. At midday, 2 Japanese staff officers stood outside the mountain gate in the eastern wall to see whether the Chinese government would send out a delegation with the flag of truce. When none arrived, the Japanese High Command ordered a furious bombardment of the city. The next few days saw intense fighting between the Chinese and Japanese troops around Nanking. The Japanese dropped bombs on the city and pounded the walls with heavy artillery fire. Tang would later reveal the gravity of the situation near certain landmarks and gates of the city in a long, rambling, and desperate telegram to Chiang Kai-shek. From the 9th to the 11th of December, the Japanese forced their way through Guanghua-men 3 times. First, the Military Training Corps tried to resist them, then the 156th Division bitterly fought back, killing many of the enemy and holding the gate. Starting noon on the 11th, bad news came frequently from the Yuhuatai area, and Demen, Fengtaimen fell to the enemy. Ordered immediately the 88th Division to shrink the front line, coordinate with the 74th Army, 71st Army, rapidly transferred 154th Division to help. But worse news awaited Tang. And this time the bad news would come not from the enemy's successes, but from Chiang himself. At noon on December 11th, General Gu Zutong placed a telephone call to Tang's office. Orders had come directly from Chiang, Gu informed Tang, for a massive retreat of Tang's forces. Tang himself was to hurry to Pukao, the site of a ferry and railway terminal that lay across the river from Nanking, where another general would wait to pick him up and bring him to safety. Tang expressed shock. Aside from the fact that he was being asked to abandon his troops, an unattractive alternative for any leader, he had another very real problem. His troops were at that moment engaged in furious fighting. He informed Gu that the Japanese had already penetrated the troops' front lines. An orderly retreat was not even a possibility. It would readily turn into a rout. "I can't worry about that," Gu Zutong said. "Anyhow, you have to retreat by tonight." When Tang again detailed the likely consequences of a sudden and hasty retreat, Gu reminded him that he, Tang, had been personally ordered by Chiang to cross the river tonight. "Leave a subordinate behind to handle the situation if you have to," Gu told Tang. "But you must cross the river tonight," he repeated. "Impossible," Tang said. The earliest he could cross the Yangtze was the next night. Gu warned him to leave town as soon as possible, for the situation with the enemy had grown urgent. That afternoon, Tang received a telegram from Chiang confirming the order. "Commander-in-Chief Tang, if you cannot maintain the situation, you should take the opportunity to retreat in order to preserve and reorganize the army for future counterattack. Kai, 11th. Later that day, the distressed Tang received a second telegram from Chiang, again urging retreat. Unable to hold the line and under pressure, Tang complied. It was a decision that resulted in one of the worst disasters of Chinese military history. At 3 a.m. on December 12th, Tang held a pre-dawn meeting at his home. As his vice commanders and top staff gathered before him, Tang told them sadly that the front had fallen, that there was no way for them to defend the gates of the city, and that Chiang Kai-shek had ordered the troops to retreat. He told his subordinates to prepare for the retreat by printing copies of the order and other related documents. That afternoon at 1 p.m., the orders were distributed among the Chinese military. But then electrifying reports reached Tang. Tang hoped to remove his troops via the Yangtze River. Now he learned that the Japanese Navy was mine-sweeping the river to the east of the island of Baguazhou and steaming its way to Nanking. Its arrival would block that escape route, the last from the city. With the situation dire, Tang again approached the International Committee for the Nanking Safety Zone on 5 Ninghai Road, asking Eduard Sperling, a German businessman, for help in negotiating a truce with the Japanese. Sperling agreed to take a flag and message to the Japanese, but later reported to Tang that General Matsui had refused his offer. That afternoon, just minutes before his commanders gathered for a second meeting, Tang watched from the window of his house as an entire city took flight. The streets jammed with cars, horses, and refugees, the young and the old, the weak and the strong, the rich and the poor. Anyone with half a brain was determined to get out while he still could. At 5 p.m. the meeting began. It lasted only 10 minutes. Many of the top military officials did not attend because communication between the field commanders and Central Command had all but collapsed. Others never received notification of the meeting because they had assessed the situation for themselves and run away. The Japanese, Tang told those gathered in his home, had already broken through the gates of the city and penetrated the wall in 3 places. "Do you still have any confidence to hold the defense line?" he asked the group. Although he waited several minutes for a response, the room remained silent. After this pause, Tang calmly discussed strategies for retreat. The evacuation would start within minutes at 6 p.m. and would last until 6 a.m. the next day. One portion of the army, the 36th Division, and the military police would cross the river from Shakuan and gather at a designated village on the other side. The rest of the army, he announced, would have to force its way out of the Japanese encirclement, with the survivors congregating at the southern region of the Anhui province. Weapons, ammunition, and communications equipment left behind were to be destroyed, and all roads and bridges in the path of the retreating army burned. Later, in the same meeting, Tang modified his order. He informed his men that if the 87th Division, 88th Division, 74th Army, and Military Training Corps could not break through the Japanese encirclement, then they too should try to cross the river. Tang now gave 5 divisions the authority to cross the Yangtze River, doubling the original number of men involved in the operation. That evening, Tang would himself journey to the docks. It would be a journey he remembered for the rest of his life. Not surprisingly, the order to retreat threw the Chinese military into an uproar. Some officers ran about the city haphazardly informing anyone they came into contact with to pull out. These soldiers took off. Other officers told no one, not even their own troops. Instead, they saved their own hides. Their soldiers continued to fight the Japanese, thinking they were witnessing a mass desertion when they saw other uninformed troops fleeing. They machine-gunned hundreds of their fleeing comrades in an effort to stop them. In the haste and confusion to leave the city, at least one Chinese tank rolled over countless Chinese soldiers in its path, stopping only when blown up by a hand grenade. Even in the larger, tragic scheme of things, the retreat had its comic moments. As soldiers grew desperate to blend into the populace and thereby elude capture, they broke into shops to steal civilian clothes and undressed in the open. The streets soon filled not only with half-naked soldiers, but with half-naked police officers who had discarded their uniforms to avoid being mistaken as soldiers. One man roamed about wearing nothing but his underwear and a top hat, probably stolen from the home of a wealthy government official. In the early stages of the retreat, when a semblance of order remained, entire sections of the Chinese army were shredding their uniforms, changing into civilian clothes, and marching in formation simultaneously. But when the retreat turned into a rout, the scramble for clothes grew urgent. Soldiers were actually seen throwing themselves on pedestrians and ripping clothes off their backs. There was only one way to get out of the city safely without encountering the Japanese, and that was through the northern harbor to the Yangtze River, where a fleet of junks were waiting for those who could get there first. In order to reach the harbor, soldiers had to first move up the main artery of Chongshan Road, and then pass through the northwest gate of the city, called the Yichang, or Water Gate, before they could enter the northern port suburb of Shakuan. But before the gate lay a scene of almost unbelievable congestion. One problem was that thousands of soldiers, many in trucks, cars, and horse-drawn wagons, were trying to squeeze themselves through the narrow 70-foot tunnel. The trickle of men had turned into a river by 5 p.m. and a flood by late evening, as everyone tried to funnel through the tiny opening of the gate. Another problem was that the retreating soldiers had discarded countless armaments and supplies to lighten their load for the journey across the river, and the resulting heaps of hand grenades, buses, machine guns, coats, shoes, and helmets near the gate of the city blocked traffic. A barricade that had been built near the gate also blocked half the road. The area was ripe for disaster. Tang witnessed much of this chaos from the window of his chauffeured black car on his way to the docks. As the car maneuvered through tangles of people, he heard pedestrians curse him. "How can you ride in a car at a time like this?" they yelled, unaware that the passenger in the car was Tang Shengqi. Tang pretended not to hear and shut his eyes as the car inched turtle-like to its final destination. He was supposed to arrive at the docks by 6 p.m., but it was 8 p.m. before he finally got there. Absolute bedlam greeted Tang at the riverfront. Military officers were arguing with each other over which pieces of equipment to destroy and which to ferry across the Yangtze River, while soldiers tried to balance tanks on rows of boats bound together. Much of it capsized and sank anyway. As the night progressed, the soldiers focused on getting themselves across and abandoned the tanks and equipment. The scene grew violent as boats grew scarce, and in the end some 10,000 men would fight over 2 or 3 vessels, struggling to cram themselves aboard or to scare off others by firing shots in the air. Terrified crews tried to ward off the surging mob by swinging axes down on the fingers of soldiers who clung to the sides of their junks and sampans. Innumerable men died trying to cross the river that night. Many never even made it past the gate. That evening a fire broke out on Chongshan Road, and the flames swept through heaps of ammunition, engulfing houses and vehicles. Horses ensnarled in traffic panicked and reared, heightening the confusion of the mob. The terror-mad soldiers surged forward, their momentum pushing hundreds of men into the flames and hundreds more into the tunnel where they were trampled underfoot. With the gate blocked and an inferno raging nearby, the soldiers who could break free from the mob made a wild rush to climb over the walls. Hundreds tore their clothing into strips and knotted them with belts and puttees to make rope ladders. One after another they scaled the battlements and tossed down rifles and machine guns from the parapets. Many fell and plummeted to their deaths. When the last boats disappeared, soldiers dove into the water on makeshift flotation devices, hugging or sitting on wooden railroad tracks, logs, boards, buckets, bathtubs, or doors stolen from nearby houses. When the last pieces of wood disappeared, many attempted to swim across, meeting almost certain death. Tang and 2 vice commanders boarded a tiny coal-driven launch and waited until 9 p.m. for 2 more military staff members who never arrived. From the launch, Tang would have heard the noise and screams of people fighting with each other, mingled with the louder, punctuated sounds of Japanese cannon fire. Then there was the sight of Nanking on fire. The conflagration lit the dark sky bright. One can only imagine the thoughts of the humiliated Tang as his launch moved across the river. His last glimpse of Nanking was of a city in flames, its people frantically trying to save themselves, his own troops hanging onto driftwood to stay afloat in the dark, cold waters of the Yangtze. He would later tell friends that while he had fought in hundreds of battles over 20 years, he had never experienced a day as dark as that one. Chapter 4. 6 Weeks of Horror. By the time the Japanese passed through the gates of the city, all those residents who possessed any degree of money, power, or foresight had already left for parts unknown. Approximately half the original population departed. Before the war, the native population of the city exceeded 1 million people, and by December it had fallen to about 500,000. However, the city was swollen with tens of thousands of migrants from the countryside who had left their homes for what they believed would be safety within the city walls. Those who remained after the soldiers departed tended to be the most defenseless: children, the elderly, and all those either too poor or physically weak to secure passage out of the city. Without protection, without personal resources, without a plan, all these people had was hope that the Japanese would treat them well. Many likely talked themselves into the belief that once the fighting stopped, the Japanese would of course treat them civilly. Some may have even convinced themselves that the Japanese would be better rulers. After all, their own government had clearly abandoned them in their hour of need. Weary of fire, weary of bombardment, and weary of siege, scattered groups of Chinese actually rushed out to welcome the Japanese invaders as they thundered into the city with their tanks, artillery, and trucks. Some people hung Japanese flags from their windows, while others even cheered the Japanese columns as they marched through the south and west gates of the city. But the welcome was short-lived. Eyewitnesses later claimed that the Japanese soldiers, who roamed the city in groups of 6 to 12 men, fired at anyone in sight as soon as they entered the capital. Old men were found face down on the pavement, apparently shot in the back on whim. Civilian Chinese corpses lay sprawled on almost every block, many who had done nothing more provocative than run away as the Japanese approached. In the war crimes transcripts and Chinese government documentation, story after story of what happened next begins to sound, even in all its horrific dimensions, almost monotonous. With few variations, the story goes something like this. The Japanese would take any men they found as prisoners, neglect to give them water or food for days, but promise them food and work. After days of such treatment, the Japanese would bind the wrists of their victims securely with wire or rope and herd them out to some isolated area. The men, too tired or dehydrated to rebel, went out eagerly, thinking they would be fed. By the time they saw the machine guns or the bloodied swords and bayonets wielded by waiting soldiers, or the massive graves heaped and reeking with the bodies of the men who had preceded them, it was already too late to escape. The Japanese would later justify their actions by saying that they had to execute POWs to save their own limited food supply and prevent revolts. But nothing can excuse what the Japanese did to hundreds of thousands of helpless Chinese civilians in Nanking. They had no weapons and were in no position to mutiny. Not all Chinese, of course, submitted easily to extermination in Nanking. The rape of Nanking is a story not only of mass victimization, but of individual strength and courage. There were men who clawed their way out of shallow graves, or clung to reeds for hours in the icy Yangtze River, or lay buried for days under the corpses of friends before dragging their bullet-ridden bodies to the hospital, sustained only by a tenacious will to survive. There were women who hid in holes or in ditches for weeks, or ran through burning houses to rescue their babies. Many of these survivors later gave their stories to reporters and historians, or testified at the war crimes trials held in Nanking and Tokyo after the defeat of Japan. When interviewing several of them during the summer of 1995, I learned that many of the Chinese victims of the Japanese were apparently murdered for no other reason than pleasure. Such was the observation of Tang Chun-san, now in his 80s, a Nanking resident who had miraculously survived a Japanese killing contest back in 1937. The killing contests. Unlike thousands of hapless civilians who were bombed out of their homes and stranded on the streets of Nanking, Tang had actually secured a haven during the massacre. Then a 25-year-old shoemaker's apprentice, Tang hid in the home of two fellow apprentices on Xiaomenkou, a tiny street in the northern part of the city. His friends, known to Tang as Big Monk and Little Monk, had camouflaged the doorway of their house by removing the door and filling the open space with bricks, so that it resembled from the outside a smooth, unbroken wall. For hours they sat on the dirt floor of the house, listening to the screams and gunshots outside. Tang's problem began when he experienced a sudden urge to see a Japanese soldier with his own eyes. All his life he had heard that the Japanese looked like the Chinese, but never having been to Japan, he had been unable to verify this. Here was a golden opportunity to see for himself. Tang tried to suppress his curiosity, but finally succumbed to it. He asked his friends to remove the bricks from the doorway to let him out. Not surprisingly, his friends pleaded with Tang not to go, warning him that the Japanese would kill him if they caught him wandering around outdoors. But Tang was not so easily dissuaded. Big Monk and Little Monk argued with him at length, but finally gave up trying to change his mind. Risking their own safety, they removed the bricks from the door and let Tang out. As soon as Tang stepped outside, he began to regret it. A scene of almost surreal horror gripped him. He saw the bodies of men and women, even the bodies of small children and the elderly, crumpled before him in the streets. Most had been stabbed or bayoneted to death. Blood was splattered everywhere, Tang recalled of that horrible afternoon, as if the heavens had been raining blood. Then Tang saw another Chinese person in the street, and behind him a group of 8 or 9 Japanese approaching in the distance. Instinctively, Tang and the stranger jumped into a nearby rubbish bin, heaping straw and paper over their heads. They shivered from cold and fear, causing the sides of the bin to shiver with them. Suddenly the straw was knocked away. A Japanese soldier hovered overhead, glaring at them. And before Tang quite knew what was happening, the soldier had decapitated the person next to him with his sword. Blood gushed from the victim's neck as the soldier reached down and seized the head as a trophy. I was too frightened to even move or think, Tang remembered. I thought of my family and knew that if I died here they would never know what happened to me. Then a Chinese voice ordered Tang out. "Gunchulai! Roll out!" exclaimed a Chinese man, whom Tang suspected was a traitor for the Japanese. "Gunchulai, or I'll kill you!" Tang crawled out of the trash bin. Seeing a ditch by the road, he wondered whether he should fling himself into it and attempt an escape, but found that he was too frightened even to move his legs. Then he saw a group of Japanese soldiers herding hundreds of Chinese people down the street. Tang was ordered to join them. As he marched next to the other prisoners, he saw corpses sprawled on both sides of the street, something that made him feel so wretched he almost welcomed death. Before long, Tang found himself standing near a pond and a freshly dug rectangular pit, filled with some 60 Chinese corpses. As soon as I saw the newly dug pit, I thought they might either bury us alive or kill us on the spot. I was too frightened to move, so I stood there motionless. It suddenly occurred to me to jump into the pit, but then I saw 2 Japanese military wolf dogs eating the corpses. The Japanese ordered Tang and the other prisoners to line up in rows on each side of the mass grave. He stood in one closest to the edge. 9 Japanese soldiers waited nearby, soldiers who presented an imposing sight to Tang, with their yellow uniforms, star-studded caps, and shiny bayonets and rifles. At such proximity, Tang could see that Japanese men really did resemble Chinese men, although at this point he was too frightened to care. Then, to Tang's horror, a competition began among the soldiers, a competition to determine who could kill the fastest. As one soldier stood sentinel with a machine gun ready to mow down anyone who tried to bolt, the 8 other soldiers split up into pairs to form 4 separate teams. In each team, one soldier beheaded prisoners with a sword while the other picked up heads and tossed them aside in a pile. The prisoners stood frozen in silence and terror as their countrymen dropped one by one. "Kill and count! Kill and count!" Tang said, remembering the speed of the slaughter. The Japanese were laughing. One even took photographs. There was no sign of remorse at all. A deep sorrow filled Tang. There was no place to run. I was prepared to die. It saddened him to think that his family and loved ones would never find out what happened to him. Lost in such thoughts, Tang snapped back to reality when the commotion started. 2 rows up from him, a pregnant woman began to fight for her life, clawing desperately at a soldier who tried to drag her away from the group to rape her. Nobody helped her, and in the end the soldier killed her, ripping open her belly with his bayonet, and jerking out not only her intestines, but a squirming fetus. That, Tang believes, should have been the moment for them all to rebel, to do something, to fight back and try to kill the soldiers even if they all died in the process. But even though the Chinese prisoners greatly outnumbered their Japanese tormentors and might have been able to overwhelm them, no one moved. Everyone remained eerily docile. Sad to say, of all the people around the pit, Tang remembers only the pregnant woman showing the slightest bit of courage. Soon a sword-wielding Japanese soldier worked his way closer to Tang, until he was only 1 row up from him. Then Tang had a stroke of luck, which was nothing short of a miracle. When the soldier decapitated the man directly in front of Tang, the victim's body fell against Tang's shoulder. In keeping with the corpse's momentum, Tang also toppled backwards and dropped, together with the body, into the pit. No one noticed. Tang ducked his head under the corpse's clothing. His ploy would have never worked had the Japanese stuck with their original game of decapitation. In the beginning, the soldiers used the heads of their victims to keep score. But later, to save time, they killed prisoners not by lopping off heads, but by slashing throats. That is what saved Tang, the fact that dozens of bodies were piling up in the pit with their heads intact. The killing spree lasted for about an hour. While Tang lay still, feigning death, the Japanese pushed the rest of the bodies on top of him. Then, as Tang recalls, most of the soldiers left the scene except for one, who thrust his bayonet into the mass grave repeatedly to make sure everyone was dead. Tang suffered 5 bayonet wounds without a scream, and then fainted. Later that afternoon, at about 5 p.m., Tang's fellow apprentices, Big Monk and Small Monk, came to the pit, hoping to retrieve his corpse. Through a crack in the brick wall of their house they had seen the Japanese herd Tang and the others away, and assumed that he was now dead with all the others. But when they found Tang, moving under the heap of bodies, they pulled him out immediately and ushered him back to the house. Out of the hundreds of people killed that day during the competition, Tang was the only survivor. Torture. The torture that the Japanese inflicted upon the native population at Nanking almost surpasses the limits of human comprehension. Here are only a few examples. Live burials. The Japanese directed burial operations with the precision and efficiency of an assembly line. Soldiers would force one group of Chinese captives to dig a grave, a second group to bury the first, and then a third group to bury the second, and so on. Some victims were partially buried to their chests or necks so that they would endure further agony, such as being hacked to pieces by swords or run over by horses and tanks. Mutilation. The Japanese not only disemboweled, decapitated, and dismembered victims, but performed more excruciating varieties of torture. Throughout the city they nailed prisoners to wooden boards and ran over them with tanks, crucified them to trees and electrical posts, carved long strips of flesh from them, and used them for bayonet practice. At least 100 men reportedly had their eyes gouged out and their noses and ears hacked off before being set on fire. Another group of 200 Chinese soldiers and civilians were stripped naked, tied to columns and doors of a school, and then stabbed by zuizi, special needles with handles on them, in hundreds of points along their bodies, including their mouths, throats, and eyes. Death by fire. The Japanese subjected large crowds of victims to mass incineration. In Shakuan, a Japanese soldier bound Chinese captives together 10 at a time and pushed them into a pit, where they were sprayed with gasoline and ignited. On Taiping Road, the Japanese ordered a large number of shop clerks to extinguish a fire, then bound them together with rope and threw them into the blaze. Japanese soldiers even devised games with fire. One method of entertainment was to drive mobs of Chinese to the top stories or roofs of buildings, tear down the stairs, and set the bottom floors on fire. Many such victims committed suicide by jumping out windows or off rooftops. Another form of amusement involved dousing victims with fuel, shooting them, and watching them explode into flame. In one infamous incident, Japanese soldiers forced hundreds of men, women, and children into a square, soaked them with gasoline, and then fired on them with machine guns. Death by ice. Thousands of victims were intentionally frozen to death during the rape of Nanking. For instance, Japanese soldiers forced hundreds of Chinese prisoners to march to the edge of a frozen pond, where they were ordered to strip naked, break the ice, and plunge in the water to go fishing. Their bodies hardened into floating targets that were immediately riddled with Japanese bullets. In another incident, the Japanese tied up a group of refugees, flung them into a shallow pond, and bombarded them with hand grenades, causing an explosive shower of blood and flesh. Death by dogs. One diabolical means of torture was to bury victims to their waist and watch them get ripped apart by German shepherds. Witnesses saw Japanese soldiers strip a victim naked and direct German shepherds to bite the sensitive areas of his body. The dogs not only ripped open his belly, but jerked out his intestines along the ground for a distance. The incidents mentioned above are only a fraction of the methods that the Japanese used to torment their victims. The Japanese saturated victims in acid, impaled babies with bayonets, hung people by their tongues. One Japanese reporter who later investigated the rape of Nanking learned that at least one Japanese soldier tore the heart and liver out of a Chinese victim to eat them. Even genitals, apparently, were consumed. A Chinese soldier who escaped from Japanese custody saw several dead people in the streets with their penises cut off. He was told later that the penises were sold to Japanese customers who believed that eating them would increase virility. The rapes. If the scale and nature of the executions in Nanking are difficult for us to comprehend, so are the scale and nature of the rapes. Certainly, it was one of the greatest mass rapes in world history. Susan Brownmiller, author of the landmark book Against Our Will, Men, Women, and Rape, believes that the rape of Nanking was probably the single worst instance of wartime rape inflicted on a civilian population, with the sole exception of the treatment of Bengali women by Pakistani soldiers in 1971. An estimated 200,000 to 400,000 women were raped in Bangladesh during a 9-month reign of terror following a failed rebellion. Brownmiller suspects that the rape of Nanking surpasses in scale even the raping of women in the former Yugoslavia, though it is difficult for her to say for certain because of the unreliability of Bosnian rape statistics. It is impossible to determine the exact number of women raped in Nanking. Estimates range from as low as 20,000 to as high as 80,000. But what the Japanese did to the women of Nanking cannot be computed on a tally sheet of statistics. We will never know the full psychic toll, because many of the women who survived the ordeal found themselves pregnant, and the subject of Chinese women impregnated by Japanese rapists in Nanking is so sensitive that it has never been completely studied. To my knowledge, and to the knowledge of the Chinese historians and officials at the memorial hall erected in memory of the Nanking massacre, not a single Chinese woman has to this day come forward to admit that her child was the result of rape. Many such children were secretly killed. According to an American sociologist in the city at the time of the massacre, numerous half-Japanese children were choked or drowned at birth. One can only guess at the guilt, shame, and self-loathing that Chinese women endured when they faced the choice of raising a child they could not love or committing infanticide. No doubt many women could not make that choice. Between 1937 and 1938, a German diplomat reported that uncounted Chinese women were taking their own lives by flinging themselves into the Yangtze River. We do know, however, that it was very easy to be a rape victim in Nanking. The Japanese raped Nanking women from all classes: farm wives, students, teachers, white-collar and blue-collar workers, wives of YMCA employees, university professors, even Buddhist nuns, some of whom were gang-raped to death. And they were systematic in their recruitment of women. In Nanking, Japanese soldiers searched for them constantly as they looted homes and dragged men off for execution. Some actually conducted door-to-door searches, demanding money and huagunyang, young girls. This posed a terrible dilemma for the city's young women, who were not sure whether to remain at home or to seek refuge in the International Safety Zone, the neutral territory guarded by Americans and Europeans. If they stayed in their houses, they ran the risk of being raped in front of their families. But if they left home in search of the safety zone, they ran the risk of being captured by the Japanese in the streets. Traps lay everywhere for the Nanking women. For instance, the Japanese army fabricated stories about markets where women could exchange bags of rice and flour for chickens and ducks. But when women arrived on the scene prepared to trade, they found platoons of soldiers waiting for them. Some soldiers employed Chinese traitors to seek out prospective candidates for rape. Even in the safety zone, the Japanese staged incidents to lure foreigners away from the refugee camps, leaving women vulnerable to kidnapping raids. Chinese women were raped in all locations and at all hours. An estimated 1/3 of all rapes occurred during the day. Survivors even remember soldiers prying open the legs of victims to rape them in broad daylight, in the middle of the street, and in front of crowds of witnesses. No place was too sacred for rape. The Japanese attacked women in nunneries, churches, and Bible training schools. 17 soldiers raped one woman in succession in a seminary compound. Every day, 24 hours a day, the Dagong daily newspaper testified of the great rape of Nanking. There was not 1 hour when an innocent woman was not being dragged off somewhere by a Japanese soldier. Old age was no concern to the Japanese. Matrons, grandmothers, and great-grandmothers endured repeated sexual assaults. A Japanese soldier who raped a woman of 60 was ordered to clean the penis by her mouth. When a woman of 62 protested to soldiers that she was too old for sex, they rammed a stick up her instead. Many women in their 80s were raped to death, and at least one woman in that age group was shot and killed because she refused a Japanese soldier's advances. If the Japanese treatment of old women was terrible, their treatment of young children was unthinkable. Little girls were raped so brutally that some could not walk for weeks afterwards. Many required surgery. Others died. Chinese witnesses saw Japanese rape girls under 10 years of age in the streets and then slash them in half by sword. In some cases, the Japanese sliced open the vaginas of preteen girls in order to ravish them more effectively. Even advanced stages of pregnancy did not render women immune to assault. The Japanese violated many who were about to go into labor, were in labor, or who had given birth only a few days earlier. One victim, who was 9 months pregnant when raped, suffered not only a stillbirth, but a complete mental collapse. At least one pregnant woman was kicked to death. Still more gruesome was the treatment allotted to some of the unborn children of these women. After gang rape, Japanese soldiers sometimes slashed open the bellies of pregnant women and ripped out the fetuses for amusement. The rape of women frequently accompanied the slaughter of entire families. One of the most notorious stories of such a slaughter was recorded in detail by American and European missionaries in Nanking. On December 13, 1937, 30 Japanese soldiers came to the Chinese home at 5 Xinglu-ko, and the southeastern part of Nanking. They killed the landlord when he opened the door, and then Mr. Xia, a tenant who had fallen to his knees to beg them not to kill anyone else. When the landlord's wife asked why they murdered her husband, they shot her dead. The Japanese then dragged Mrs. Xia from under a table in the guest hall where she had tried to hide with her 1-year-old baby. They stripped her, raped her, then bayoneted her in the chest when they were finished. The soldiers thrust a perfume bottle in her vagina and also killed the baby by bayonet. Then they went into the next room where they found Mrs. Xia's parents and 2 teenage daughters. The grandmother who tried to protect the girls from rape was shot by revolver. The grandfather clasped the body of his wife and was killed immediately. The soldiers then stripped the girls and took turns raping them, the 16-year-old by 2 or 3 men, the 14-year-old by 3. The Japanese not only stabbed the older girl to death after raping her, but rammed a bamboo cane into her vagina. The younger one was simply bayoneted and spared the horrible treatment meted out to her sister and mother, a foreigner later wrote of the scene. The soldiers also bayoneted another sister, aged 8, when she hid with her 4-year-old sister under the blankets of a bed. The 4-year-old remained under the blankets so long she nearly suffocated. She was to endure brain damage for the rest of her life from the lack of oxygen. Before leaving, the soldiers murdered the landlord's 2 children, aged 4 and 2. They bayoneted the older child and split the head of the younger one with a sword. When it was safe to emerge, the 8-year-old survivor who'd been hiding under the blankets crawled to the next room where she lay beside the body of her mother. Together with her 4-year-old sister, they lived for 14 days on rice crusts that their mother had prepared before the siege. When a member of the International Committee arrived at the house weeks after the slaughter, he saw that one young girl had been raped on the table. "While I was there," he testified later, "the blood on the table was not all dry yet." A similar story, no less grisly, involves a 15-year-old Chinese girl whose family was murdered before her eyes. The Japanese first killed her brother, whom they wrongly accused of being a Chinese soldier, then her brother's wife and her older sister, because they both resisted rape, and finally her mother and father, who knelt on the floor begging the Japanese to spare the lives of their children. Before they died under the thrusts of Japanese bayonets, their last words urged the young girl to do whatever the enemy soldiers wanted from her. The girl fainted. She revived to find herself naked on the floor in a strange locked room. Someone had raped her while she had been unconscious. Her clothes had been taken from her, as they had been taken from other girls in the building. Her room was on the 2nd floor of a building converted into barracks for 200 Japanese soldiers. The women inside consisted of 2 groups: prostitutes who were given their freedom and treated well, and respectable girls who had been kidnapped into sexual slavery. Of the latter group, at least 1 girl attempted suicide. For a month and a half, the 15-year-old was raped 2 or 3 times a day. Eventually, she became so diseased the Japanese left her alone. One day, a kind Japanese officer who spoke Chinese approached her and asked why she was weeping. After hearing her story, he took her to Nanking by car, set her free inside the south gate, and wrote down the name of Ginling College for her on a piece of paper. The girl was too sick to walk to Ginling the first day and took refuge in a Chinese house. Only on the 2nd day did she reach Ginling, where International Committee members immediately rushed her to the hospital. That girl was considered fortunate. Many other girls tied naked to chairs, beds, or poles as permanent fixtures for rape did not survive such treatment. Chinese witnesses described the body of an 11-year-old girl who died after she was raped continuously for 2 days. According to eyewitness reports, the blood-stained, swollen, and ruptured area between the girl's legs created a disgusting scene, difficult for anyone to look at directly. During the mass rape, the Japanese destroyed children and infants, often because they were in the way. Eyewitness reports described children and babies suffocating from clothes stuffed in their mouths, or bayoneted to death because they wept as their mothers were being raped. American and European observers of the rape of Nanking recorded numerous entries like this one. 415, February 3, about 5 p.m. at Changshuxiang, near Dazhongchao. 3 soldiers came and forced a woman to throw away her baby, and after raping her they went away laughing. Countless men died trying to protect their loved ones from rape. When the Japanese dragged away one woman from a mat shed and her husband intervened, they stuck a wire through his nose and tied the other end of the wire to a tree, just like one would tie up a bull. There they bayoneted him repeatedly, despite the pleas of his mother, who rolled around on the ground crying hysterically. The Japanese ordered the mother to go into the house or they would kill her. The son died from the wounds on the spot. There seemed to be no limit to the Japanese capacity for human degradation and sexual perversion in Nanking. Just as some soldiers invented killing contests to break the monotony of murder, so did some invent games of recreational rape and torture when wearied by the glut of sex. Perhaps one of the most brutal forms of Japanese entertainment was the impalement of vaginas. In the streets of Nanking, corpses of women lay with their legs splayed open, their orifices pierced by wooden rods, twigs, and weeds. It is painful, almost mind-numbing, to contemplate some of the other objects that were used to torment the Nanking women, who suffered almost unendurable ordeals. For instance, one Japanese soldier who raped a young woman thrust a beer bottle into her and shot her. Another rape victim was found with a golf stick rammed into her. And on December 22nd, in a neighborhood near the gate of Tongjimen, the Japanese raped a barber's wife and then stuck a firecracker in her vagina. It blew up and killed her. But not all of the victims were women. Chinese men were often sodomized or forced to perform a variety of repulsive sexual acts in front of laughing Japanese soldiers. At least one Chinese man was murdered because he refused to commit necrophilia with the corpse of a woman in the snow. The Japanese also delighted in trying to coerce men who had taken lifetime vows of celibacy to engage in sexual intercourse. A Chinese woman had tried to disguise herself as a man to pass through one of the gates of Nanking, but Japanese guards, who systematically searched all passing pedestrians by groping at their crotches, discovered her true sex. Gang rape followed, at which time a Buddhist monk had the misfortune to venture near the scene. The Japanese tried to force him to have sex with the woman they had just raped. When the monk protested, they castrated him, causing the poor man to bleed to death. Some of the most sordid instances of sexual torture involved the degradation of entire families. The Japanese drew sadistic pleasure in forcing Chinese men to commit incest, fathers to rape their own daughters, brothers their sisters, sons their mothers. Guo Qi, a Chinese battalion commander stranded in Nanking for 3 months after the city fell, saw or heard of at least 4 or 5 instances in which the Japanese ordered sons to rape their mothers. Those who refused were killed on the spot. His report is substantiated by the testimony of a German diplomat who reported that one Chinese man who refused to rape his own mother was killed with saber strokes, and that his mother committed suicide shortly afterwards. Some families openly embraced death rather than participate in their own destruction. One such family was crossing the Yangtze River when 2 Japanese soldiers stopped them and demanded an inspection. Upon seeing the young women and girls in the boat, the soldiers raped them right in front of their parents and husbands. This was horrifying enough, but what the soldiers demanded next of the family devastated them. The soldiers wanted the old man of the family to rape the women as well. Rather than obey, the entire family jumped into the river and drowned. Once women were caught by Japanese soldiers, there was little hope for them, for most were killed immediately after rape. But not all women submitted easily. Many were able to hide from the Japanese for months, in fuel stacks, under piles of grass or straw, in pig pens, on boats, in deserted houses. In the countryside, women hid in covered holes in the earth, holes that Japanese soldiers tried to discover by stamping on the ground. One Buddhist nun and a little girl avoided rape and murder because they lay still in a ditch filled with bodies and feigned death for 5 days. Women eluded rape using a variety of methods. Some used disguise, rubbing soot on their faces to appear old and diseased, or shaving their heads to pass themselves off as men. One clever young woman disguised herself as an old woman, hobbling about on a cane, and even borrowing a little boy of 6 to carry on her back until she safely entered the safety zone at Ginling College. Others feigned sickness, such as the woman who told Japanese soldiers she had given birth to a dead child 4 days before. Another woman took the advice of a Chinese captive to force her finger down her throat and vomit several times. Her Japanese captors hastily expelled her from the building. Some escaped by sheer quickness, ducking in and out of crowds, climbing over walls, with the Japanese in hot pursuit. One girl barely avoided assault by tripping up a Japanese soldier on the 3rd floor of a house and sliding down a bamboo pole that a Chinese man propped up for her from the garden. Once caught, women who struggled faced the possibility of torture as a warning to others who dared to resist the Japanese. Those who defied the Japanese were often found later with their eyes torn out, or their noses, ears, or breasts cut off. Few women dared fight their assailants, but there were scattered accounts of resistance. A schoolteacher gunned down 5 Japanese soldiers before being shot to death. The most famous story involves Li Xiaoying, a woman who not only suffered 37 bayonet wounds during her struggle against the Japanese, but survived and remained robust enough to narrate and play-act the story almost 60 years later. In 1937, 18-year-old Li Xiaoying was the bride of a military technician. When the government evacuated the capital, her husband left Nanking on the top of a train packed with Chinese soldiers. Li stayed behind because she was 6 to 7 months pregnant and believed it was dangerous in her condition to board a crowded train. Like many other Chinese civilians in Nanking, Li and her father fled into the foreign-run safety zone. They hid in the basement of an elementary school that had been converted into a refugee camp. But this camp, like others in the zone, were subject to repeated Japanese inspections and invasions. On December 18th, a group of Japanese soldiers broke in and dragged the young men out of the school. The following morning, they returned for the women. Fearful of what the Japanese would do to a pregnant housewife, Li made an impulsive decision. She tried to kill herself by slamming her head against the basement wall. When she regained consciousness, she found herself lying on a small canvas cot on the floor of the basement. The Japanese were gone, but they had taken several young women with them. Wild thoughts raced through Li's head while she lay in a daze on the cot. If she ran out of the building, she might be throwing herself at Japanese rapists. But if she did nothing and waited, they would probably come back for her. Li decided to stay. If the Japanese did not return, all would be well and good, but if they did, she would fight them to the death. She would rather die, she told herself, than be raped by the Japanese. Soon, she heard the heavy footsteps of 3 Japanese soldiers coming down the stairs. 2 of them seized a couple of women and dragged them screaming out of the room. The one who remained eyed Li intently as she lay immobile on the cot. Someone told him Li was sick, and he responded by kicking all the other people out of the room into the corridor. Slowly, the soldier walked back and forth, appraising her. Suddenly, before he quite realized what was happening, she made her move. She jumped from the cot, snatched his bayonet from his belt, and flung her back against the wall. He panicked, Li recalled. He never thought a woman would fight back. He seized her wrist that held the bayonet, but Li clutched his collar with her free hand and bit his arms with all her might. Even though the soldier wore full battle gear, and Li wore only a cotton chipao, which impeded movement, she put up a good fight. The 2 of them grappled and kicked until the soldier found himself overwhelmed and screamed for help. The other soldiers ran in, no doubt incredulous at what they saw, They lunged toward her with their bayonets, but failed to stab her effectively because their comrade was in the way. Because her opponent was so short and small, Lee was able to jerk him completely off his feet and use him like a shield to parry their thrusts. But then the soldiers aimed their bayonets at her head, slashing her face with their blades and knocking out her teeth. Her mouth filled with blood, which she spit into their eyes. Blood was on the walls, on the bed, on the floor, everywhere, Lee remembered. I had no fear in my mind. I was furious. My only thought was to fight and kill them. Finally, a soldier plunged his bayonet into her belly, and everything went black for her. The soldiers left her for dead. When Lee's body was brought before her father, he could not sense any breath coming from her, and assumed the worst. He asked someone to carry her behind the school and to dig a pit for her grave. Fortunately, someone noticed before the burial that Lee was still breathing, and that bubbles of blood foamed from her mouth. Friends immediately rushed Lee to Nanking University Hospital, where doctors stitched up her 37 bayonet wounds. While unconscious, she miscarried that evening. Word of Lee's fight somehow reached her husband, who immediately asked the military for 3 months' leave and borrowed money to get back to Nanking. In August 1938 he returned, and found his wife, with her face swollen and cross-hatched with scars, and her newly shorn hair growing from her head like bristles. Lee would suffer both pain and embarrassment from her wounds for the rest of her life. Mucus leaked from a gaping hole on the side of her nose, and tears ran down her eyes during bad weather or bouts of illness. Miraculously, although the Japanese had stabbed the whites of her eyes with their bayonets, Lee did not go blind. Every time she looked in a mirror, she saw the scars that reminded her of that terrible day, December 19th, 1938. Now, after 58 years, the wrinkles have covered the scars, she told me during my visit to her apartment in Nanking. But when I was young, the scars on my face were obvious and terrible. Lee believes it was the combination of her personality and unique family background that gave her the will to fight back. Unlike other Chinese women, typically taught at an early age to be submissive, she came from a family completely devoid of feminine influence. Her mother died when she was only 13, forcing Lee to grow up among men in a tough military family. Her father, brother, and uncles were either soldiers or policemen, and under their influence she became a tomboy. As a young girl, she also possessed a temper so short that her father dared not teach her kung fu, no doubt out of fear that she would terrorize the other kids on the block. Almost 60 years later, surrounded by her numerous children and grandchildren, Lee had retained her health and passion for life, even her reputation for being ill-tempered. Her one regret, she said, was not learning kung fu from her father. Otherwise, she might have enjoyed the pleasure of killing all 3 of the Japanese soldiers that day. The death toll. How many people died during the rape of Nanking? When Minor Searle Bates, a history professor at Nanking University, was asked during the International Military Tribunal of the Far East, IMTFE, to give an estimate of the deaths, he answered, "The question is so big, I don't know where to begin. The total spread of this killing was so extensive that no one can give a complete picture of it." The Chinese military specialist Liu Fangchu proposed the figure of 430,000. Officials at the Memorial Hall of the Victims of the Nanking Massacre by Japanese invaders, and the procurator of the District Court of Nanking in 1946 claimed at least 300,000 were killed. The IMTFE judges concluded that more than 260,000 people were killed in Nanking. Fujiwara Akira, a Japanese historian, gives the figure of approximately 200,000. John Rabe, who never conducted a systematic count and left Nanking in February before the slaughter ended, estimated that only 50,000 to 60,000 were killed. The Japanese author Hata Ikuhiko claims that the number was between 38,000 and 42,000. Still others in Japan place the number as low as 3,000. In 1994, archival evidence emerged from a former Japanese-owned railway company in Manchuria to reveal that one burial squad alone disposed of more than 30,000 bodies in Nanking between January and March of 1938. Perhaps no one has made a more thorough study of the statistics than Sun Zaiwei, a historian at the Jiangsu Academy of Social Sciences. In a 1990 scholarly paper entitled The Nanking Massacre and the Nanking Population, he reports that according to census reports, the population in Nanking in 1937 exceeded 1 million before hostilities broke out between Japan and China. Using Chinese archival material, memoirs from Chinese military officials, and reports of the Nanking branch of the Red Cross, Sun determined that at the time of Japanese occupation, there were at least 500,000 long-term residents in the city. The rest had already left the city, plus 90,000 Chinese soldiers and tens of thousands of migrants. A total of approximately 600,000 people in Nanking, perhaps even 700,000. Sun gives his estimate in a second paper. The Nanking City Archives and the No. 2 National Archives of China contained burial records submitted by private families, local charitable organizations, and the Nanjing Zizi Wei Yuan Wei, the Chinese puppet government under the Japanese. After carefully examining these records, Sun found that charitable organizations in Nanking buried at least 185,000 bodies, private individuals at least 35,000, and the Japanese-controlled local government more than 7,400. Some of the burial records are so detailed they include categories for even the sex of the victims and the location of the disposal. Using Chinese burial records alone, Sun calculated that the number of dead from the rape of Nanking exceeded the figure of 227,400. However, this statistic balloons still larger if one factors in a stunning confession made by a Japanese prisoner almost 4 decades before Sun's paper was written. In 1954, while awaiting trial at the Fushuan war criminal camp in the northeastern province of Liaoning, Ota Hisao, a Japanese Imperial Army major, submitted a 44-page report in which he confessed that the Japanese Army burned, dumped, or buried bodies in a massive disposal effort. Most of the bodies came from Shakuan, the area near the river northwest of Nanking. On the waterfront, the Japanese piled 50 bodies onto each waiting boat, then took them to the middle of the river to dump overboard. Trucks carried bodies to other areas where they were burned and buried to eliminate evidence of the massacre. For 3 days, starting on December 15, 1937, Ota's army unit dumped 19,000 bodies of Chinese victims into the Nanking River, while a neighboring unit disposed of 81,000 bodies, and other units got rid of 50,000, a total of some 150,000 bodies. By adding Ota's figure to his tally of Chinese burial record statistics, Sun concluded that the total number of corpses amounted to a staggering 377,400, a figure that surpasses the death toll for the atomic blasts at Hiroshima and Nagasaki combined. Even if skeptics dismiss Ota's confession as a lie, one should keep in mind that even without his testimony, the burial records at Nanking offer convincing evidence that the death toll of the massacre was at the very least in the 200,000 range. Sun's research is corroborated by court exhibits that I unearthed from IMTFE records. By adding together the burial estimates of charitable organizations, later mentioned in Sun's paper, and the body counts made by other individuals, not mentioned in Sun's paper, the tribunal concluded that approximately 260,000 people were killed during the Nanking massacre. It is important to remember that the IMTFE number does not include Japanese burial statistics of the Chinese dead, which could push the figure into the 300,000 or even 400,000 range. A table representing IMTFE records, estimated number of victims of Japanese massacre in Nanking. Tsunshan 112,266. Red Swastika Society, 43,071. Shakuan District, 26,100. Stated by Mr. Lu Su, 57,400. Stated by Messrs. Zhui, Chang, and Yang, 7,000 or more. Stated by Mr. Wu, 2,000 or more. Stated on the tomb of the unknown victims, 3,000 or more. Total, approximately, 260,000. In recent years, other scholars have bolstered Sun's study and given credence to the argument that the death toll at Nanking may have surpassed 300,000 people. For instance, in his paper Let the Whole World Know the Nanking Massacre, Wu Tianwei, professor emeritus of history at Southern Illinois University, estimates that the population of the city before its fall was approximately 630,000 people, a figure he concedes is far from exact, but may be relatively close to the actual figure. After providing a detailed historiography of the body count research and examining the numbers carefully, he concludes that the death toll of the massacre exceeded 300,000 people, probably 340,000, of which 190,000 were killed collectively and 150,000 individually. The authors James Yin and Shi Young obtained a number on the same scale, approximately 355,000, after conducting their own investigation. Although their figure already represents the high end of the spectrum of death toll estimates, Yin and Young believe that the actual number of people killed in Nanking far exceeds the number they have been able to unearth from the records. They dismiss arguments from other experts who believe that considerable overlap may exist between death statistics, and who suggest, for instance, that many of the bodies the Japanese dumped in the river were washed on shore, reburied, and tallied twice in the body count. Any corpse that washed up on land, they contend, would have been buried next to the river rather in some remote location far from the river. But according to their research, most of the burial grounds were miles away from the banks of the Yangtze. It defies common sense, they argue, that the corpses, in advanced stages of decay from exposure, would be transported up hills or mountains or across fields for burial. Moreover, Yin and Young discovered through interviews with survivors that family members of rape and murder victims usually buried their dead immediately and neglected to report the burials to the authorities. Since their study tabulates numbers only from the reports of mass killings rather than individual random murders, Yin and Young believe that the total number of deaths from the Nanking massacre lies well in the 400,000 range. There is even compelling evidence that the Japanese themselves believed at the time of the massacre that the death toll at Nanking may have been as high as 300,000. The evidence is significant because not only was it generated by the Japanese themselves, but it was done so during the first month of the massacre, when the killing was far from over. On January 17, 1938, Foreign Minister Hirota Koki in Tokyo relayed the following message to his contacts in Washington, D.C., a message that American intelligence intercepted, deciphered, and later translated into English on February 1, 1938. Since return to Shanghai a few days ago, I investigated reported atrocities committed by Japanese Army in Nanking and elsewhere. Verbal accounts of reliable eyewitnesses and letters from individuals, whose credibility is beyond question, afford convincing proof the Japanese army behaved and is continuing to behave in a fashion reminiscent of Attila and his Huns. Not less than 300,000 Chinese civilians slaughtered, many cases in cold blood. It is tempting to suggest that if Chiang Kai-shek had pulled out his armies during the mass government evacuation from Nanking in November and left behind a defenseless city, perhaps wholesale massacre could have been averted. But a minute's thought shows the weakness in that argument. The Japanese, after all, had spent the preceding few months systematically destroying entire villages and cities on their warpath to Nanking, and committing similar atrocities elsewhere. Clearly, they needed no provocation from the Chinese for their actions. All we can say for certain is that a city devoid of Chinese soldiers would have at the very least taken away the Japanese excuse that serial executions were necessary to eliminate the soldiers hiding among the civilian population. But there is no evidence to suggest that it would have changed their actions. It is also tempting to suggest that if Chiang had refrained from ordering a senseless last-minute withdrawal from Nanking and had instead fought to the last man to save the city's fate would have been different. But here again we must be careful. Head-to-head combat would certainly not have worked. The Japanese were much better armed and trained, and would surely have overcome the Chinese forces sooner or later. But a lengthy, drawn-out struggle using guerrilla-style tactics might have demoralized the Japanese and elevated the Chinese. If nothing else, many more Japanese soldiers would have died fighting the Chinese, and their arrogance toward the Chinese soldier would have been muted by a fierce resistance. Chapter 5. The Nanking Safety Zone. In the history of every war, there are always a few rare individuals who emerge as beacons of hope for the persecuted. In the United States, the Quakers freed their own slaves and helped establish the Underground Railroad. In Europe, during World War II, Oskar Schindler, a Nazi, expended his fortune to save 1,200 Jews from the Auschwitz gas chambers, and Raoul Wallenberg, a Swedish diplomat, saved more than 100,000 Jews by giving them false passports. Who can forget Miep Kies, the Austrian woman who, together with others, hid the young Anne Frank and her family in an Amsterdam attic? Dark times paralyze most people, but some very few, for reasons most of us will never understand, are able to set aside all caution and do things even they could not imagine themselves doing in ordinary times. It is hard to talk about a bright spot in the horror that is the rape of Nanking. But if one can, it is surely to shine a light on the actions of a small band of Americans and Europeans who risked their lives to defy the Japanese invaders and rescue hundreds of thousands of Chinese refugees from almost certain extermination. These courageous men and women created the International Committee for the Nanking Safety Zone. This is their story. The decision to create a safety zone in the city of Nanking arose almost spontaneously, within weeks of the collapse of Shanghai. In November 1937, Father Jacquinot de Bessage, a French priest, established a neutral area in Shanghai to shelter 450,000 Chinese refugees whose homes had been destroyed by the invading Japanese soldiers. When the Presbyterian missionary W. Plumer Mills learned of Bessage's project, he suggested to his friends that a similar zone be created in Nanking. Mills and some 24 other people, mostly American but also German, Danish, Russian, and Chinese, ultimately designated a region slightly west of the center of the city as a safety zone. Within the zone were situated Nanking University, Ginling Women's Arts and Science College, the American Embassy, and various Chinese government buildings. In setting up the zone, the committee sought to offer refuge for non-combatants caught in the crossfire between the Japanese and Chinese militaries. The foreigners had every intention of shutting the zone down a few days or weeks after the city passed safely into Japanese hands. The idea was not universally accepted at first. The Japanese, for one, flatly refused to honor it. And as enemy troops approached the city, the Zone Committee heard urgent pleas not only from friends and family, but from Chinese, Japanese, and Western officials to abandon the project at once and flee for their lives. In early December, the American Embassy staff insisted that the zone leaders join them on board the USS Panay, a gunboat packed with diplomats, journalists, and Western and Chinese refugees, as it prepared to move upriver away from Nanking. But the zone leaders politely declined the offer, and after giving them a final warning, the diplomats on the Panay sailed away on December 9, 1937, leaving the remaining foreigners to their fate. Interestingly enough, the Panay would later be bombed and machine-gunned by Japanese aviators. On the afternoon of December 12th, Japanese aviators sunk the gunboat without warning, killing 2 people and wounding numerous others, even circling over the area repeatedly as if they planned to exterminate the survivors, who hid under a thicket of riverbank reeds. The reasons for the attack were unclear. The Japanese later claimed that their aviators lost their cool judgment in the heat of battle, and that fog or smoke prevented them from seeing the American flags on the Panay. But this claim was later proven to be demonstrably false. Not only was the day of the bombing sunny and cloudless, but the Japanese aviators had received explicit orders to bomb the Panay, orders the aviators carried out reluctantly, only after vehement protests and arguments. Today, some suspect that the bombing was a test to see how the Americans would react, while others believe it was the result of internal politics within the Japanese high command. But whatever the reason behind the attack, the city of Nanking turned out to be a safer place for the remaining foreigners than the Panay. The first refugees to enter the Nanking safety zone were those who had lost their homes to aerial bombardments or had abandoned homes on the outskirts of the city in the face of the approaching Japanese army. Soon these first refugees packed the camps so densely that it was said that many had to stand without sleeping for several days until new camps were added. Once the city fell, the zone housed not just thousands, but hundreds of thousands of people. For the next 6 weeks, the committee had to find a way to provide these refugees with the bare necessities of survival, food, shelter, and medical care. The committee members also had to protect them from physical harm. Often this required on-the-spot intervention to prevent the Japanese military from proceeding with some threatened action, and through it all, though no one asked them to do so, they documented and broadcasted Japanese outrages to the world. In doing so, they left a written record for posterity of what they had witnessed. In retrospect, it seems almost miraculous that some 24 foreigners managed to do everything they did while 50,000 Japanese soldiers ripped apart the city. Remember, by occupation, these men and women were missionaries, doctors, professors, and executives, not seasoned military officers. Their lifestyles had been sheltered and leisurely. "We were not rich," one woman said of that period, "but a little foreign money went a long way in China." Many were ensconced in luxurious mansions, surrounded by teams of servants. Strangely, because of an incident in Nanking a decade earlier, most expected to have more trouble with the Chinese than the Japanese. Those who had been in Nanking in 1927 remembered that during the nationalist invasion of the city, Chinese troops recklessly killed foreigners and besieged a group of them, including the American consul and his wife, in a house on top of Sakoni Hill. "Would they kill us?" one woman wrote of that horrible time. "Would they torture us as in the Boxer? Would they do worse? Torture the children before our eyes? I did not let my mind touch what they might do to us as women." Indeed, one of the foreign eyewitnesses of the 1937 massacre admitted, "We were more prepared for excesses from the fleeing Chinese, particularly troops from Shakuan, but never from the Japanese. On the contrary, we had expected that with the appearance of the Japanese, the return of peace, quiet, and prosperity would occur." The heroic efforts of the Americans and Europeans during this period are so numerous, their diaries run for thousands of pages, that it is impossible to narrate all of their deeds here. For this reason, I have decided to concentrate on the activities of 3 individuals: a German businessman, an American surgeon, and an American missionary professor, before describing the committee's achievements as a whole. On the surface, the 3 could not have been more different. The Nazi who saved Nanking. Perhaps the most fascinating character to emerge from the history of the rape of Nanking is the German businessman John Robbe. To most of the Chinese in the city, he was a hero, the living Buddha of Nanking, the legendary head of the international safety zone who saved hundreds of thousands of Chinese lives. But to the Japanese, Robbe was a strange and unlikely savior, for he was not only a German national, a citizen of a country allied with Japan, but the leader of the Nazi Party in Nanking. In 1996, I began an investigation into the life of John Robbe, and eventually unearthed thousands of pages of diaries that he and other Nazis kept during the rape. These diaries led me to conclude that John Robbe was the Oskar Schindler of China. Prior to the rape, Robbe had led a relatively peaceful, though well-traveled life. The son of a sea captain, he was born in Hamburg, Germany on November 23, 1882. After completing his apprenticeship in Hamburg, he worked a few years in Africa, and then in 1908 moved to China, where he found employment at the Peking office of the Siemens China Company. In 1931, he transferred to the Nanking office, selling telephones and electrical equipment to the Chinese government. Bald and bespectacled, dressed in conservative suits and bow ties, he looked like a typical middle-aged Western businessman in the city. Soon he became a pillar of the German community in Nanking, administering his own German school for elementary and junior high school students. As the years went by, Rabe became a staunch supporter of Nazism and the representative town leader of the Nazi Party in Nanking. In 1938, he would tell German audiences that, "I believe not only in the correctness of our political system, but as an organizer of the party, I am behind the system 100%. Decades later, his granddaughter Ursula Reinhardt insists that Rabe saw the Nazi Party primarily as a socialist organization and did not support the persecution of Jews and other ethnic groups in Germany. This may well be true. During his visits to various ministries in Nanking, Rabe repeatedly summed up his Nazi philosophy in socialist terms. "We are soldiers of work. We are a government of workers. We are friends to the worker. We will never leave the worker's side in times of crisis." When most of his fellow German nationals, on the advice of friends and embassy officials, departed China long before the Japanese military reached the gates of the city, Rabe chose to stay and was soon elected the head of the safety zone. In fact, even when Japanese embassy officials met with him and suggested more strongly that he leave, he remained. Dispatched by his superiors to protect Rabe during the fall of Nanking, Japanese Major Oka asked him, "Why in the devil did you stay? Why do you want to involve yourself in our military affairs? What does all this matter to you? You haven't lost anything here." Rabe paused for a moment, then gave Oka his answer. "I've been living here in China for over 30 years, Rabe said. "My kids and grandchildren were born here, and I'm happy and successful here. I have always been treated well by the Chinese people, even during the war. If I had spent 30 years in Japan and were treated just as well by the Japanese people, you can be assured that in a time of emergency, such as the situation China faces now, I would not leave the side of the people in Japan." This answer satisfied the Japanese major, who respected the concept of loyalty. He took a step back, mumbled some words about samurai obligations, and bowed deeply. Rabe wrote of the incident. But Rabe had an even more personal reason not to walk away and protect himself. He felt responsible for the safety of his Chinese employees, a team of Siemens mechanics who maintained the turbines in the city's main power plant, the telephones and clocks in every ministry, the alarms in the police stations and the banks, and an enormous X-ray machine at the central hospital. "What I only had a premonition of then," Rabe wrote, "but what I now know, is that all of them would have been killed or severely injured if I had left their side." Earlier that year, Rabe had endured countless air raids in Nanking, with scarcely more than a foxhole and a few planks of wood for protection. Clothing was also scarce, especially after Rabe made the mistake around late September of storing his entire wardrobe on the Cutwo, a ship used to transport German nationals out of Nanking, for safekeeping. Upon its arrival at Hangzhou, the Cutwo dumped its unclaimed luggage, leaving Rabe with only 2 suits, one of which he gave to a Chinese refugee who he believed needed it more than he did. But his biggest concern was not for his own personal safety or well-being, but for the establishment of the safety zone. The committee members wanted the zone to be free of all military activity, but the Japanese army refused to recognize it as neutral territory, and the committee found it next to impossible to dislodge Chinese General Tang Shen-chi's men from the area, especially because Tang's own villa stood within it. For Rabe, the final straw came when the Chinese army not only refused to evacuate the area, but erected its gun turrets on streets inside the zone. Losing his patience, Rabe threatened to quit his position as head of the safety zone and tell the world the reason why, unless Tang evacuated his troops from the area immediately. "They promised me that my wishes would be respected," Rabe said, "but the fulfillment itself took a bit longer." Rabe sensed the need to call on higher authorities for help. On November 25th, he wired Adolf Hitler to request the Führer's kindly intercession in asking that the Japanese government grant the building of a neutral zone for those who are not fighting to battle for Nanking. At the same time, Rabe also sent a telegram to his friend, General Counsel Mr. Kriebel, asking cordially for support of my request of the Führer, which otherwise would make a terrible bloodbath unavoidable. Heil Hitler. Rabe, Siemens representative and head of the International Committee in Nanking. Neither Hitler nor Kriebel replied. But Rabe soon noticed something unusual in the Japanese bombing pattern in the city. Before he sent the telegrams, Japanese planes bombed areas within Nanking indiscriminately. Afterwards, they attacked only military targets, such as military schools, airstrips, and arsenals. Wrote Rabe, "This was the goal of my telegram, and it made quite a lasting impression on my American colleagues." But his triumph was short-lived, as one crisis loomed after another. Originally, Rabe and his colleagues hoped to reserve the empty buildings in the zone for the poorest people of Nanking. To avoid a rush of people, the committee had pasted posters all over the city, urging refugees to rent housing from friends. But so many people surged into the area of 2.5 square miles that Rabe soon found himself with 50,000 more residents than he had expected, even in the worst-case scenario. The refugees not only packed the buildings, but spilled forth onto lawns, trenches, and bomb dugouts. Entire families slept in the open streets, while hundreds of mat dwellings mushroomed next to the American embassy. By the time the city fell, the safety zone, its borders lined by white flags and sheets marked with the Red Cross symbol within a red circle, was a swarming human beehive of 250,000 refugees. Sanitation soon posed another nightmare. The filth in the camps, especially the toilets, enraged Rabe, and it took a tirade on his part to get the refugee center on the Siemens grounds in acceptable order. Afterwards, when Rabe inspected the Siemens camp, he found not only were the toilets in better shape, but every wall on the Siemens grounds had been repaired. "Nobody would tell me where the beautiful new bricks came from," Rabe wrote. "I determined later on that many of the newer buildings in the area were considerably shorter than before." But the shortage of food created the worst headache of all for the zone leaders. In early December, the mayor of Nanking gave the International Committee 30,000 tan, or 2,000 tons, of rice, and 10,000 bags of flour to feed the population. But the food was stored outside of the city, and the committee lacked the necessary trucks to bring it into the zone. The Chinese military had already commandeered most of the vehicles in the area to transport 20,000 men and 5,000 cases of Peking Palace treasures out of the capital. Desperate civilians and individual soldiers had stolen virtually all the rest. With no alternative open to them, Rabe and the remaining foreigners drove frantically through Nanking, using their own automobiles to haul as much rice as possible into the zone. As the Japanese bombarded the city, the foreigners continued the deliveries. One driver actually lost an eye from flying shrapnel. In the end, the zone leaders secured only a fraction of the total food available, 10,000 tan of rice and 1,000 bags of flour. But the food went far to stave off hunger for many of the refugees in the zone. On December 9th, recognizing the dire situation ahead, the committee tried to negotiate a 3-day ceasefire, during which the Japanese could keep their positions and the Chinese could withdraw peacefully from the walled city. However, Chiang Kai-shek did not agree to the ceasefire, prompting the Japanese to begin a furious bombardment of Nanking the following day. On December 12th, the committee was again approached by the Chinese military, this time to negotiate a surrender. But again the plan fell through. From that point on, there was little Rabe could do that day but watch and wait for the inevitable. He recorded the events as they unfolded, hour by hour. At 6:30 p.m. on December 12th, he wrote, "The cannons on the Purple Mountain fire continuously. There is lightning and thunder all around it. Suddenly the entire mountain is in flames. Some houses and munitions depots are also on fire." At that moment, Rabe recalled an ancient Chinese saying that portended the city's doom. "When the Purple Mountain burns, then Nanking is lost." At 8 p.m., Rabe watched as the skies to the south of the city glowed red with flames. Then he heard frantic knocking on both gates of his house. Chinese women and children were begging for entrance. Men were scaling the garden wall behind his German school. And people were cramming themselves into the foxholes in his garden, even ducking under the giant German flag he had used to warn pilots from bombing his property. The cries and knocking increased until Rabe could bear it no longer. He flung open the gates to let the crowd in, but the noise only intensified as the night wore on. Exasperated, Rabe donned a steel helmet and ran through his garden, yelling at everyone to shut up. At 11:30 p.m., Rabe received a surprise visitor. It was Christian Kroger, a fellow Nazi Party member in his mid-30s who worked for the German engineering firm of Karlovitz and Company. The tall blonde engineer had come to China to oversee the construction of a large steel mill, but found himself, like Rabe, in the midst of Nanking's insanity. The International Committee had appointed Kroger its treasurer. Kroger had stopped by to tell Rabe that Zhongshan Road was littered with weapons and supplies that the Chinese military had left behind during its retreat. Someone had even abandoned a bus, offering it for sale for $20. "Do you think someone will take it?" Kroger asked. "But Christian, how can they?" Rabe said. "Nah, I ordered the man to come into my office in the morning." Finally, the din around his house began to diminish. The exhausted Rabe, who had not had time even to change clothes for 2 days, lay back in bed, trying to relax, as the society he knew and loved collapsed around him. He knew that the Ministry of Communication building was burning down, and that the city would fall any minute. Rabe reassured himself that things would only get better, not worse, from this point on. "You don't have to be scared of the Japanese," his Chinese colleagues had told him. "As soon as they have taken over the city, peace and order will prevail. The rail connections with Shanghai will be quickly rebuilt, and the stores will return to their normal functions." Before he fell asleep, Rabe thought, "Thank God that the worst has been overcome." The next morning, Rabe awoke to the sound of yet another air raid. Apparently not all of the Chinese army had been forced from the city, he thought. It was only 5 a.m., so he laid down again. Like most people in the city, Rabe had become so jaded by air raids that the blasts no longer bothered him. Later that morning, Rabe explored the city to check out the extent of the damage. In the streets lay numerous Chinese corpses, many of them civilians who had been shot in the back. He watched a group of Japanese soldiers push their way into a German coffee house. When Rabe chastised them for stealing, pointing to the German flags on the house, an English-speaking Japanese soldier snapped, "We are hungry. If you want to complain, go to the Japanese embassy. They will pay for it." The Japanese soldiers also told Rabe that their supply column had not arrived, and they could not count on the column for any nourishment even if it did arrive. Later, Rabe learned that the soldiers looted the coffee house, then set it afire. Worse was to come. In the distance, Rabe saw Japanese soldiers marching north from the south side of Nanking to occupy the rest of the city. To avoid them, he immediately drove north and reached the main street of the city, Zhongshan Road, stopping at the Red Cross Hospital in the Foreign Ministry. The Chinese staff had fled the premises, and bodies were everywhere, clogging the rooms, corridors, and even the exits from the hospital. That day, Rabe encountered the remains of the Chinese army, hungry and exhausted stragglers who had failed to cross the Yangtze River to safety. Driving through Shanxi Road Circle, he met 400 Chinese troops, all of them still armed, marching in the direction of the advancing Japanese army. It was then that Rabe had a sudden humanitarian impulse that was to haunt his conscience for months, if not years, afterwards. Warning them about the Japanese troops to the south, Rabe advised the Chinese soldiers to throw away their machine guns and join the refugees in the safety zone. After a short discussion, they agreed and followed Rabe into the zone. Similarly, when hundreds of Chinese soldiers found themselves trapped on the northern side of the city, unable to secure passage across the river, many broke into the safety zone, begging the American and European administrators to save their lives. The committee members were uncertain as to whether they should help them. After all, they had created the zone as a sanctuary for civilians, not soldiers. The committee tried to resolve the dilemma by addressing the issue with Japanese Army headquarters, but got no further than a captain on Hangjung Road. Moved by the plight of the soldiers, the committee eventually caved in to their pleas. Like Rabe, they told the soldiers that if they laid down their arms, the Japanese might treat them mercifully. Then they helped the soldiers disarm and housed them in various buildings within the neutral area. In the confusion, many of the soldiers stripped off their uniforms and mingled with the civilians in the zone. The next day, John Rabe wrote a long letter explaining the situation to a Japanese military commander. He begged the Japanese to exercise mercy toward the former soldiers and to treat them humanely according to the recognized laws of war. To Rabe's great relief, a Japanese officer promised him that the lives of the Chinese soldiers would be spared. But relief turned into horror when the Japanese betrayed Rabe and seized the disarmed soldiers for execution. If Rabe had hoped that the Japanese would not be able to separate the troops from the hundreds of thousands of civilians, he was sorely mistaken. The Japanese detected virtually every one of the former soldiers by examining their hands, knowing that the daily use of guns caused calluses on certain areas on the fingers of soldiers. They also examined shoulders for backpack marks, foreheads and hair for indentations from military caps, and even feet for blisters caused from months of marching. During a staff conference the night of December 14th, the committee learned that the Japanese had rounded up 1,300 men in a safety zone camp near the headquarters to shoot them. We knew that there were a number of ex-soldiers among them, but Rabe had been promised by an officer that afternoon that their lives would be spared. George Fitch, the YMCA representative, wrote in his diary of the incident. It was now all too obvious what they were going to do. The men were lined up and roped together in groups of about 100 by soldiers with bayonets fixed. Those who had hats had them roughly torn off and thrown to the ground. And then by the lights of our headlights, we watched them marched away to their doom. Did I have the right to act that way? Rabe wrote later of his decision to quarter the soldiers in the zone. Did I handle that correctly? For the next few days, Rabe watched helplessly as the Japanese dragged thousands more soldiers from the zone and executed them. The Japanese killed thousands of innocent men who happened to have calluses on their fingers, foreheads, or feet, men who were rickshaw coolies, manual laborers, and police officers. Rabe later witnessed the Red Swastika Society, a charitable Buddhist organization in the city, pull more than 120 corpses from a single pond. In a later report, Rabe pointed out that several ponds in Nanking actually disappeared because they were so filled with corpses. As both head of the International Committee and local head of the Nazi Party, a position that was certain to carry some weight with the Japanese authorities, Rabe wrote letter after letter to the Japanese embassy. At first he was unfailingly polite, toning down his anger because of his perceived obligation, as a German citizen and Nazi leader, to maintain the relationship between the two embassies. He asked the American members of the committee to let him review their letters to the Japanese embassy so that he could put some honey into them as well. He maintained his polite tone in his personal visits to the embassy. In turn, the Japanese diplomats received Rabe's letters and visits with gracious smiles and official courtesy, but in the end he always received the same answer: "We shall inform the military authorities." As days passed, each bringing its own unrelenting onslaught of fresh atrocities, Rabe's written communication to the Japanese grew increasingly hostile, punctuated with exclamations of outrage. All 27 Westerners in the city at that time and our Chinese population were totally surprised by the reign of robbery, rapine, and killing initiated by your soldiers on the 14th. We did not find a single Japanese patrol either in the zone or at the entrances. Yesterday, in broad daylight, several women at the seminary were raped right in the middle of a large room filled with men, women, and children. We 22 Westerners cannot feed 200,000 Chinese civilians and protect them night and day. That is the duty of the Japanese authorities. If you can give them protection, we can help feed them. If this process of terrorism continues, it will be next to impossible to locate workers to get the essential services started. Gradually, Rabe and the rest of the International Committee began to read the real message in the diplomats' answers. It was the military, not the embassy, calling the shots. Fukuda Tokiyasu, secretary of the Japanese embassy, told Rabe as much by saying, "The Japanese army wants to make it very bad for the town, but we, the embassy, will try to prevent it." During the Great Rape, some Japanese embassy officials actually suggested that the International Committee seek publicity in Japan directly, so that public opinion would force the Japanese government to take action. But at the same time, another embassy official urged Rabe to remain silent, warning him that, if you tell the newspaper reporters anything bad, you will have the entire Japanese army against you. Finally, with only his status as an official of an allied nation for protection, Rabe did what now seems the unthinkable. He began to roam about the city trying to prevent atrocities himself. Whenever he drove through Nanking, some man would inevitably leap out and stop the car to beg Rabe to stop a rape in progress, a rape that usually involved a sister, a wife, or a daughter. Rabe would then let the man climb into the car and direct him to the scene of the rape. Once there, he would chase Japanese soldiers away from their prey, on one occasion even bodily lifting a soldier sprawled on top of a young girl. He knew these expeditions were highly dangerous. The Japanese had pistols and bayonets, and I had only party symbols and my swastika armband, Rabe wrote in his report to Hitler. But nothing could deter him from making them, not even the risk of death. His diary entry on January 1st, 1938, is typical. The mother of a young attractive girl called out to me and, throwing herself on her knees, crying, said I should help her. Upon entering the house, I saw a Japanese soldier lying completely naked on a young girl who was crying hysterically. I yelled at this swine in any language it would be understood. "Happy New Year!" And he fled from there, naked and with his pants in his hand. Rabe was appalled by the rape in the city. In the streets he passed scores of female corpses, raped and mutilated, next to the charred remains of their homes. Groups of 3 to 10 marauding soldiers would begin by traveling through the city and robbing whatever there was to steal, Rabe wrote in his report to Hitler. They would continue by raping the women and girls and killing anything and anyone that offered any resistance, attempted to run away from them, or simply happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. There were girls under the age of 8 and women over the age of 70 who were raped, and then in the most brutal way possible, knocked down and beat up. We found corpses of women on beer glasses, and others who had been lanced by bamboo shoots. I saw the victims with my own eyes. I talked to some of them right before their deaths and had their bodies brought to the morgue at the Kulo Hospital, so that I could be personally convinced that all of these reports had touched on the truth. As he walked through the burning wreckage of his beloved city, Rabe could read on almost every street corner beautiful Japanese posters that proclaimed, "Trust our Japanese army, they will protect and feed you." Determined to save Chinese lives, Rabe sheltered as many people as he could, turning his house and office into sanctuary for Siemens employees and their families. Rabe also harbored hundreds of Chinese women on his property, permitting them to live in tiny straw huts in his backyard. With these women, Rabe developed a warning system to protect them from Japanese rapists. Whenever Japanese soldiers scaled the wall of his yard, the women would blow a whistle and send Rabe running out into the yard to chase the offenders away. This happened so frequently that Rabe rarely left his home at night, fearful that Japanese intruders would commit an orgy of rape in his absence. He complained about the situation to Japanese military officers, but they failed to take the matter seriously. Even when Rabe caught a Japanese soldier raping a woman in one of the backyard straw huts, a military officer did nothing to punish the rapist except slap him across the face. If Rabe was frustrated by the futility of the situation, by the limitations of what he and some 20 other individuals could accomplish to protect hundreds of thousands of civilians from more than 50,000 Japanese soldiers, he did not show it. He knew it was crucial to hide any sign of weakness from the Japanese and to overwhelm them with a domineering presence and energy. Fortunately, his status as a Nazi caused several Japanese soldiers to hesitate before committing further mayhem, at least in his presence. George Fitch, the local YMCA secretary, wrote that, "When any of them objects, Rabe thrusts his Nazi armband in their face and points to his Nazi decoration, the highest in the country, and asks them if they know what that means. It always works." The Japanese soldiers appeared to respect, at times even fear, the Nazis of Nanking, while the Japanese privates did not hesitate to beat up the Americans, charge at them with bayonets, or even to push one American missionary down a flight of stairs. They exercised considerable restraint in their dealings with Rabe and his countrymen. Once, when 4 Japanese soldiers in the midst of raping and looting saw Eduard Sperling's swastika armband, they screamed, "Deutsche! Deutsche!" and ran away. On another occasion, the swastika probably saved Rabe's life. One evening, Japanese soldiers broke into his property, and Rabe confronted them with his flashlight. One of them reached for his pistol as if to shoot Rabe, but stopped when he realized it would be bad business to shoot a German subject. If the Japanese respected Rabe, the Chinese refugee community revered him. To them he was the man who rescued daughters from sexual slavery and sons from machine gun fire. Rabe's very presence sometimes touched off riots in safety zone camps. During one of his visits to the zone, thousands of Chinese women flung themselves to the ground before him, weeping and begging for protection, declaring they would rather commit suicide on the spot than leave the zone to be raped and tortured. Rabe tried to keep hope alive for his refugees in the midst of their terror. He hosted little birthday celebrations for the children born to refugee women living in his backyard. Each newborn received a gift, $10 for baby boys and $9.50 for baby girls. As Rabe explained in his report to Hitler, girls in China aren't worth as much as boys. Typically, when a boy was born, he received Rabe's name, and if a girl was born, she received his wife's name, Dora. Rabe's courage and generosity ultimately won the respect of the other members of the International Committee, even those fundamentally opposed to Nazism. George Fitch wrote to his friends that he would almost wear a Nazi badge to keep fellowship with Rabe and the other Germans in Nanking. Even Dr. Robert Wilson, a man thoroughly repulsed by Nazism, sang Rabe's praises in letters to his family. He is well up in Nazi circles, and after coming into such close contact with him as we have for the past few weeks, and discovering what a splendid man he is and what a tremendous heart he has, it is hard to reconcile his personality with his adulation of Der Führer. The only surgeon in Nanking. It is not surprising that Robert Wilson stayed in Nanking when virtually every other surgeon left, for Nanking, the city of his birth and boyhood, had always commanded a special place in his heart. Born in 1904, Wilson was reared by a family of Methodist missionaries who had shaped many of Nanking's educational institutions. His uncle, John Ferguson, founded the University of Nanking. His father worked as an ordained minister and middle school instructor in the city, while his mother, a college-educated Greek scholar who spoke several languages fluently, ran her own school for missionary children. As a teenager, Robert Wilson even learned geometry from Pearl Buck, who would later win the Nobel Prize in Literature for her novels about China. Thriving in this environment and displaying exceptional intellectual promise, Wilson won, at age 17, a scholarship to Princeton University. Upon graduation from college, he taught Latin and mathematics for 2 years at a high school in Connecticut, enrolled in Harvard Medical School, and then served as an intern at St. Luke's Hospital in New York, where he courted and married the head nurse. But rather than pursue a career in the United States, Wilson decided that his future lay in his hometown of Nanking, and taking his bride with him, he returned in 1935 to practice medicine at the University of Nanking Hospital. The first 2 years for the Wilsons were perhaps the most idyllic of their lives. Time was marked by a slow-paced charm, dinners with other missionary couples, elegant teas and receptions at foreign embassies, parties at sprawling country villas staffed with private cooks and coolies. In the evenings he read ancient Chinese in its original text, and studied under a private tutor to expand his knowledge of the language. He also took every Wednesday afternoon off to play tennis. Sometimes he and his wife would go to the lake together and have dinner on a boat, inhaling the perfumed air as they drifted through watery lanes of red lotus blossom. War, however, shattered forever the timeless serenity the Wilsons had enjoyed in Nanking. After the Marco Polo Bridge incident in July, the people of Nanking began to carry gas masks in the street, along with chemical solution and layers of gauze, fearing a Japanese poison gas attack. By August 1937, when the Japanese started to bomb the capital, his wife Marjorie had boarded a gunboat with their infant daughter Elizabeth and arrived safely at Kuling. But Wilson, fearing his wife and child would starve to death if the war continued, insisted that they return to the United States. Mrs. Wilson complied with his wishes and went back to work at St. Luke's in New York, while her mother cared for the baby. But there was no question that Dr. Wilson himself would stay in Nanking. He saw this as his duty, his wife recalled almost 60 years later. The Chinese were his people. No doubt to dispel loneliness that autumn, Wilson moved into the house of J. Lossing Buck, the former husband of Pearl Buck, and the house soon filled up with his friends, the surgeon Richard Brady, the United Christian missionary James McCallum, and other people who would later serve as members of the International Committee for the Nanking Safety Zone. Like Wilson, many of these men had sent their wives and children away from Nanking. When he wasn't busy with patients, Wilson often wrote letters home to his family. Most contained gruesome descriptions of the victims of Japanese bombs, such as the girl who had crouched with her back to an explosion only to have her buttocks ripped off. From the casualties of war, he dug out a growing heap of shrapnel and bullets. Enough, he wrote cynically, to open a respectable museum before the war was over. Even though he knew that the Japanese had no qualms about bombing hospitals, Wilson continued to go to work. On September 25th, in one of the worst air raids Nanking had ever experienced, the Japanese aimed two 1,000-pound bombs at the Central Hospital and Ministry of Health, despite the presence of a large red cross clearly painted on one of the roofs. The bombs landed only 50 feet away from a dugout where 100 doctors and nurses were hiding. Wilson did everything possible in the hospital to minimize the risk of attracting Japanese bombs. Heavy black curtains were drawn over the windows to hide lit rooms from Japanese aviators. But the city crawled with rumors of spies guiding pilots to key targets with red and green lanterns at night. During one raid, a stranger crept into the hospital with a red-shielded flashlight instead of a green or black-shielded one, and aroused suspicions when he tried to open a window that had been securely shut to prevent the seepage of poison gas. He raised even more eyebrows when he asked a Chinese aviator patient a number of unusual questions about the flying height and range of Chinese bombers. As autumn drew to a close, Wilson found himself tremendously overworked. More people needed medical attention than ever before, not only civilian victims of Japanese bombs, but veterans from Shanghai. There were approximately 100,000 wounded Chinese veterans in hospitals between Shanghai and the city of Wuhu. Trainload after trainload dumped them off at the station in Xiaquan, the northern Nanking suburb. Some lay dying on the floor of the station, while others limped aimlessly through the capital. Soldiers who healed were returned to the front, but those who lost arms or legs, those crippled beyond hope, were simply turned loose with $2 compensations and instructions to go home. Home was far away for most soldiers. Few had the money or physical energy to get there. Abandoned by their leaders, stranded in the Shanghai-Nanking area, thousands of Chinese veterans, blind, lame, rotting away from wounds and infections, were reduced to begging in the streets. As the situation worsened, the staff at the hospital shrank. Chinese doctors and nurses fled the city, joining the hundreds of thousands of Nanking residents in their westward migration. Wilson did all he could to dissuade his medical staff from leaving, insisting that under martial law they would have nothing to fear after the city fell. Ultimately, however, he was unable to convince them to stay. By the end of the first week of December, there were only 3 doctors at the University of Nanking Hospital: Robert Wilson, C.S. Trimmer, and a Chinese physician. When Richard Brady, the only other American surgeon in the city, left Nanking because his little girl was seriously ill in Kuling, Wilson was the only person left to perform the hourly amputations. "It is quite a sensation," he wrote on December 7th, "to be the only surgeon in a big war-torn city." A week later, Wilson nearly lost his life. On the afternoon of December 13, he had decided to perform a delicate operation on a patient who had suffered severe eye injury from a bomb. Wilson had to remove what was left of the eye in order to save the other one. The eyeball was halfway out when a shell landed 50 yards away from Wilson and exploded, shattering the windows and spraying the room with shrapnel. No one was killed or injured, but Wilson noted that the nurses were naturally pretty shaky and wanted to know whether they should continue the operation. There was obviously nothing else to do, Wilson wrote, but I don't think any eyes have come out that fast. By nightfall of December 13th, the Japanese had seized complete control of the ancient capital. Wilson saw Japanese flags fluttering all over town. The following day, the conquering army began to take over the hospitals in the city. They broke into the main hospital of the Chinese army, located within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and run by safety zone members who had organized themselves as a chapter of the Red Cross, and trapped hundreds of Chinese soldiers inside. The Japanese forbade doctors to enter the hospital or send food to the wounded soldiers, who were later marched out and systematically shot. After 3 out of 4 Red Cross hospitals fell in this manner to the Japanese, the International Committee concentrated its efforts on the University of Nanking Hospital. During the first few days of occupation, Wilson watched the Japanese soldiers loot and burn the city. He saw them rob the University of Nanking Hospital, and frustrated that he could not stop all of the thefts, mentally aimed a swift kick at a soldier who tried to steal a camera from a nurse. He also watched soldiers burn a heap of musical instruments in the street, and wondered whether the destruction of property was a Japanese plot to compel the people of Nanking to buy Japanese goods later. Wilson even witnessed the ransacking of his own home. Venturing to his house to survey possible damage, he caught red-handed 3 Japanese soldiers in the process of looting it. They had broken into the attic, opened up a big trunk, and strewn its contents all over the floor. One of them was peering into a microscope when Wilson walked in. Upon seeing him, all 3 soldiers ran down the stairs and out the door. The crowning insult was on the 2nd floor, where one had just finished depositing his calling card on the floor of the toilet, within a foot of the toilet bowl, Wilson wrote. He had covered it with a clean towel which had been left hanging in the room. But nothing of the looting could compare to the rape and murder that he witnessed in the city. Even Wilson, now a jaded war surgeon, found the intensity of the atrocities shocking. December 15th. The slaughter of civilians is appalling. I could go on for pages, telling of cases of rape and brutality, almost beyond belief. December 18th. Today marks the 6th day of modern Dante's Inferno, written in huge letters with blood and rape. Murder by the wholesale and rape by the thousands of cases. There seems to be no stop to the ferocity, lust, and stavism of the brutes. At first I tried to be pleasant to them to avoid arousing their ire, but the smile has gradually worn off and my stare is fully as cool and fishy as theirs. December 19th. All the food is being stolen from the poor people and they are in a state of terror-stricken hysterical panic. When will it stop? Christmas Eve. Now they tell us that there are 20,000 soldiers still in the zone, where they get their figures no one knows, and that they are going to hunt them out and shoot them all. That will mean every able-bodied male between the ages of 18 and 50 that is now in the city. How can they ever look anybody in the face again? By the end of the year, his letters carried a fatalistic air. The only consolation is that it can't be worse, he wrote on December 30th. They can't kill as many people as there aren't any more to kill. Frequently, Wilson and the others saw the Japanese round up Chinese soldiers, shoot them, and stuff the bodies in dirt air raid shelters that doubled as mass graves. But Wilson heard that many Chinese people were executed not because they posed any threat to the Japanese army, but because their bodies served a practical purpose. After the fall of Nanking, the big trenches that the Chinese had built for tank traps were filled to the brim by the Chinese with the bodies of dead and wounded soldiers. When the Japanese failed to find enough bodies of dead soldiers so tanks could pass over them, they shot nearby residents and threw them in the trenches as well. The witness who told Wilson the story borrowed a camera so that he could take pictures to confirm his statements. There was very little Wilson could do to prevent these murders. The Japanese soldiers he confronted often made a point of conspicuously playing with their weapons, loading and unloading them, in order to intimidate him and other foreigners. Wilson fully expected to be shot in the back at any moment. One of the worst scenes Wilson saw in Nanking, a scene he would remember for the rest of his life, was a massive gang rape of teenage girls in the street. A group of young women between the ages of 15 and 18 were lined up by the Japanese, and then raped in the dirt, one after another, by an entire regiment. Some hemorrhaged and died, while others killed themselves shortly afterwards. But the scenes in the hospitals were even more horrifying than those in the streets. Wilson was mortified by the women who came to the emergency room with their bellies ripped open, by the charred and horrified disfigured men whom the Japanese tried to burn alive, and by numerous other horrors he barely had time to describe on paper. He told his wife that he would never forget the woman whose head was nearly cut off, teetering from a point on her neck. This morning came another woman in a sad plight and with a horrible story. A hospital volunteer wrote of this woman in his diary on January 3, 1938. She was one of the 5 women whom the Japanese soldiers had taken to one of their medical units, to wash their clothes by day, to be raped by night. 2 of them were forced to satisfy from 15 to 20 men, and the prettiest one as many as 40 each night. This one who came to us had been called off by 3 soldiers into an isolated place where they attempted to cut off her head. The muscles of the neck had been cut, but they failed to sever the spinal cord. She feigned death, but dragged herself to the hospital, another of the many to bear witness to the brutality of soldiers. Yet in the midst of their pain and suffering, Wilson was amazed by the willpower of some of his patients. In a letter to his family dated New Year's Day 1938, he told an incredible account of survival. Chinese soldiers burned down the home of a 29-year-old woman in a tiny village south of Nanking, forcing her to head for the capital by foot with her 5 small children. By nightfall, a Japanese airplane dove down at them, strafing the family with machine gun fire and sending a bullet through the mother's right eye and out her neck. She fainted in shock, but awoke the next morning lying in a pool of blood next to her crying children. Too weak to carry her youngest child, a 3-month-old baby, she left it behind in an empty house. Yet she somehow found the strength to struggle on to Nanking with her 4 remaining children, making her way successfully to the hospital. Wilson and other volunteers stayed in the hospital until they wavered on the verge of collapse. The International Committee could have used medical help from outside the city, but the Japanese would not permit doctors or medical volunteers to enter Nanking. So the burden of caring for the sick and administering the zone fell on this tiny, beleaguered committee of no more than some 20 individuals. They worked in shifts to ensure that the hospital was guarded from the Japanese by at least 1 foreigner 24 hours a day. Some of them became so overworked that they succumbed to colds, flu, and various other illnesses. During the massacre, the only other Western doctor in the city, C.S. Trimmer, struggled with a fever of 102 degrees. The University of Nanking Hospital swiftly became another refugee camp, because Wilson refused to discharge patients who had no place to go. Patients who did leave the hospital were accompanied by foreigners to ensure that they returned home safely. James McCallum acted as the hospital chauffeur, driving patients about town in unpainted, patched-up ambulances. Survivors of the massacre remember that the exhausted McCallum pressed cold towels against his face to stay awake as he drove patients home. But when even cold towels failed to keep his eyes open, McCallum resorted to chewing his tongue until it bled. Few people in Nanking pushed themselves as hard as Wilson did in the hospital. When the massacre and rapes gradually subsided, several of the other physicians went to Shanghai every weekend to recover from the strain. But Wilson continued to operate on patients relentlessly, day and night, around the clock. His selflessness was remembered almost 60 years later by survivors who spoke of Wilson with great reverence, at least one of them discussing in detail the preparation and successful result of his operation under Wilson's hands. He operated for free, because few patients had money to pay him. but the surgeries exacted a terrible price from his own health. In the end, his family believes that only his faith as a devout Methodist, combined with his love for China, gave him the courage to survive the rape of Nanking. The Living Goddess of Nanking. Wilhelmina Vautrin, or Minnie Vautrin as most people called her, by occupation head of the Education Department and Dean of Studies at Ginling Women's Arts and Science College, was one of the few Western women in the city during the first few weeks of the Nanking Massacre. Years later, she would be remembered not only for her courage in protecting thousands of women from Japanese soldiers, but also for the diary she kept, a diary that some historians believe will eventually be recognized, much like the diary of Anne Frank, for its importance in illuminating the spirit of a single witness during a Holocaust of war. Vautrin, the daughter of a blacksmith, was 51 years old in 1937. Raised in the tiny farming community of Secor, Illinois, she was sent to live with neighbors when her mother died 6 years later. In their homes, Vautrin was often treated little better than a servant or field hand, and she found herself herding cattle during the bleakest months of winter. Despite the impoverishment of her childhood, she was able to work her way through school, graduating with honors in 1912 from the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. Tall and handsome in her youth, with long dark hair, she was a vivacious and popular woman who attracted numerous suitors. But by the time she graduated from the University of Illinois, she had made up her mind to forego marriage. Instead, she joined the United Christian Missionary Association and moved to Hefei, a city in the Anhui province of China, where she worked for 7 years as the principal of a girls' school and learned to speak Chinese. Then Vautrin moved to Nanking, to the position she held at the time of the massacre. Vautrin was clearly very happy in Nanking. On visits to her hometown in Illinois, she talked incessantly of China, its culture, its people, and its history. She gave her family silkworm cocoons and taught them how to cook and eat Chinese food. In her diary, she never ceased to marvel at the beauty of the Nanking landscape. An avid gardener, she planted roses and chrysanthemums at Ginling College, visiting greenhouses at Sun Yat-sen Memorial Park, walking down the fragrant lanes of plum and peach trees near the Ming tombs. In the summer of 1937, while vacationing with friends in the seaside summer resort of Tsingtao, Vautrin heard that a Japanese soldier had disappeared a few miles south of Peking. The disappearance triggered several battles between the Chinese and Japanese in the area, prompting a friend of hers to comment darkly that the assassination of only 2 people in Sarajevo in 1914 had eventually culminated in the deaths of more than 11 million people. Still, Vautrin refused to join the other Americans evacuating Nanking, and so the American embassy lent her a new 9-foot American flag to lay flat on the center of the grassy quadrangle of Ginling College to protect the campus against Japanese pilots. The embassy staff also gave her and the other international committee members lengths of rope to knot into ladders, and told them that once the Panay departed with the American embassy officials and the Chinese military slammed all the gates shut, their only hope of escape would be over the city walls. But Vautrin hardly had time to think about running away. With most of the faculty gone from Nanking, most had abandoned their homes to flee to cities like Shanghai, Chengdu, and Sichuan. Vautrin was now the acting head of the institution. She labored to prepare the campus for female refugees and to evacuate wounded soldiers from the area. To disguise their identities, she burned their military papers and garments in the college incinerator. Under their direction, furniture was moved into attics, safes were emptied, dorms were cleaned, and valuables were wrapped in oil paper and hidden. Meanwhile, posters, signs, and armbands for the Nanking Safety Zone were created and distributed among volunteers. Vautrin also commissioned the sewing of a second American flag, this one 27 feet long. But the Chinese tailor who put it together accidentally sewed the blue field with the stars on the lower left-hand corner instead of the upper. By the second week of December, the gates of Ginling opened for women and children. Thousands of people poured in. Refugees were passing through the city at the rate of 1,000 a day. Many of them, exhausted, bewildered, and hungry, came into the safety zone camps with only the clothing on their backs. From 8:30 this morning until 6 this evening, excepting for the noon meal, I have stood at the front gate while the refugees poured in," she continued. "There is terror in the faces of many of the women. Last night was a terrible night in the city, and many young women were taken from their homes by the Japanese soldiers." Vautrin allowed the women and children to come in freely, but implored older women to stay home, to leave space for the younger ones. Few women took her suggestion, and most begged just for a place to sit on the lawn. By the night of December 15th, the population of the camps at Ginling had swelled to more than 3,000 people. The next day, Japanese soldiers stormed the college. At 10 a.m. on December 16th, more than 100 Japanese troops burst onto the Ginling campus to inspect the buildings for hidden Chinese soldiers. They demanded that every door be opened, and if a key was not forthcoming, a Japanese soldier stood ready with an axe to break down the door by force. Vautrin's heart sank at the thought of the Japanese finding the hundreds of padded garments stored in the geography department office upstairs. But fortunately, an attic packed with 200 Chinese women and children diverted the Japanese soldiers' attention. Vautrin later buried the garments to hide them from the Japanese. Twice that day, the Japanese seized servants on campus and started to drag them away. They certainly would have been killed if Vautrin had not rescued them with cries of, "No soldier! Coolie!" Only later did she learn that the Japanese had trained at least 6 machine guns on the campus, with many more soldiers on guard outside, ready to shoot anyone who attempted to run away. That evening, Vautrin saw women being carted away in the streets and heard their desperate pleas. A truck went by with 8 to 10 girls, and as it passed, she heard them scream, "Jiu Ming! Jiu Ming! Save our lives." The following day, December 17th, 1937, was even worse. The migration of women into Ginling only intensified as Japanese soldiers flooded the city. "What a heartbreaking sight," Vautrin wrote. "Weary women, frightened girls, trudging with children and bedding and small packages of clothes." If only someone had time to write the story of each refugee who came in, she thought, especially the stories of the girls who had blackened their faces and cut their hair. As she accommodated the stream of wild-eyed women, she heard stories of the Japanese raping girls as young as 12 and women as elderly as 60, or raping pregnant women at bayonet point. The harried Vautrin spent the entire day trying to secure food for the refugees, direct Chinese men to other camps in the safety zone, and run to areas on campus where Japanese soldiers had been sighted. But nothing prepared Vautrin for the encounter that awaited her that evening. 2 Japanese soldiers were pulling at the door of the central building, demanding that Vautrin open it immediately. But when she insisted that she had no key and that no soldiers were hiding inside, a Japanese soldier slapped her in the face and also struck the Chinese man next to her. Then she saw 2 Japanese soldiers lead away 3 bound servants from the college. She followed them to the front gate where the Japanese had forced a large group of Chinese to kneel beside the road. The Japanese demanded to speak to the master of the institution, and learning that it was Vautrin, ordered her to identify every kneeling person. One man in the party spoke up to help Vautrin, and for this he was slapped severely. In the midst of this ordeal, 3 committee members drove up: the YMCA Secretary George Fitch, the Nanking University sociology professor Lewis Smith, and the Presbyterian missionary W. Plumer Mills. The soldiers forced the 3 men to stand in line and frisk them for pistols. Suddenly they heard screams and cries and saw the Japanese dragging women out of the side gate. It was only then that Vautrin realized that the entire interrogation was a ploy to keep the foreigners at the front gate while other Japanese soldiers searched the campus for women to rape. "Never shall I forget that scene," she wrote, remembering her rage and helplessness. "The people kneeling at the side of the road, Mary, Mrs. Tsen, and I, standing, the dried leaves rattling, the moaning of the wind, the cry of women being let out." For the next few months, Vautrin often found herself one of the sole defenders of the refugee camps at Ginling College. Japanese soldiers constantly harassed the refugees there by rounding up men for execution or women for military brothels. Sometimes their recruitment tactics were brazen. On at least one occasion, Japanese soldiers drove up to campus with a truck and asked for girls. Most of the time, however, the kidnapping of women for rape was done covertly. Soldiers jumped over bamboo fences at night or broke open the side or back gates to seize random women in the darkness, expeditions that began to be known throughout the populace as the lottery. On New Year's Day, 1938, Vautrin rescued a girl whom a soldier had dragged into a bamboo grove north of the library. On several occasions, her heroism nearly cost Vautrin her life. Many of the soldiers were fierce and unreasonable toward her, brandishing bayonets reddened with fresh bloodstains. Vautrin wrote that, "In some cases they are defiant and look at me with a dagger in their eyes, and sometimes a dagger in their hands." One time, when she tried to stop Japanese soldiers from looting, one of them aimed a gun at her. Sometimes, in her dealings with the Japanese, Vautrin made mistakes. Just as Rabe and the other committee members had been duped by the Japanese into handing over men for execution, Vautrin appears to have been duped into delivering innocent women into the arms of Japanese soldiers. On December 24th, Vautrin was summoned to her office to meet with a high Japanese military officer and an elderly Chinese interpreter, who discussed with her the Japanese army's need for prostitutes. The request was that they be allowed to pick out the prostitute women from our 10,000 refugees. Vautrin later wrote of the meeting in her diary. "They said they wanted 100. They feel if they can start a regular licensed place for the soldiers, then they will not molest innocent and decent women." Strangely enough, Vautrin granted the request. Perhaps she had no choice in the matter. Or perhaps she actually believed that once the Japanese left with the prostitutes for their military brothel, they would stop bothering the virgins and respectable matrons in the refugee camps. Whatever the reasons behind her decision, it is safe to assume that Vautrin made it under pressure. She waited while the Japanese conducted their search, and after a long time they finally secured 21 women. How the Japanese were able to distinguish these women as prostitutes, Vautrin does not say. But she did mention that the Japanese were dissatisfied with the result because they were convinced that more prostitutes were hiding somewhere in the zone. Group after group of girls have asked me if they will select the other 79 from among the decent girls, and all I can answer is that they will not do so if it is in my power to prevent it, she wrote. A week after the city fell, the Japanese began a systematic effort to regulate activity within the zone. The commander of the military police of the Japanese army made a proclamation, effective December 24th, dictating that all civilians obtain passports, also called good citizens' papers, from the issuing office of the Japanese army. No one was allowed to get a passport for someone else, and those without passports would not be allowed to live within the Nanking city walls. The military posted bulletins in the streets notifying people to register or face the risk of being executed. On December 28th, registration of the men began. At Ginling College they formed lines of 4, received copies of forms, and marched to a house at the northeast corner of the campus, where the Japanese recorded their names, ages, and occupations. Vautrin noticed that the men who arrived for registration were mainly old or maimed, because most of the young men had already fled the city or been killed. Among those who showed up, more men were taken away as ex-soldiers, leaving behind old men and women who wept and kneeled before the safety zone leaders, begging them to secure the release of their husbands and sons. In a few cases, the zone leaders were successful, but they noticed that the Japanese military officials were growing increasingly resentful of their interference. When the turnout of men for registration disappointed the Japanese, they tried to intimidate the populace into compliance. On December 30th, they announced that all who had not been registered by 2 p.m. the following day would be shot. This proved to be a bluff, one missionary wrote of the incident, but it frightened the people. The next morning, huge crowds of people dutifully appeared at the registration areas, many of whom had risen before 3 a.m. to ensure their place in line. The draconian threats of the Japanese had instilled such fear that by January 14th, the authorities succeeded in registering at least 160,000 people. Then registration began for the women. At 9 a.m. on December 31st, thousands of Chinese women gathered in front of the central building of Gingling College, where a Japanese military official lectured to them. Speeches were given first in Japanese, then translated into Chinese by an interpreter. "You must follow the old customs of marriage," Vautrin recalled them saying. "You must not study English or go to theaters. China and Japan must be one." The women were then marched single file in 2 lines through frames set up for selling rice, where they were given tickets. Vautrin observed that the Japanese soldiers seemed to get a great deal of amusement herding the women about like cattle, sometimes putting the stamp on their cheeks. The soldiers also forced the women to smile and look happy for Japanese newsmen and photographers, even though the mere prospect of registration had made some women literally ill with fear. At times, the Japanese registration of Chinese women seemed to Vautrin nothing less than a full-scale inspection of the most attractive candidates for rape. On the very first day of female registration, the Japanese scrutinized certain women in the zone and tried to take them away. They had singled out 20 girls, no doubt for prostitution, because they had curled hair or dressed too well. But all were released, Vautrin later wrote, because a mother or some other person could vouch for them. After registration, the Japanese tried to eliminate the zone itself. In late January, the Japanese announced that they wanted everyone out of the camps and back into their homes by the end of the month. February 4th was given as the deadline for evacuation. When the deadline arrived, Japanese soldiers inspected Gingling College and ordered the remaining girls and women to leave. When Vautrin told the inspectors that they could not leave because they were from other cities or their homes had burned down, the Japanese announced that the military police would assume the responsibility of protecting them. Vautrin was wary of these promises, and even the Chinese interpreter who came with the Japanese to deliver their messages whispered to Vautrin that he felt the young women were not safe and should continue to stay where they were. The sheer number of refugees eventually overwhelmed Vautrin. Hundreds of women crammed themselves into verandas and covered ways, head to feet, and many more women slept outside on the grass at night. The attic of Gingling Science Hall housed more than 1,000 women, and a friend of Vautrin's noted that women slept shoulder to shoulder on the cement floor for weeks on end during the cold winter months. Each cement step in the building was the home of one person, and those steps are not more than 4 feet long. Some were happy to have a resting place on the chemistry lab tables, the water pipes and other paraphernalia not interfering at all. The rape of Nanking wore down Vautrin physically, but the mental torture she endured daily was far worse than her physical deterioration. "Oh God, control the cruel beastliness of the soldiers in Nanking tonight," she wrote in her diary. "How ashamed the women of Japan would be if they knew these tales of horror." Under such pressure, it is remarkable that Vautrin still found the spirit to comfort others and give them a renewed sense of patriotism. When an old lady went to the Red Cross kitchen at Gingling College to fetch a bowl of rice porridge, she learned that there was no porridge left. Vautrin immediately gave her the porridge she had been eating and said to her, "Don't you people worry. Japan will fail. China will not perish." Another time, when she saw a boy wearing an armband marked with the Japanese symbol of the rising sun to ensure his safety, Vautrin scolded him and said, "You do not need to wear this rising sun emblem. You are a Chinese, and your country has not perished. You should remember the date you wear this thing, and you should never forget." Again and again, Vautrin urged the Chinese refugees on campus never to lose faith in their future. "China has not perished," she told them. "China will never perish, and Japan will definitely fail in the end." Others could see how hard she was working. "She didn't sleep from morning till night," one Chinese survivor recalled. "She kept watching, and if Japanese soldiers came, she would try her best to push them out, and went out to their officials to pray them not to do so much evil things to the Chinese women and children." It was said that once she was slapped several times by beastly Japanese soldiers, another wrote in his eyewitness account of the Nanking massacre. Everyone was worried about her. Everyone tried to comfort her. She still fought for the cause of protecting Chinese women with courage and determination from beginning to end. The work of running the zone was not only physically taxing, but psychologically debilitating. Christian Kroger, a Nazi member of the International Committee, claimed that he saw so many corpses in the streets that he soon suffered nightmares about them. But in the end, under unbelievable circumstances, the zone saved lives. Here are some startling facts. Looting and arson made food so scarce that some Chinese refugees ate the Michaelmas daisies and goldenrod growing on the Ginling College campus, or subsisted on mushrooms found in the city. Even the zone leaders went hungry from lack of meals. They not only provided free rice to the refugees through soup kitchens, but delivered some of it directly to refugee compounds, because many Chinese in the zone were too scared to leave their buildings. Bookish and genteel, most of the zone leaders had little experience in handling a horde of rapists, murderers, and street brawlers. Yet they acted as bodyguards for even the Chinese police in the city, and somehow, like warriors, found the physical energy and raw courage to throw themselves in the line of fire, wrestling Chinese men away from execution sites, knocking Japanese soldiers off of women, even jumping in front of cannons and machine guns to prevent the Japanese from firing. In the process, many zone leaders came close to being shot, and some received blows or cuts from Japanese soldiers wielding bayonets and swords. For example, Charles Riggs, a University of Nanking professor of agricultural engineering, was struck by an officer when he tried to prevent him from taking away a group of Chinese civilians mistaken as soldiers. The infuriated Japanese officer threatened Riggs with his sword 3 times, and finally hit him hard over the heart twice with his fist. A Japanese soldier also threatened Professor Minor Searle Bates with a pistol. Another soldier pulled a gun on Robert Wilson when he tried to kick out of the hospital a soldier who had crawled into bed with 3 girls. Still another soldier fired a rifle at James McCallum and C.S. Trimmer, but missed. When Minor Searle Bates visited the headquarters of the Japanese military police to learn the fate of a university middle school student who had been tied up and carried off by soldiers, the Japanese shoved Bates down a flight of stairs. Even the swastikas the Nazis carried about like amulets occasionally failed to protect them from assault. On December 22nd, John Rabe wrote that Christian Kroger and another German named Hotz were attacked when they tried to save a Chinese man who had been wounded in the throat by a drunken Japanese soldier. Hotz defended himself with a chair, but Kroger apparently ended up being tied and beaten. The zone eventually accommodated some 200,000 to 300,000 refugees, almost half the Chinese population left in the city. The last is a chilling statistic when placed in the context of later studies of the Nanking massacre. Half the original inhabitants of Nanking left before the massacre. About half of those who stayed, 350,000 people out of the 600 to 700,000 Chinese refugees, native residents, and soldiers in the city when it fell, were killed. If half of the population of Nanking fled into the safety zone during the worst of the massacre, then the other half, almost everyone who did not make it to the zone, probably died at the hands of the Japanese. Part 2. Chapter 6. What the World Knew. The world was not kept in the dark about the rape of Nanking. News of the massacre continuously reached the global public while events unfolded. For months before the fall of Nanking, numerous foreign correspondents lived in the capital to cover its aerial bombardment by Japanese aviators. As the Japanese army neared the doomed capital in early December, reporters provided vivid and almost daily coverage of battles, fires, last-minute evacuations, and the creation of the International Safety Zone. Amazingly, when the massacre began, Japanese newspapers ran photographs of Chinese men being rounded up for execution, heaps of bodies waiting for disposal by the riverside, the killing contests among the Japanese soldiers, and even the shocked commentary of the reporters themselves. Apparently, before international opinion kicked in, the first few days of the massacre were a source of tremendous pride to the Japanese government. Celebrations broke out across Japan when the people heard the news of Nanking's defeat. Special meals of Nanking noodles were prepared in Tokyo. and children across Japan carried globe-shaped candle-lit paper lanterns in evening parades to symbolize the ascendancy of the rising sun. It was only later, after news of the sinking of the Panay and the butchering of Nanking citizens had met with international condemnation, that the Japanese government quickly tried to hide what its army had done and replaced the news with propaganda. Thanks to the efforts of a few American journalists, the Japanese as a nation soon faced a scandal of gargantuan proportions. The American journalists. The journalists who had the greatest influence on Western foreign opinion at the time were three American foreign correspondents: Frank Tillman Durden of the New York Times, Archibald Steele of the Chicago Daily News, and C. Yates McDaniel of the Associated Press. An adventurous streak ran through all three men. Durden, a 29-year-old reporter from Houston, had spent time mopping decks and cleaning winches on a freighter to secure free passage from the United States to China. Once in Shanghai, he worked for a daily English-language newspaper and soon moved on to the Times to cover the Sino-Japanese War. Steele was an older correspondent who had reported on the Japanese occupation of Manchuria and the expanding Asian War. McDaniel was perhaps the most daring of the three. Before the massacre, he had driven through battle lines in the countryside, barely escaping death from exploding shells during his quest to find the war. Durden, Steele, and McDaniel left only a few days after the massacre began, but in the brief time they were in Nanking, they made an enormous impact. Not only did they write riveting stories that were splashed across the biggest and most prestigious newspapers in the United States, but they also joined the International Safety Zone Committee in trying to save lives. The rape of Nanking forced the reporters out of their normal role as neutral observers and into the war drama as full-fledged participants. Sometimes they starred in their own stories by choosing to protect Chinese citizens from the Japanese invaders. For instance, C. Yates McDaniel assumed the responsibility of guarding the Chinese servants of the U.S. Embassy. During the massacre, most were so frightened they refused to leave the building even for water, and McDaniel spent hours filling buckets with well water and lugging them back to the embassy for the servants to drink. He tried to find their missing relatives, often retrieving only their bodily remains, and also chased away Japanese soldiers who tried to break into the embassy. The reporters even tried to save people who were clearly beyond saving, if only to comfort those who were minutes away from death. During the massacre, Durden encountered a Chinese soldier lying on the sidewalk, with his jaw shot away and his body bleeding. The soldier held out his hand, which Durden picked up and held. "I didn't know where to take him or what to do," Durden remembered years later. "So I just stupidly decided to do something. I just put a $5 bill in his hand, which was utterly useless to him, of course, but anyway, somehow I felt the impulse to do something. He was just barely alive." On December 15th, most of the reporters left Nanking for Shanghai to file their stories. Their last day in the city was grisly. On the way to the waterfront, the reporters literally had to drive over several feet of bodies under the water gate, where dogs were already starting to gnaw on the corpses. Later, as they waited for their ship to arrive, they saw the Japanese military line up 1,000 Chinese men, force them to kneel in small groups, and shoot each of them in the back of the head. During the execution, some of the Japanese were laughing and smoking, as if they greatly enjoyed the entire spectacle. The AP's McDaniel stayed in Nanking a day longer before boarding a destroyer for Shanghai. On December 16th, his last day in the ruined Chinese capital, he saw more corpses and passed a long line of Chinese men with their hands tied. One of them broke away from the group, dropped on his knees, and begged McDaniel to save him from death. "I could do nothing," McDaniel wrote. "My last remembrance of Nanking. Dead Chinese. Dead Chinese. Dead Chinese." The newsreel men. There were also 2 American newsreel men near Nanking who risked their lives to film the bombing of the Panay. During the bombing, Norman Alley of Universal and Eric Mael of Fox Movietone happened to be on board and obtained superb footage of the action. Though they survived the attack unscathed, Ali emerged from the bombs and machine gun fire with only a nicked finger and a bullet-perforated hat. Another journalist was not so lucky. A splinter hit the Italian correspondent Sandro Sandri in the back of his eye when he followed Ali up a stairway on the Panay, and he died only hours later. While hiding with the surviving Panay passengers under the riverbank reeds, Ali wrapped his film and Mayels with canvas and buried it under the mud when he thought the Japanese were coming ashore to kill them. Later, the film was safely unearthed and shipped to the United States, where parts of the newsreel footage of the event ran in movie houses across the country. The sinking of the Panay caused more of an uproar in the United States than all the wholesale rape and slaughter in Nanking combined. On December 13th, President Franklin D. Roosevelt announced that he was shocked at the bombing and demanded immediate compensation from Emperor Hirohito. A few days later, when the exhausted survivors finally reached civilization, the public response only grew worse. Filthy, cold, and wearing only blankets, Chinese quilts, and tatters of clothing, some of the survivors were still in shock or near death. Their stories, along with their photographs, soon appeared in every major newspaper in the country, under headlines like "Panay Victims Under Japanese Fire for Full Hour" and "Butchery and Looting Reign in Nanking." When Ali's and Mayell's footage hit the theaters, it only aroused more outrage and anti-Japanese sentiment among American audiences. Japanese damage control. The moment the foreign correspondents left Nanking, the Japanese sealed off the city to prevent other reporters from coming in. George Fitch witnessed the beginning of this on December 15th, the day he drove some of the foreign correspondents out of the city to the riverfront, so that they could board a gunboat for Shanghai. When Fitch tried to drive back into Nanking from Shaquan, a Japanese sentry stopped him at the gate and absolutely refused to let him re-enter. Even Mr. Okamura, a member of the Japanese embassy from Shanghai, who accompanied Fitch, was unable to persuade the man to let them through. The embassy cuts no ice with the army in Japan. In the end, Okamura had to take one of the cars to military headquarters to get a special pass for Fitch. When the Japanese finally permitted a few foreigners to enter the city, they carefully controlled their movements. In February, they allowed a few American naval officers to go ashore in Nanking, but only when accompanied by Japanese embassy representatives in a Japanese embassy car. As late as April, the Japanese High Command prevented most foreigners from freely leaving or entering the city. To cover up the nauseating details of their military outrages, the Japanese even impeded the return of foreign diplomats to Nanking. But in the end, they proved unsuccessful in hiding the truth, especially from the Germans and the Americans. Foreign intelligence on the rape of Nanking. Hitler's government soon learned the Japanese motives for the delay. The assumption I made in my previous report that the Japanese delayed our return in order to have no official witnesses of the atrocities has been confirmed, a German diplomat reported to Berlin in January. Once the intention of the foreign representatives to return to Nanking had been made known, according to Germans and Americans who were there were feverish cleanup efforts undertaken to remove the evidence of the senseless mass murders of civilians, women, and children. The American government also knew what the Japanese were trying to hide. A machine cipher had protected the Japanese Foreign Office's high-level diplomatic messages, but by 1936, cryptanalysts from the U.S. Army's Signal Intelligence Service had cracked the Japanese code, which the Americans dubbed Red. American intelligence was thus able to intercept and read secret messages between the Japanese leadership in Tokyo and their representatives in Washington, D.C., during the rape of Nanking. On December 26, 1937, Foreign Minister Hirota Koki sent one such message to Japanese Ambassador Seto Hiroshi in Washington. It emphasized the need to stonewall the American embassy staff to prevent their immediate return to Nanking. If they do return and receive unfavorable reports on the military's activities from their own nationals, and if the diplomats, on receipt of such complaints, forward the reports to their home countries, we shall find ourselves in an exceedingly disadvantageous position, the message read. We believe, therefore, that the best policy is to do our utmost to hold them here as long as possible. Even if this should cause some hard feeling, we believe that it would be better than running the risk of a clash on the scene." But the U.S. government did not disclose to the public what it knew at the time, and even contributed to Japanese censorship of the truth. For example, Norman Alley, the Universal newsreel man, had shot 53 100-foot rolls of movie film on the Japanese attack on the Panay. But before the film was released to the theaters, President Roosevelt asked him to excise some 30 feet of film that revealed several Japanese bombers shooting at the gunboat at nearly deck level. Alley agreed, even though those 30 feet were probably the best images in the entire film, and certainly the most damning to the Japanese government. Hamilton Darby Perry, author of The Panay Incident, believes that Roosevelt wanted to give credence to the Japanese excuse that the attack was a case of mistaken identity, not deliberate design. No doubt the U.S. government was anxious to reach a financial and diplomatic settlement with the Japanese over the bombing, and knew that those 30 feet of film would have made such a settlement impossible. Japanese propaganda. Japanese attempts to influence public opinion were nothing new. Even before the rape of Nanking, the American intelligence community had seen the Japanese plans, marked utmost secrecy, to spread favorable propaganda of themselves in the United States. The Japanese government also had a large budget for wooing influential newspapermen, advertising in major newspapers and radio stations, and printing pamphlets and leaflets. But during the rape of Nanking, the Japanese faced a public relations disaster so titanic it seems almost ridiculous today that they even tried to cover it up. Instead of bringing a measure of discipline to their forces in Nanking, the Japanese marshaled together their resources to launch a blitz of propaganda, which they hoped would somehow obscure the details of one of the greatest bloodbaths of world history. The Japanese media first proclaimed that all was well and good in the city of Nanking. On December 20th, Robert Wilson heard that Domei, the Japanese news agency, had reported that the Nanking population was returning home and everything was normal. "If that is all the news coming out of Nanking, it is due for a big shake-up when the real news breaks," Wilson wrote. Then the Japanese government authorized carefully prepared tours of the city for Japanese visitors. A week after the Domei report, a Japanese merchant ship arrived in Nanking from Shanghai, crowded with Japanese sightseers. Carefully, they were herded through the few streets now cleared of corpses, George Fitch wrote of the visit. Graciously, they passed sweets to Chinese children and patted their frightened heads. A number of ladies accompanied Japanese business representatives on a tour of the city, and Fitch observed that they seemed tremendously pleased with themselves, also with Japan's wonderful victory. But of course they hear nothing of the real truth, nor does the rest of the world, I suppose. In January, Japanese newsmen came to Nanking to stage pictures of the city for distribution throughout Japan and the rest of the world. On New Year's Eve, the Japanese embassy called together the Chinese managers of the refugee camps for a meeting and told them that spontaneous celebrations were to be held in the city the next day. The Chinese were ordered to make thousands of Japanese flags and carry them about in a parade for a motion picture that would illustrate crowds of joyful residents welcoming Japanese soldiers. Japanese photographers also came to Nanking to take pictures of Chinese children receiving medical care from a Japanese army doctor, and candy from Japanese soldiers. But, Lewis Smith wrote in a letter to his friends, these acts were not repeated when no camera was around. The rankest example of Japanese propaganda was an article that appeared on January 8, 1938, in the Sinshun Pao, a Japanese-controlled newspaper in Shanghai. Under the headline, "The Harmonious Atmosphere of Nanking City Develops Enjoyably," the article claimed that the Imperial Army entered the city, put their bayonets into their sheaths, and stretched forth merciful hands in order to examine and heal, giving the starving and sick masses in Nanking medical aid and food. Men and women, old and young, bent down to kneel in salutation to the Imperial Army, expressing their respectful intention. The vast hordes gathered around the soldiers beneath the Sun flag and Red Cross flag, shouting "Banzai!" in order to express their gratitude. Soldiers and the Chinese children are happy together, playing joyfully on the slides. Nanking is now the best place for all countries to watch, for here one breathes the atmosphere of peaceful residence and happy work. Japanese attempts to gloss over the entire massacre with hokum provoked incredulous responses in the surviving missionary diaries. Here are a few samples. From the diary of James McCallum, January 9, 1938. Now the Japanese are trying to discredit our efforts in the safety zone. They threaten and intimidate the poor Chinese into repudiating what we have said. Some of the Chinese are even ready to prove that the looting, raping, and burning was done by the Chinese and not the Japanese. I feel sometimes that we have been dealing with maniacs and idiots, and I marvel that all of us foreigners have come through this ordeal alive. From the diary of George Fitch, January 11, 1938. We have seen a couple of issues of a Shanghai Japanese newspaper, and 2 of the Tokyo Nichi-Nichi. Those tell us that even as early as December 28th, the stores were rapidly opening up and business returning to normal, that the Japanese were cooperating with us in feeding the poor refugees, that the city had been cleared of Chinese looters, and that peace and order now reigned. Well, we'd be tempted to laugh if it wasn't so tragic. It is typical of the lies Japan has been sending abroad ever since the war started. From the diary of George Fitch, reprinted in Reader's Digest. In March, a government radio station in Tokyo flashed this message to the world: "Hoodlums responsible for so many deaths and such destruction of property in Nanking have been captured and executed. They were found to be discontented soldiers from Chiang Kai-shek's brigades. Now all is quiet and the Japanese army is feeding 300,000 refugees." From a letter written by Lewis Smith and his wife on March 8, 1938. Now the latest is from the Japanese newspaper that they have found 11 Chinese armed robbers who were to blame for it all. Well, if they each raped from 100 to 200 women per night and day for 2 weeks and got away with the reported $50,000, they were pretty powerful Chinese. Leaflets were another form of Japanese propaganda. During the mass executions, Japanese army planes inundated the Nanking population with messages dropped from the air. For example, "All good Chinese who return to their homes will be fed and clothed. Japan wants to be a good neighbor to those Chinese not fooled by monsters who are Chiang Kai-shek's soldiers." The leaflets displayed colorful pictures of a handsome Japanese soldier holding a Chinese child, Christ-like, as one observer put it, in his arms, with a Chinese mother at his feet bowing her thanks for bags of rice. According to George Fitch, thousands of Chinese actually left the refugee camps for their ruined homes the day the leaflets were dropped. The Japanese also pasted bright, colorful posters on or near houses in which tragedies had occurred. One featured a Japanese soldier carrying a small child while giving a bucket of rice to his mother and sugar and other food to the father. A German diplomatic report described the poster as depicting a charming, lovable soldier with cooking implements in hand who carries on his shoulder a Chinese child, whose poor but honest Chinese farming parents gaze up at him, the soldier, full of thankfulness and family happiness, up to the good uncle. The writing on the upper right corner said, "Return to your homes. We will give you rice to eat. Trust and rely on the Japanese army. You can get help." At the same time, the Japanese hosted glamorous receptions and media events in Nanking and Shanghai to divert attention away from the atrocities. In early February, a Japanese general invited foreign diplomatic representatives to a tea at the Japanese embassy in Nanking. He boasted that the Japanese army was world-renowned for its discipline, and that not a single violation against discipline had occurred during the Russo-Japanese War and Manchurian Campaign. The general said that if for some reason the Japanese had committed outrages in Nanking, it was only because the Chinese people had resisted them under the instigation of foreign nationals, meaning, of course, the International Safety Zone Committee. But oddly enough, in the same speech, the general contradicted his previous statements by admitting that Japanese soldiers had vented their anger upon the population because they had found nothing edible or usable during their advance on Nanking. The Japanese media circus, however, failed to fool the foreign diplomatic community about the arson, rape, and murder that raged through Nanking. In mid-February, the Japanese held a military concert in Shanghai, complete with geishas and press photographers. A German diplomat observed, however, that while the gala affair was taking place, a mother of an 11-year-old girl who did not want to release the young girl to rape by the soldiers was burnt down with her house. The Safety Zone leaders fight back. The International Safety Zone Committee did all it could to fight the barrage of propaganda. During the first few days of the massacre, the zone leaders enlisted the aid of American foreign correspondents like Frank Tillman Durden, Archibald Steele, and C. Yates McDaniel. But after their departure, the International Committee was left to its own devices. The Japanese government barred other reporters like Max Koppening of the Chicago Tribune from entering Nanking, and the behavior of the Japanese soldiers grew worse when they realized that their actions would not be observed by the world media. But the Japanese government underestimated the ability of the International Committee to wage its own publicity campaign. One distinguishing trait that united the zone leaders was their superior training in the verbal arts. Almost without exception, they were eloquent writers and speakers. The missionaries, educated at the best universities in America and Europe, had devoted most of their adult years to delivering sermons, writing papers, and working the Christian lecture circuit. Some of the professors on the committee had written books. Moreover, as a group, they were sophisticated about working with the media. Long before the fall of Nanking, they had enjoyed broadcasting speeches over Nanking radio, or penning articles about China for the popular press. Finally, the missionaries had an additional advantage the Japanese did not foresee. They had spent their entire lives contemplating the true meaning of hell. Having found one in Nanking, they wasted no time in describing it for the world public. Their hard, cogent prose recaptured the terror that they witnessed. Complete anarchy has reigned for 10 days. It has been hell on earth. To have to stand by while even the very poor are having their last possession taken from them, their last coin, their last bit of bedding, and it is freezing weather. The poor rickshaw-man his rickshaw, while thousands of disarmed soldiers who had sought sanctuary with you, together with many hundreds of innocent civilians, are taken out before your eyes to be shot or used for bayonet practice, and you have to listen to the sounds of the guns that are killing them, while 1,000 women kneel before you, crying hysterically, begging you to save them from the beasts who are preying on them, to stand by and do nothing while your flag is taken down and insulted not once, but 12 times, and your home is being looted, and then to watch the city you have come to love, and the institution to which you have planned to devote your best, deliberately and systematically burned by fire. This is a hell I had never before envisaged. George Fitch, December 24th, 1937. It is a horrible story to try to relate. I know not where to begin, nor to end. Never have I heard or read of such brutality. Rape, rape! We estimate that at least 1,000 cases at night and many by day. In case of resistance or anything that seems like disapproval, there is a bayonet stab or bullet. We could write up hundreds of cases a day. People are hysterical. They get down on their knees and kowtow any time we foreigners appear. They beg for aid. Those who are suspected of being soldiers, as well as others, have been led outside the city and shot down by the hundreds. Yes, thousands. Even the poor refugees in certain centers have been robbed again and again until the last cent, almost the last garment and last piece of bedding. Women are being carried off every morning, afternoon, and evening. John McCallum, December 19th, 1937. I think I have said enough of these horrible cases. There are hundreds of thousands of them. Being so many of them finally makes the mind dulled, so that you almost cease to be shocked any more. I did not imagine that such cruel people existed in the modern world. It would seem that only a rare, insane person like Jack the Ripper would act so. John Gillespie Magee, January 28, 1938. The graphic details of Japanese excesses appeared not only in Safety Zone diaries, but in letters and newsletters that were mimeographed or retyped over and over again, so that friends, relatives, government officials, and the press could all receive copies. When mailing descriptions of the massacre, the zone leaders often begged the recipients not to disclose authorship of the documents if they were published, for fear that individual committee members would face retribution or expulsion from Nanking. "Please be very careful of this letter, as we might all be kicked out if it were published, and that would be a disaster for the Chinese of Nanking," Magee wrote to his family. The Japanese, he explained, would allow the foreigners to leave with the greatest pleasure, but would not allow anyone to return. In the end, the persistence, hard work, and caution of the zone leaders paid off. George Fitch's diary was the first one to be leaked out of Nanking, and it created a sensation in Shanghai. His stories and others, often with key names deleted, swiftly found their way into mainstream print outlets like Time, Reader's Digest, and Far Eastern Magazine, evoking widespread outrage among American readers. Some eventually re-emerged in books, such as in the Manchester Guardian reporter Harold John Timperley's Japanese Terror in China, 1938, and Xu Shu's Documents of the Nanking Safety Zone, 1939. To brace their readers, the zone leaders sometimes prefaced their documents with warnings. "What I am about to relate is anything but a pleasant story. In fact, it is so very unpleasant that I cannot recommend anyone without a strong stomach to read it," Fitch wrote in his diary before publication. "For it is a story of such crime and horror as to be almost unbelievable. The story of the depredations of a horde of degraded criminals of incredible bestiality on a peaceful, kindly, law-abiding people. I believe it has no parallel in modern history." True to their predictions, the reports from the International Safety Zone Committee aroused skepticism from the American public. When the article "The Sack of Nanking" appeared in Reader's Digest, one subscriber wrote, "It is unbelievable that credence could be given a thing which is so obviously rank propaganda, and so reminiscent of the stuff fed the public during the late war." Similar comments came from other subscribers, but the editors at Reader's Digest insisted that the stories were true. To defend their credibility, the editors took considerable pains to collect more letters from the Safety Zone leaders, which they reprinted in the October 1938 issue of the magazine. "The material we have seen," the editors hastened to add, "would fill an entire issue of this magazine, all of it corroborating the typical extracts which follow." Fortunately, the crimes of Nanking were recorded not only on paper, but on motion picture film, making them almost impossible to deny. John Magee, who possessed an amateur movie camera, filmed several bedridden victims at the University of Nanking Hospital. They were haunting images: the horribly disfigured, charred men the Japanese had tried to burn alive, the enamel-ware shop clerk whose head received a tremendous blow from a Japanese bayonet. 6 days after entering the hospital, the pulsation of his brain could still clearly be seen. The gang rape victim whose head was almost cut off by Japanese soldiers. George Fitch eventually smuggled the film out of China, though at great risk to his life. On January 19th, he received a permit to leave Nanking and took a Japanese military train to Shanghai, where he shared the third-class coach with as unsavory a crowd of soldiers as one could imagine. Sewn into the lining of his camel's hair coat were 8 reels of 16mm negative movie film of Nanking atrocities. There was no doubt in his mind, he told his family later, that if he had been searched and caught with the film, he would have been killed instantly. But luckily Fitch made it to Shanghai, where he took the negatives to the Kodak office and developed 4 sets of prints. One of them went to the Nazi party leader John Rabe before he left Nanking for Germany. Some of the others ended up in the United States, where Fitch and other missionaries showed them during lectures before religious and political groups. Several frames from the films were reprinted in Life magazine. Segments of actual footage later appeared in Frank Capra's newsreel documentary Why We Fight, Battle of China. Decades later, the film reappeared in two historical documentaries released during the 1990s, McGee's Testament and In the Name of the Emperor. One can only imagine how the Japanese military leadership smoldered as these written reports, photographs, and even films of Japanese atrocities found their way into the world media. Many of the zone leaders lived in constant terror and believed that the Japanese would kill them all if they could get away with it. Some of the men barricaded themselves in their houses and after dark dared not venture outdoors except in twos or threes. At least one, George Fitch, suspected that there was a price on his head. But despite their fear, they continued to take turns guarding key areas of the zone at night and persisted in publicizing the Japanese atrocities. The Japanese military hate us worse than the enemy, for we have shown them up to the world, John McGee wrote on January 28, 1938. We are all surprised that none of us have been killed, and whether we all get out safely is yet a question. Chapter 7. The Occupation of Nanking. The rape of Nanking continued for months, although the worst of it was concentrated in the first 6 to 8 weeks. By the spring of 1938, the people of Nanking knew that the massacre was over, and that while they would be occupied, they would not necessarily all be killed. As Nanking lay prostrate under Japanese rule, the military began to implement measures to subjugate the entire population. At first, there was not much to subjugate. You cannot imagine the disorganization of the city, one foreigner wrote. The dumping of filth and every kind of waste, everywhere. Trash and human flesh putrefied in the streets, because the Japanese did not permit anything to be done without their permission, not even the disposal of garbage and corpses. Indeed, for days, army trucks drove over several feet of corpses under the water gate, grinding over the remains in order to impress upon the populace the terrible results of resisting Japan. Observers estimated that Japanese damage to public property totaled some $836 million in 1939 U.S. dollars, and that the private property loss was at least $136 million. These figures do not include the cost of irreplaceable cultural artifacts taken by the Japanese army. Under the direction of the sociologist Lewis Smith, the International Safety Zone Committee conducted a systematic survey of damage to the Nanking area. Investigators visited every 50th inhabited house in the city, and also went to every 10th family and every 3rd village in the countryside. In a 60-page report released in June 1938, Smith concluded that the 120 air raids that Nanking experienced and the 4-day siege of the city did only 1% of the damage inflicted by the Japanese army after it entered Nanking. Arson caused most of the destruction. Fires in Nanking began with the fall of the city and lasted more than 6 weeks. Soldiers torched buildings under the guidance of officers and even used special chemical strips to set the fires. They burned down churches, embassies, department stores, shops, mansions, and huts, even areas within the safety zone. The zone leaders could not put out these fires because their pumps and fire equipment had been stolen by the Japanese. By the end of the first few weeks of the rape of Nanking, the military had incinerated 1/3 of the entire city and 3/4 of all the stores. They burned down the Russian legation embassy, defiled the American embassy, and ransacked almost every foreign house, even those marked clearly with flags or seals. The Japanese reserved American property for special insult. They tore down the American flag 6 times from the University of Nanking and trampled it in the dirt, threatening to kill anyone who dared to put it up again. But German property suffered almost as badly as American property, despite the alliance between the Nazi and Japanese governments. The Japanese tore down Nazi flags, burned German homes and businesses, and even stole pictures of Hitler and Hindenburg. A remarkable act, one German wrote, considering the cult of the Japanese for their emperor pictures. The consequences of the sack of Nanking extended far beyond the city walls. Japanese soldiers devastated the countryside around Nanking, torching entire villages by burning down straw huts and collecting furniture, tools, and farming implements into brick houses so that everything could be incinerated all at once. The region near the city was stripped clean of farm animals, both domestic and otherwise. The Japanese also used acetylene torches, pistol shots, and hand grenades to blast open vaults in banks, including the personal safe deposit boxes of German officials and residents. Soldiers were permitted to mail back to Japan some of their booty, but most of the goods were confiscated and concentrated for official use. Warehouses filled rapidly with rare jade and porcelain artwork, rugs and paintings, gold and silver treasures. More than 200 pianos were housed in a single storage hall. In late December, the Japanese began to heap stolen goods, jewelry, art, furniture, metal, antiques, on the wharves for transport back to Japan. Japanese looters usually sought big-ticket items. They coveted foreign cars, prompting committee members to believe that the army would have taken all of them in the city if foreigners were not sitting in them. Trucks used to cart corpses away were also stolen. But the Japanese also invaded Nanking University Hospital to steal trivial items, pens, flashlights, and wristwatches from the nurses, and broke into the safety zone repeatedly to steal bedding, cooking utensils, and food from the homeless. A German report noted that on December 15th, the Japanese had forced 5,000 refugees to line up so that they could steal a total of $180 from them. Even handfuls of dirty rice were snatched from them by the soldiers, George Fitch wrote. Death was the sure retort to any complaint. In January 1938, not one shop was officially open in Nanking, except for a military store and the International Committee's rice shop. The harbor was practically empty of ships. Most of the city lacked electricity, telephone, and water service because the Japanese had rounded up and executed some 50 employees from the local power plant. The lack of running water made it difficult to bathe, but many women chose not to bathe anyway, in hopes that their unwashed flesh would repel Japanese soldiers intent on raping them. Slowly the city came back to life. People could be seen ransacking houses through Nanking, ripping out floorboards and wood paneling for firewood, and carting away metal and brick to repair their own homes or to sell on the streets to others. On Shanghai Road in the safety zone, dense crowds of people clustered before hundreds of vendors who sold every kind of loot imaginable, including doors and windows. This activity jump-started the local economy, for next to the roadside merchants of booty mushroomed new tea-houses and restaurants. On January 1, 1938, the Japanese inaugurated a new city government, the Nanking Self-Government Committee, the Nanjing Ziji Wei Wan Wei, or Autonomous Government, as some of the Westerners in the city called it. The Self-Government Committee was staffed with Chinese puppet officials who controlled the city's administration, welfare, finance, police, commerce, and traffic. By spring, Nanking was outwardly starting to function like a normal city again. Running water, electric lighting, and daily mail service resumed. A Japanese city bus service started. Rickshaws appeared in the street, and people could take the train from Nanking to Shanghai. Nanking quickly became a busy shipping center for the Japanese, as small locomotives, horses, field pieces, trucks, and other supplies were ferried daily from the city to nearby Pukow. But signs of a brutal occupation were everywhere. Chinese merchants endured heavy taxes and rent extortion to finance the salaries of the new officials in power. The Japanese also opened up military shops for the Chinese populace that drained the city of Chinese gold and money and replaced it with worthless military currency. The Chinese puppet government compounded the poverty by confiscating valuables and stocks of inventory that remained in the city, even if the owner was still in town, leading some of the lower Chinese officials to joke cynically among themselves, "We are now doing an authorized plundering." Far more alarming than the exploitation of the populace by taxes and confiscation was the reappearance of opium in the city. Before the Japanese occupation, opium was an underground narcotic, secretly smoked in the back rooms of Nanking by aristocrats and merchants. But it was not sold openly and brazenly in the street, nor was it conspicuously paraded before young people. After the fall of the city, people could freely stroll into opium dens without interference from the police. These dens boldly advertised the drug with Chinese character shingles marked Guangtou, or official earth, a term used for opium. To encourage addiction and further enslave the people, the Japanese routinely used narcotics as payment for labor and prostitution in Nanking. Heroin cigarettes were offered to children as young as 10. Based on his research, the University of Nanking history professor Minor Cyril Bates concluded that some 50,000 people in the Nanking area were using heroin, 1/8 of the population at the time. Many of the downtrodden citizens of Nanking fell prey to drugs because it gave them the means to escape, if only temporarily, from the misery of their lives. Some even tried to use opium to commit suicide, swallowing large doses as poison. Others turned to crime to support their addiction, causing a wave of banditry to sweep through Nanking. After making conditions ripe for banditry in Nanking, the Japanese used the epidemic of crimes to justify their occupation, preaching the need for imperial law and order. Japanese employers treated many of the local Chinese laborers worse than slaves, often killing them for the slightest infractions. Survivors later claimed that a harsh environment and capricious punishment were deliberately imposed upon the workplace to keep Chinese employees in a constant state of fear. One Chinese man who worked in a factory seized by the Japanese described the horrors that he witnessed there over the period of a few months. When a fellow employee was falsely accused by a Japanese overseer of stealing his sweater, he ended up being wrapped with rope, almost mummy-like, from feet to throat, and then stoned to death with a heap of bricks. By the end of the stoning, the body had lost all shape, and the flesh and bones entwined with the rope was thrown to the dogs as food. Another time, the Japanese found 4 small shoulder pads missing from the factory and discovered they had been used as toilet paper. A 22-year-old woman who admitted that she had used the toilet that day was dragged behind the factory and beheaded with a knife. That very afternoon, the same Japanese murderer also killed a teenage boy whom he accused of stealing a pair of slippers. The Japanese even inflicted medical experiments on the Nanking people. In April 1939, they opened up a facility in the city to conduct research on human guinea pigs, whom they called zaimoku, or lumber. On East Shungshan or Zhongshan Street, only a short walk from the Yangtze River, the Japanese converted a 6-story Chinese hospital into a laboratory for research in epidemics, which they named Unit A-1644. Though the laboratory was situated near a military airport, a geisha district, movie theaters, and conspicuous Japanese centers such as the Japanese consulate, the military police office, and the headquarters for the Chinese Expeditionary Force High Command, it remained a closely guarded secret. A high brick wall surrounded the compound, topped with barbed wire. The facility was patrolled by guards. The staff was ordered never to mention A-1644 in their letters back to Japan. Inside, scientists injected or fed Chinese prisoners with a variety of poisons, germs, and lethal gases. The substances included doses of acetone, arsenate, cyanide, nitrite prussiate, and snake poison such as cobra, habu, and amagasa venom. The Japanese scientists killed about 10 or more people weekly in this manner, and disposed of them in the A-1644 incinerator. When the Japanese surrendered in August 1945, the staff of A-1644 destroyed their equipment and data, blew up the laboratory, and fled before Chinese troops could reach Nanking. We know about this secret laboratory only because some scientists of the unit confessed their activities to American interrogators after the war. Those Chinese in the city fortunate enough to escape the physical brutality, the Japanese medical experiments, and the lure of drugs lived under a suffocating atmosphere of military intimidation. The Japanese authorities devised a method of mass control by organizing the population into a pyramidal hierarchy. Every 10 households was ordered to appoint a head man, and every 10 of those heads were ordered to appoint another head, and so on. Under this system, every man in Nanking was required to carry a registration card signed by his heads of 10, 100, and 1,000 men, attesting to his loyalty to the new government. Every person was also required to report the presence in his household of any unknown or unregistered person to the immediate head of 10, who reported it to his direct head, and on up until the news reached the district officer of the city government. This was not a Japanese invention, but a traditional Chinese system called baojia, revived, no doubt, by the Japanese to legitimize their rule among the natives in Nanking. The Japanese subjected this baojia system to frequent tests, sometimes releasing men without passes in the city to see if they could find a place to stay. If the men were not caught and reported within 2 hours, the head of the groups in the neighborhoods where they stayed would be severely punished. This, the committee member Albert Stewart wrote in his diary in 1939, is supposed to be the Japanese way of preserving loyalty to the new regime. In spite of war, fire, and massacre, Nanking recovered. The dreaded famine never struck, not only because the Japanese eventually permitted shipments of food to enter the city, but because local farmers were able to harvest winter wheat crops after most of the Japanese troops left Nanking to pursue Chinese forces inland. Within the space of a year, much of the agriculture in the fertile Yangtze Delta area produced yields close to the pre-war levels. This is not to say that Nanking did not suffer food shortages under Japanese occupation. The gardens and farms inside the city walls failed to thrive because soldiers not only confiscated vegetables from them, but forced the farmers to dig up and transport the produce for Japanese use. Also, as the war dragged on, Japanese authorities in Nanking tightened their hold on supplies and heavily rationed necessities such as coal and rice. But there is no evidence to suggest that Nanking endured worse hunger or malnutrition than other areas in China. Other cities, such as the new nationalist capital of Chongqing, had suffered far worse food shortages during the war. Though the sale of opium and heroin thrived under Japanese rule, the population of Nanking remained relatively free of disease. After occupation, Japanese authorities in the city enacted rigorous policies to burn corpses that had perished from illness. They also began an aggressive inoculation program against cholera and typhoid, subjecting the people to shots several times a year. Chinese medical officers waited in the streets and in the train station to administer inoculations to pedestrians or visitors as they came into the city. This created great resentment among the civilians, many of whom feared the needles would kill them. Children of Western missionaries also remember that at the train station Chinese visitors to Nanking were ordered to step into pans of disinfectant, a requirement that many found deeply humiliating. The Westerners themselves were often sprayed with Lysol upon entering the city. Within a few years, Nanking pulled herself up from its ruins. In the spring of 1938, men started to venture back to the city, some to examine the damage, others to find work because they had run out of money, still others to see whether conditions were safe enough for their families to return. As reconstruction began, the demand for labor grew. Soon more men were lured back, and before long their wives and children joined the influx of migration toward Nanking. Within a year and a half, the population had doubled, surging from an estimated 250,000 to 300,000 people in March 1938, to more than 576,000 people in December 1939. Though the population failed to reach the 1 million level that the city had enjoyed back in 1936, by 1942 the population peaked at about 700,000 people and stabilized for the duration of the war. Life under the Japanese was far from pleasant, but a sense of resignation settled over the city, as many came to believe that the conquerors were there to stay. Occasionally there was an underground resistance. Once in a while someone would run into a theater packed with Japanese officials and throw a bomb. But in general such rebellion was sporadic and rare. Most of the hostility against the Japanese was expressed non-violently, such as in anti-Japanese posters, flyers, and graffiti. The end of Nanking's ordeal came at last in the summer of 1945. On August 6, 1945, the United States dropped an untested uranium bomb on Hiroshima, Japan's eighth largest city, killing 100,000 of its 245,000 people on the first day. When a Japanese surrender was not forthcoming, the Americans dropped on August 9th a second plutonium-type bomb on the Japanese city of Nagasaki. Less than a week later, on August 14th, the Japanese made the final decision to surrender. The Japanese remained in the former capital of China until the day of the surrender, then quickly left the city. Eyewitnesses reported that Japanese soldiers could be seen drinking heavily or weeping in the streets. Some heard rumors of unarmed Japanese men being forced to kneel by the side of the road to be beaten by local residents. Retaliation against the Japanese garrison appears to have been limited, however, because many residents hid at home during this chaotic time, too fearful to even celebrate in case the news of a Japanese defeat turned out not to be true. The evacuation was swift, and there was no mass persecution or imprisonment of Japanese soldiers. One Nanking citizen recalls that she stayed in her house for weeks after the Japanese surrendered, and when she reemerged, they were gone. Chapter 8. Judgment Day. Even before World War II drew to a close, the Allies had organized war tribunals to bring Japanese military criminals to justice. Fully expecting a Japanese defeat, the American and Chinese nationalist governments made preliminary arrangements for the trials. In March 1944, the United Nations created the Investigation of War Crimes Committee. A subcommittee for Far East and Pacific war crimes was established in Chongqing, China's wartime capital, after the fall of Nanking. After the Japanese surrender, the planning of the tribunals began in earnest. The supreme command of the Allied powers in Japan worked closely with the Chinese nationalist government to gather information about Japanese atrocities in China. For the crimes committed during the rape of Nanking, members of the Japanese establishment stood trial not only in Nanking, but in Tokyo itself. The Nanking War Crimes Trial. The rape of Nanking had been a deep, festering wound in the city's psyche, a wound that hid years of repressed fear and hatred. When the trials for Class B and C war criminals started in the city in August 1946, the wound ruptured, spilling forth all the poison that had accumulated during the war. Only a handful of Japanese war criminals were tried in Nanking, but they gave the local Chinese citizens a chance to air their grievances and participate in mass catharsis. During the trials, which lasted until February 1947, more than 1,000 people testified about some 460 cases of murder, rape, arson, and looting. The Chinese government had posted notices in the streets of Nanking urging witnesses to come forward with evidence, while 12 district offices collected statements from people all over the city. One after another, they appeared in the courtroom, listened to the Chinese judge warn them about the 5-year sentence for perjury, and then swore an oath of truth by marking printed statements with signatures, seals, fingerprints, or crosses. The witnesses included not only Chinese survivors, but some of the safety zone leaders, such as miner Cyril Bates and Lewis Smith. During the trials, evidence that had been painstakingly hidden for years emerged. One of the most famous exhibits was a tiny album of 16 photographs of atrocities taken by the Japanese themselves. When the negatives were brought to a film development shot during the massacre, the employees secretly duplicated a set of images which were placed in an album hidden in the wall of a bathroom, and later secreted under a statue of Buddha. The album passed from hand to hand. Men risked their lives to hide it, even when the Japanese issued threats and conducted searches for photographic evidence of their crimes. One man even fled from Nanking and wandered from city to city for years like a fugitive because of the 16 photographs. The long and complex journey that these pictures made from Photoshop to war crimes trial to their final resting place in archives has inspired numerous articles and even a full-length documentary in China. But not all of the evidence had taken such a sensational, circuitous path to the courtroom. Some came straight from old newspaper clippings. A Japan Advertiser article was brought forth at the trial of two lieutenants, Noda Takeshi and Mukai Toshiaki, who had participated in the famous killing contest described in Chapter 2. During the trial, both soldiers, of course, denied killing more than 150 people each, one of them blaming the article on the imagination of the foreign correspondents, and the other insisting that he lied about the contest to better attract a wife when he returned to Japan. When the verdict was read in the courtroom on December 18, 1947, the Chinese audience whooped, cheered, and wept for joy. Both lieutenants were executed by firing squad. The focal point of the Nanking war crimes trials was Tani Hisao. In 1937, he had served as Lieutenant General of the 6th Division of the Japanese Army in Nanking, a division that perpetrated many of the atrocities in the city, especially around Chunghua Gate. In August 1946, Tani was brought back to China for his trial and hauled in a prison van to a detention camp in Nanking. To prepare for his prosecution, forensic experts in white overalls dug open 5 burial grounds near the Chunghua Gate and exposed thousands of skeletons and skulls, many cracked from gunshot wounds and still stained with dark blood. It must have been frightening for Tani Hisao to face the concentrated fury of an entire city. As he stood in the docks, his yellow Japanese military uniform stripped of its stars and stripes, more than 80 witnesses came to court to recite an endless litany of horrors. The indictment had been long, listing hundreds of stabbings, burnings, drownings, strangulations, rapes, thefts, and destruction committed by Tani's division. As evidence mounted, all of it damning, Chinese prosecutors even paraded in experts who heightened the drama by displaying heaps of skulls on the courtroom table. On February 6, 1947, the day his verdict was announced, the courtroom was not large enough to accommodate everyone who wanted to attend. More than 2,000 spectators packed the courtroom, while a loudspeaker broadcast the proceedings to tens of thousands of residents gathered outside. No one was surprised that the verdict was guilty. On March 10, 1947, the court sentenced Tani Hisao to death after concluding that his forces had violated the Hague Convention concerning the customs of war on land and the wartime treatment of prisoners of war, and helped perpetrate a slaughter that claimed an estimated 300,000 lives in Nanking. Most of the city turned out to watch his execution. On April 26th, spectators lined the streets and sidewalks as guards led Tani Hisao, his arms bound behind his back, to the execution grounds at Yuhuatai, or Rainflower Terrace, an area just south of Nanking. There he met his death by gunfire, a fate that many survivors believed to be infinitely more humane than what had befallen most of his victims. The International Military Tribunal for the Far East. The International Military Tribunal for the Far East, IMTFE, also known as the Tokyo War Crimes Trial, began in the capital of Japan on May 3, 1946. The scope of the trial was staggering. The IMTFE drew more than 200,000 spectators and 419 witnesses. The transcript of the trial spanned 49,000 pages, contained 10 million words, and included 779 affidavits and depositions, and 4,336 exhibits. Dubbed the trial of the century, it lasted for 2.5 years, 3 times as long as the Nuremberg trials. Indeed, the IMTFE would become the longest war crimes trial in history. The IMTFE commanded enormous media and legal attention, even though only 28 Japanese military and political officials were prosecuted. On any given day, more than 1,000 people packed the courtroom, including judges, lawyers, foreign correspondents, newsreel cameramen, legal staff, MPs, stenographers, and translators. To the left of the press section sat the justices from 11 allied nations on an elevated platform. To the right, the accused. Spectators sat perched in the balconies, while lawyers, aides, and clerks stood below in the pit. Everyone wore earphones because the proceedings were conducted in both English and Japanese. At the IMTFE, 1,000 My Lies emerged, wrote Arnold Brackman in his book The Other Nuremberg, The Untold Story of the Tokyo War Crimes Trials. During the trial, thousands of horrific details of Japanese behavior across Asia came together in reams of news reports, surveys, statistics, and witness testimony. The IMTFE not only created an enduring oral history record of the Nanking Massacre, but proved that the massacre was just a tiny fraction of the totality of atrocities committed by the Japanese during the war. The prosecution learned, among other things, of Japanese medical experiments on their captives, of marches, such as the infamous Bataan Death March, in which gravely ill and starved prisoners dropped dead from exhaustion, of the savage conditions behind the construction of the Siam-Burma Death Railway, of the Japanese water treatment that pumped water or kerosene into the noses and mouths of victims until their bowels ruptured, of suspension of POWs by wrists, arms, or legs until their joints were literally ripped from their sockets, of victims being forced to kneel on sharp instruments, of excruciating extractions of nails from fingers, of electric shock torture, of naked women forced to sit on charcoal stoves, of every imaginable form of beating and flogging. A favored method of torture by military police officers involved tying prisoners to trees, surrounding them, and kicking them to death in a method they euphemistically called triple attack, or converging from 3 directions. Even of vivisection and cannibalism. It was later determined that Japanese treatment of their POWs surpassed in brutality even that of the Nazis. Only 1 in 25 American POWs died under Nazi captivity, in contrast to 1 in 3 under the Japanese. The rape of Nanking, perhaps the highlight of the IMTFE, served as a metaphor for Japanese behavior during the entire span of the war. Brackman, who had covered the IMTFE as a young United Press reporter, pointed out that the rape of Nanking was not the kind of isolated incident common to all wars. It was deliberate. It was policy. It was known in Tokyo. For that matter, it was front-page news in the world's press. This was what the IMTFE was all about. The evidence presented at the trial overwhelmed the Japanese defense. Several members of the International Safety Zone Committee flew to Tokyo to read from their diaries, present their own research findings, and answer questions about the rape of Nanking. The IMTFE verdict unequivocally denounced the Japanese for their crimes in Nanking, citing one observer's claim that the Japanese soldiers were let loose like a barbarian horde to desecrate the city. The tribunal also concluded that the Japanese government had been well aware of the atrocities in Nanking. The crimes, after all, happened in plain view of the Japanese embassy. The International Committee had made daily visits to representatives at the Japanese Foreign Office and the Japanese Embassy to report on the situation, even filing 2 protests a day for the first 6 weeks. Joseph Grew, the American ambassador in Tokyo, held personal meetings with top Japanese officials, including Hirota Koki, to inform them of the atrocities. Moreover, Ito Nobufumo, Japan's minister-at-large in China in 1937 and 1938, had also forwarded reports of Japanese outrages in China to Hirota. The brunt of the blame for the Nanking atrocities fell on Matsui Iwane. As the commander of Japan's Central China Expeditionary Force at the time, Matsui served as the most obvious target. 1 month before the Nanking invasion, Matsui had boasted that his mission was to chastise the Nanking government and the outrageous Chinese. On December 17, 1937, he had entered the city with great pomp and ceremony, perched on top of a chestnut horse, as soldiers cheered him on. But historians have suggested that Matsui may have served as the scapegoat for the rape of Nanking. A sickly and frail man suffering from tuberculosis, Matsui was not even in Nanking when the city fell. Because of the lack of literature on the subject, Matsui's responsibility for the crimes at Nanking remains a subject for further research and debate. The evidence suggests, however, that the tubercular general was guilt-stricken over the entire episode. no doubt because he was unable to maintain order in the Japanese army after Asaka took command. To atone for the sins of Nanking, Matsui erected a shrine of remorse on a hill in his hometown of Atami, a beach resort some 50 miles down the coast from Tokyo. Sacks of clay imported from the banks of the Yangtze River were mixed with native Japanese soil and then sculpted, baked, and glazed into the statue of Kannon, the Buddhist goddess of mercy. Before this statue, a priestess was hired by the Matsui family to chant prayers and weep for the Chinese war dead. But a public show of self-flagellation is one thing, and the willingness to seek justice for the wronged quite another. To this day, Matsui's behavior at the IMTFE remains perplexing. During his testimony, he failed to disclose the full story of what happened in Nanking, an account that would have implicated the imperial family. Instead, he waffled between lies and occasional self-denunciation. He tried to make excuses for the atrocities of Nanking, sometimes denied them completely, and irritated the prosecution with his circuitous, vaguely mystical discussions about Buddhism and the nature of Sino-Japanese friendship. But never once did he point accusatory fingers at the imperial throne. Rather, he blamed himself for failing to properly guide Prince Asaka and the emperor, and he told the prosecutors that it was his duty to die for them. "I am happy to end this way," he said. "I am really eager to die at any time." He got his wish. The tribunal concluded that the rape of Nanking was either secretly ordered or willfully committed, and sentenced Matsui to death. He was not the only one. A total of 7 Japanese Class A war criminals, including Japanese Foreign Minister Hirota Koki, were judged guilty by the IMTFE and later hanged at the Sugamo prison in Tokyo. Unfortunately, many of the chief culprits of the rape of Nanking, or those who might have exercised their royal authority to stop the rape, never spent a day in court. General Nakajima Keisago died shortly after Japan's surrender. The man whose troops had committed some of the worst Nanking outrages passed away on October 28, 1945, apparently of uremia and cirrhosis of the liver. There were rumors that Nakajima was an alcoholic and committed suicide, but his eldest son said that his illness was caused by inhalation of gases to which he was exposed when employed in chemical weapons research and education. By coincidence, an American MP who came to question Nakajima about war crimes arrived at his door just as a physician was informing the family that Nakajima had died. His biographer, Kimura Kuninori, who believes Nakajima followed a take-no-prisoners policy in Nanking, quoted Nakajima's son as saying, "Had my father lived, he probably would not have escaped execution." General Yanagawa Haisuke also died in 1945. Before his death by heart attack, however, he gave several interviews to his friend Sugawara Yutaka, who used 7 volumes of notes from their conversations together to publish a book. Though the book is mostly laudatory of Yanagawa's military exploits, he was a rare man and a great talent, Sugawara writes. It does address the subject of the rape of Nanking. Yanagawa simply pooh-poohed the entire episode, assuring Sugawara that reports of his men's atrocities were groundless rumors. Rather, he boasted that his soldiers had followed such strict military discipline in Nanking that even when quartered in Chinese homes, they took care to wear slippers. Hirohito lived long after Japan's surrender, but never faced a full moral accounting for his activities during the war. In exchange for Japan's surrender, the American government granted him, the Emperor of Japan, immunity from trial, so he was not called in as a defendant or even a witness. Because the terms of the surrender exonerated all members of the Japanese imperial family, Hirohito's uncle, Prince Asaka, under whose command the kill-all captives order was forged, also escaped justice, exempting him from having to appear at the IMTFE at all. The decision to give Hirohito immunity from war responsibility, and still worse, the decision to keep him on the throne, later impeded the Japanese people's own historical awareness of their World War II crimes. According to Herbert Bix, a biographer of Hirohito and prominent Japan scholar, Many would find it difficult to believe that they had been accomplices in aggression and murder on a near genocidal scale, when the emperor whom they had served so loyally never had to bear responsibility for his own speech and actions. MacArthur helped prepare the ground for future Japanese conservative interpretations of the post-war monarchy that denied the Showa emperor had ever held real power. The details of Emperor Hirohito's role in the rape of Nanking remain a controversial subject because of the dearth of primary source material available. Unlike the Nazi government records, which were confiscated and microfilmed by the Allies and later used as evidence in war crimes trials, the Japanese deliberately destroyed, hid, or falsified most of their secret wartime documents before General MacArthur arrived. Even most of the Japanese high-level military records that the American occupation forces did manage to seize in 1945, documents which one professor called a priceless historical treasure, were inexplicably and irresponsibly returned to Japan by the American government little more than a decade later, before they could be properly microfilmed. For these reasons, it is practically impossible today to prove whether Emperor Hirohito planned, approved of, or even knew of the atrocities in Nanking. Perhaps the only English-language book that has attempted to explain Hirohito's involvement in the Nanking massacre is Japan's Imperial Conspiracy by David Bergamini. In his book, Bergamini claims that the Japanese laid out an intricate blueprint for world conquest, and that the person who made the decision to invade Nanking was Hirohito himself. Bergamini offers a riveting narrative, complete apparently with quotes from Japanese top-secret messages, to explain the chain of events leading to the tragedy at Nanking. Unfortunately, Bergamini's book was seriously criticized by reputable historians who claimed that he cited sources that simply did not exist, or quoted mysterious unnamed informants who said amazing but unverifiable things. Adding to the confusion is the debate among scholars on whether a Japanese imperial conspiracy to conquer the world had ever existed. For years, it was believed that Prime Minister Tanaka Giichi had submitted a secret report to the throne during the Far Eastern Conference of 1927, a report known as the Tanaka Memorial, that purportedly encapsulated Japanese ambitions at the time. In order to conquer the world, we must first conquer China, the report allegedly dictated. But in order to conquer China, we must first conquer Manchuria and Mongolia. If we succeed in conquering China, the rest of the Asiatic countries and South Sea countries will fear us and surrender to us. Then the world will realize that Eastern Asia is ours and will not dare to violate our rights. This is the plan left to us by Emperor Meiji, the success of which is essential to our national existence. Today, this report is generally considered by scholars to be a forgery, one with possible Russian origins. But when the memorial first emerged in Peking in September 1929, it led many to believe that Japanese aggression against China was part of a well-coordinated Japanese plot to conquer the globe. The English text of the Tanaka Memorial later appeared in English in a Shanghai newspaper, and even inspired the classic Hollywood movie Blood on the Sun, in which James Cagney attempts to steal Japan's master plan in order to save the world. Today, the Tanaka Memorial still has a considerable grasp on the world imagination. Many Chinese historians believe that the Tanaka Memorial is authentic, and Chinese encyclopedias and dictionaries, as well as English-language newspaper and wire service articles, continue to cite the memorial as historical fact. Currently, no reputable historian of Japan believes that there was a pre-planned conspiracy by Japan to conquer the world. An examination of the chaos in the Japanese state administration in the 1920s and 1930s suggests that such a conspiracy was unlikely. The Japanese army hated the navy. The high command in Tokyo didn't know what the Kwantung army in Manchuria was doing until it was too late, and relations between the foreign ministry and the armed services were often chilly to the point of silence. However, many scholars believe that Hirohito must have known about the rape of Nanking. Herbert Bix personally thinks it is inconceivable that Hirohito could not have known. First, it was front-page news in the world press. Secondly, his own brother could have told him the gory details. Back in 1943, Prince Mikasa Takahito, the youngest brother of Emperor Hirohito, spent a year as a staff officer at the Nanking headquarters of the Japanese Imperial Army's Expeditionary Force in China, where he heard a young officer speak of using Chinese prisoners for live bayonet practice in order to train new recruits. "It helps them acquire guts," the officer told the prince. The appalled Mikasa described the practice as truly a horrible scene that can only be termed a massacre. Out of a desperate desire to bring the war to a close, the prince distributed a questionnaire to young staff officers to seek their opinions about the war, prepared a lecture that denounced Japanese aggression in China, and wrote the report Reflections as a Japanese on the Sino-Japanese War. The paper was deemed controversial and dangerous, but Mikasa got away with writing it because of his royal blood. The Japanese military later confiscated and destroyed most of the copies, but a single copy survived, and it was later discovered in the microfilm collections of the National Parliamentary Archives. If this story had come out during the Japanese war tribunals, it might have implicated the royal family and military command alike for their failure to crack down on war criminals when news of misdeeds reached them. Mikasa admitted that he reported on the China situation in bits and pieces to his brother the emperor, and even watched with him a newsreel about Japanese atrocities in China. But Mikasa's confession did not emerge until 1994, almost half a century after the IMTFE. We will probably never know exactly what news Hirohito received about Nanking as the massacre was happening, but the record suggests that he was exceptionally pleased by it. The day after the fall of the Chinese capital, the emperor expressed his extreme satisfaction to Prince Kanin, the grand uncle of the empress and chief of the army general staff, and the prince, in turn, sent a telegram of congratulations to Matsui Iwane. Not since history began has there been such an extraordinary military exploit. Hirohito even invited Matsui, Asaka, and Yanagawa to his summer villa to present them with silver vases embossed with the imperial chrysanthemum. In the end, the royal family not only escaped scrutiny at the tribunal, but went on to enjoy lives of leisure and national adoration. Prince Asaka, for one, retired to watch weekly newsreels with Hirohito, to sit with him on the Council of Princes of the Blood, and to play golf with him until the end of his days. Asaka not only excelled at the sport, but took an active interest in golf course development, becoming the architect of the Plateau Golf Course at the Dai Hakone Country Club in the resort town of Hakone on the east coast of Japan. Hirohito himself lived peacefully and in dignity until his death in 1989. Chapter 9. The Fate of the Survivors. More than one scholar of the Nanking Massacre has commented upon the dismal manner in which justice was doled out after the IMTFE. While many of the Japanese who tormented the Nanking citizens received full military pensions and benefits from the Japanese government, thousands of their victims suffered, and continue to suffer, lives of silent poverty, shame, or chronic physical and mental pain. The pivotal moment in this reversal of justice came with the advent of the Cold War. The United States had originally sought to implement democracy in Japan by purging Japan's leadership of people involved in the war. But after the war, the Soviet Union broke its promises at the Yalta Conference and seized Poland and part of Germany. As the Iron Curtain of communism descended on Eastern Europe, so did a bamboo curtain in China. In 1949, the communist forces of Mao Zedong defeated the armies of Chiang Kai-shek, forcing his government to retreat to the island of Taiwan. Then in 1950, the Korean War broke out, eventually killing 1 million Koreans, 250,000 Chinese, and 34,000 Americans. With China, the Soviet Union, and North Korea as its new post-war enemies, the United States suddenly viewed Japan as a country of strategic importance. Washington decided to maintain a stable government in Japan in order to better challenge communism in Asia. The United States left the pre-war bureaucracy in Japan virtually intact, permitting many of its wartime perpetrators to go unpunished. Therefore, while the Nazi regime was overhauled and replaced and numerous Nazi war criminals were hunted down and brought to trial, many high-ranking wartime Japanese officials returned to power and prospered. In 1957, Japan even elected as prime minister a man who had been imprisoned as a Class A war criminal. At the same time, most, if not all, of the Nanking massacre survivors vanished from public view. During the Cold War and the turbulent years of Mao's reign, Nanking, along with the rest of China, remained isolated from much of the international community. The Chinese Communist government not only severed communication with the West for several decades, but expelled many of the remaining foreigners in Nanking, even those who had saved thousands of Chinese lives as administrators of the Nanking Safety Zone. In the summer of 1995, I became one of the first people from the West to capture on videotape the oral testimonies of several survivors of the rape of Nanking. Sad to say, if I had visited Nanking only a decade earlier, I would have found many sites of the massacre intact, for the city was then a model of historical preservation, and much of its 1930s architecture was still standing. But in the late 1980s and 1990s, the city underwent a frenzy of land speculation and construction, demolishing most of its ancient landscape and replacing it with new luxury hotels, factories, skyscrapers, and apartment buildings, under thick blankets of smog. Even the famous Nanking Wall disappeared, with only a few gates remaining as tourist attractions. If I did not know about the rape of Nanking before my visit to this teeming, congested, and thriving city, I would have never suspected that it even took place, for the population of the city was at least 10 times greater than it had been immediately after the massacre. Underneath the prosperity, however, hidden from view, were the last human links to the past, the elderly survivors of the Nanking massacre. Scholars in the city guided me to a few of them scattered throughout Nanking. What I found shocked and depressed me. Most lived in dark, squalid apartments cluttered with the debris of poverty and heavy with mildew and humidity. I learned that during the massacre some had received physical injuries so severe they had been prevented from making a decent living for decades. Most lived in poverty so crushing that even a minimal amount of financial compensation from Japan could have greatly improved the conditions of their lives. Even $100 in reparations from the Japanese to buy an air conditioner could have made a world of difference for many of them. After the war, some of the survivors had clung to the hope that their government would vindicate them by pushing for Japanese reparations and an official apology. This hope, however, was swiftly shattered when the People's Republic of China, PRC, eager to force an alliance with the Japanese to gain international legitimacy, announced at various times that it had forgiven the Japanese. In 1991, the PRC government even invited the Japanese Prime Minister to visit mainland China. Hearing such news was like being raped a second time, and some saw themselves as the victims of a double betrayal. First by the KMT soldiers who fled from Nanking before the city collapsed, then by the PRC government, which sold out their futures to the Japanese. According to Karen Parker, an international human rights attorney, the PRC has never signed a treaty with the Japanese relinquishing its right to seek national reparations for wartime crimes, despite its conciliatory statements toward the Japanese. Moreover, Parker claims that even if such a treaty is made, it cannot, under the principle of jus cogens, infringe upon the right of individual Chinese people to seek reparations for wartime suffering. But most of the survivors I spoke with in Nanking did not know the intricacies of international law, and therefore believed that the PRC had already forfeited their right to seek reparations. Any news of friendly relations between the Chinese and Japanese governments is emotionally devastating to them. One man, who was nearly roasted alive by the Japanese during the rape of Nanking, told me that he wept uncontrollably when he heard rumors that the PRC had forgiven the Japanese their past crimes. Another woman whose father was executed during the Nanking massacre said that her mother collapsed in a faint when the news of the Prime Minister's visit reached her over the radio. Author's note: not all of the survivors from the rape of Nanking, however, suffered tragic fates. Sometimes I encountered numerous surprise endings, like the conclusion of the life of Commander Tang Sheng-che. Despite his fiasco at Nanking, Tang went on to enjoy a charmed existence in China. Things were rough for him at first because the Nanking debacle left him in foul odor with the Nationalist Party and forced him to return to his home province of Hunan without an official job. But after the Communists came to power, the new leadership embraced Tang, even though he had been a high-ranking military official in the enemy camp. Swiftly, Tang rose to prominence, serving as Lieutenant Governor of Hunan and a member of the National People's Congress, the National Defense Committee, the Chinese National Party Revolutionary Committee, and a number of other organizations. Only after serving a long, prestigious career in politics did he finally die on April 6, 1970, a revered official in his 80s. Endnote. Equally sobering were the fates of many of the foreigners who organized the Nanking Safety Zone. Although they sacrificed their energy and health to help the Chinese in Nanking, many of these Westerners never quite got what they deserved from life or posterity. There are no famous books devoted to these forgotten heroes of World War II, and certainly there has been no movie about them that has captured the imagination of the world public as intensely as Schindler's List. Their spirit lives mainly in a few archives and attics from Berlin to Sunnyvale, and in the minds of a handful of survivors in China who remember them simply as the living Buddhas who saved Nanking. Most of the Nanking survivors know the deeds of the safety zone leaders, but few are aware of how their lives ultimately played out. The survivors I talked with in China were saddened to learn that some of their protectors eventually endured disgrace and expulsion from China, interrogation and ostracism in their home countries, and irreparable physical and mental wounds, even suicide. Several of these foreign heroes can be considered the belated victims of the rape of Nanking. The experiences of Miner Searle Bates and Lewis Smith illustrate how the facts of their heroism during the Nanking Massacre were twisted for political ends. During the Korean War, the PRC distorted the history of the massacre in newspaper articles to depict the Americans as the villains of Nanking, who assisted the Japanese in the carnage. In the local newspaper, Lewis Smith saw articles that accused the safety zone foreigners of giving over the city to the Japanese and turning over thousands of women for raping. In a similar vein, an article in the national Xinhua Yuebao charged that the Americans who remained in Nanking in 1937 not only responded well to the imperialist policies of the U.S. government, but also protected their companies, churches, schools, and residences with the blood and bones of the Chinese people. The author insisted that the International Safety Zone Committee was an organization of imperialists who worked in faithful collusion with the Japanese invaders, and he quoted one Chinese survivor as saying, "The American devils called out the names, and the Japanese devils carried out the execution." Pictures of the atrocities were printed with the slogan, "Remember the Nanking Massacre, stop American remilitarization of Japan." Such propaganda shocked and frightened Smith, though his Chinese teacher assured him of his safety. "Dr. Smith, there are 100,000 people in this city who know what you people did," the teacher said. "There's nothing to worry about." Nevertheless, his days in Nanking were numbered. In 1951, he left his position at Nanking University to join the faculty at Lexington Theological Seminary in Kentucky the following year. Bates also left Nanking, but not before he had been placed under virtual house arrest by the Communists. Smith and Bates did not suffer as much as some of their colleagues. For several committee members, the massacre took years off their lives. David McGee, son of the Reverend John McGee, is certain that the stress of dealing with the Japanese caused the early death of his father. Other zone leaders endured years of mental agony. For example, Edith Fitch Swapp, the daughter of the YMCA Secretary George Fitch, said her father had been so traumatized by the Japanese atrocities in Nanking that he often suffered complete amnesia when delivering lectures on the subject. This happened at least twice when Fitch spoke about the Sino-Japanese War in front of large organizations in the United States. Robert Wilson, the Nanking University Hospital surgeon, paid the price of Nanking with his health. His widow recalled that while other doctors on the zone committee carefully paced themselves and went to Shanghai at least once a week to catch up on sleep, Wilson recklessly worked non-stop without taking breaks. Surgery consumed most of his energy during the day, while Japanese soldiers interrupted his sleep at night when he was called away from home time and again to stop a rape in progress. He operated, it seemed, on adrenaline alone. Finally, his body rebelled. In 1940, violent seizures and even a mental collapse forced Wilson to return to the United States, where he rested for a year in Santa Barbara, California. He never returned to China, nor did he fully recover from the strain. In the United States, Wilson not only endured both seizures and nightmares, but also experienced trouble focusing his eyes in the morning. Minnie Vautrin paid the price with her life. The Nanking massacre took a deeper psychic toll on her than any of the other zone leaders or refugees had realized at the time. Few were aware that under a legend that had grown to mythic proportions was a vulnerable, exhausted woman who never recovered, either emotionally or physically, from daily exposure to Japanese violence. Her last diary entry, dated April 14, 1940, reveals her state of mind. "I'm about at the end of my energy. Can no longer forge ahead and make plans for the work, for on every hand there seem to be obstacles of some kind. I wish I could go on furlough at once, but who will do the thinking for the EXP course?" 2 weeks later, she suffered a nervous breakdown. At the bottom of the last page of her diary is a sentence that was written, no doubt, by somebody else. In May 1940, Miss Vautrin's health broke, necessitating her return to the United States. Her niece recalls that Vautrin's colleagues sent her back to the States for medical help, but during the voyage across the Pacific Ocean, she tried repeatedly to kill herself. A friend who accompanied Vautrin could barely restrain her from jumping over the side of the ship. Once in the United States, Vautrin entered a psychiatric hospital in Iowa, where she endured electroshock treatment. Upon her release, Vautrin went to work for the United Christian Missionary Society in Indianapolis. Her family in Shepherd, Michigan, wanted to visit Vautrin, but she discouraged them by writing that she would be coming to see them soon. A fortnight later, Vautrin was dead. On May 14, 1941, a year to the day she left Nanking, Vautrin sealed the windows and doors of her home with tape, turned on the gas, and committed suicide. Then there was the fate of John Rabe, whose life remained a mystery to historians for years. Before he was summoned back to Germany, Rabe had promised the Chinese in Nanking that he would publicize the Japanese atrocities in his homeland and try to seek an audience with Hermann Goering and even Adolf Hitler. People in Nanking prayed that Rabe's presentation would compel Nazi leaders to exert pressure on the Japanese government to stop the carnage. Before Rabe's departure, a Chinese doctor had asked Rabe to tell the Germans that the Chinese were not communists, but peace-loving people who wanted to live in harmony with other nations. After a round of tearful farewell parties in February 1938, Rabe returned to Germany with a copy of John McGee's film of the Nanking atrocities. After that point in time, he vanished from all the records, and his whereabouts baffled scholars for decades. I was determined to get to the bottom of the story for 2 reasons. First, the irony of a kind-hearted Nazi working with American missionaries to save Chinese refugees from Japanese soldiers was too intriguing for me to ignore. And second, I was convinced that something terrible must have happened to Rabe after he returned to Germany. Rabe, after all, did not appear at the International Military Tribunal of the Far East to testify with his colleagues about the horrors of Nanking. Also, an oral history interview with one of his friends indicated that Rabe had somehow run afoul of Hitler's government. But the friend failed to provide specific details, and by the time I came across the transcript, he was no longer alive to give me the full story. Questions nagged me at every turn. Did Rabe actually show the film and the report to Hitler? Or did he, God forbid, get sucked deeper into the Nazi machinery in Germany and contribute to the extermination of the Jews? This I highly doubted, given his record of heroism at Nanking, but the possibility remained. Perhaps he had been thrown in prison after the war, or perhaps no one had ever heard from him again because he became a fugitive from the law, living out his remaining years in a Latin American country. I also wondered whether he had kept a personal diary of the Nanking massacre. But if he kept such papers, they must have been destroyed during the war, incinerated perhaps in an air raid. Otherwise, any such diary should have ended up in archives by now, available to the rest of the world. Still, I figured that it would not hurt to write some letters to Germany to see what I could find. I possessed one important clue about Rabe. He had been apprenticed in Hamburg around the turn of the century. Perhaps he had been born there and still had family in the city. Somehow I had to establish contact with a key source in Hamburg. I turned to an old friend for help. John Taylor, whom scholars called a national treasure, had worked more than half a century at the National Archives in Washington, D.C., and knew just about every serious historian in the world. If there was an expert somewhere on the planet who had studied the history of the German community in China during World War II, Taylor would probably know who he was. Taylor suggested that I contact the historian Charles Burdick of Ferndale, California. Burdick, in turn, suggested that I write to the city historian of Hamburg. He also gave me the address of Martha Begemann, a friend of his, and he assured me a lovely lady, who was not only well connected in the city, but generous with her help. Within a few days I wrote to Begemann about the Rabe mystery, as well as to the editor of the largest newspaper in Hamburg, hoping that the latter would run a notice about my search. Then, expecting no immediate reply from either of them, I turned my attention to other things. To my surprise, a letter came back from Begemann right away. Through a fortuitous chain of events, she had already located Rabe's family. "I am happy I could help you, and it was not so very difficult," she wrote on April 26, 1996. "First of all, I wrote to Pastor Müller in Bavaria, who collected the whereabouts of all former Germans in China. He promptly rang me up the other day, telling me the names of Dr. Otto Rabe, son of John Rabe, and his sister Margareta. She enclosed in her letter a message from Ursula Reinhardt, Rabe's granddaughter, in Berlin. From that moment on, things moved swiftly. Ursula Reinhardt, I learned, had been born in China. As a little girl, she even visited Nanking only months before the city fell. She was Rabe's favorite granddaughter. To my delight, Reinhardt proved endlessly helpful to my inquiries and sent me many long letters. With handwritten text, photographs, and news articles, Reinhardt filled in some of the missing details of Rabe's life. Rabe kept his promise to the Chinese that he would inform the German authorities of the Japanese horrors in Nanking. On April 15th, he and his wife returned to Germany, where he received numerous accolades for his achievements. In Berlin, the German Secretary of State officially commended Rabe for his work in China. Rabe was awarded the Service Cross of the Red Cross Order. In Stuttgart, he was further decorated, receiving the Silver Poster for Service to Germany Award and the Diamond Order Award on a red, white, and blue necklace from the Chinese government. That May, Rabe publicized the Nanking Massacre by lecturing and showing John McGee's film all over Berlin, speaking before packed audiences at the Siemens Company, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Association for the Far East, and the War Ministry. Rabe failed to secure an audience with Adolf Hitler, however, and so on June 8th he sent a letter to the Führer, along with a copy of the film and a typewritten report on the rape of Nanking. But if Rabe had expected a sympathetic response from Hitler, he was gravely mistaken. A few days later, 2 members of the Gestapo arrived on his doorstep to arrest him. Ursula Reinhardt was there when it happened. She was 7 years old, trying on a pair of new roller skates near the door, when she saw 2 official-looking men in black uniforms with white lapels take Rabe away to a waiting car. My grandfather looked embarrassed, and the 2 men very severe and stiff, so that I didn't even dare hug him farewell. Rabe was interrogated for several hours at Gestapo headquarters. The Gestapo released him only after his employer, Karl Friedrich von Siemen, vouched for his character and promised them that Rabe would refrain from talking of the Japanese so openly. Rabe was warned never to lecture, discuss, or write on the subject again, and most of all, never to show John McGee's film to anyone. After Rabe's release, the Siemens Company immediately sent him abroad, probably for his own protection. For the next few months, Rabe worked in Afghanistan, helping German nationals leave the country by way of Turkey. In October, the German government returned his report, but kept the copy of John McGee's film. Rabe never found out whether Hitler read the report or saw the film, although his family today is convinced that he did. The German government informed Rabe that his report was sent to the Ministry of Economics, where it was read by the highest circles of government, but that he should not expect any change in German foreign policy toward Japan because of it. The next few years proved nightmarish for Rabe. His apartment was bombed out, and the Russian invasion of Berlin reduced his family to poverty. Ursula Reinhardt is convinced that they survived only because they were living in the British, not the Soviet, section of Berlin. Rabe continued to work sporadically for the Siemens Company, translating economic correspondence into English, but the low wage was barely enough to keep his family alive. The immediate post-war period for Rabe must have been one long string of angry accusations. First he was arrested by the Soviets, who interrogated him for 3 days and nights before the unrelenting glare of Klieg lights. Then he was arrested by the British, who grilled him for an entire day, but later gave him a work permit. The permit, however, had little value for Rabe because the Siemens Company still did not have a permanent position for him. The final humiliation came when a German acquaintance denounced Rabe and propelled him into a long, drawn-out denazification process. He had to pay for his own legal defense, in the process losing his work permit and depleting his savings and energy. Crowded into one tiny room with his family, fighting cold and hunger, Rabe was forced to sell piece by piece his beloved collection of Chinese artwork to the American army in order to buy beans, bread, and soup. Malnutrition caused him to succumb to skin disease, while sorrow and stress all but destroyed his health. In Nanking he was a legend, but in Germany he was a dying man. Excerpts from Rabe's diary reveal his state of mind in 1945-46. There is no job for me at Siemens. I am unemployed. According to the military government, I must give my standard life policies to be registered in Spandau, a district in the northwest of Berlin, at the Stadtkonterbank. The policies of over 1,027.19 pounds, the rest of 5,000 for which I worked and saved so many years, are with Gretel, Margareta, his daughter, in Bunde. As far as I can see, this money is lost now. Last Sunday I was with Mommy, Dora Rabe, John Rabe's wife, in the Zantenerstrasse, Rabe's bombed apartment. They broke the door in our cellar and stole my typewriter, our radio, and more. Meo fatze. Now Mommy weighs only 44 kilograms. We have grown very meager. The summer comes to an end. What will winter bring? Where will we get fuel, food, and work? I am now translating Timperley's What War Means, a book of documents about the Nanking massacre. At the moment this brings no money, but perhaps I shall get a better food ration card. All Germans suffer as we do. We suffer hunger and hunger again. I had nothing to tell, so I didn't write down anything. In addition to our meager meal, we ate acorn flour soup. Mommy collected the acorns secretly in autumn. Now as the provisions come to an end day after day, we ate stinging nettle. The young leaves taste like spinach. Yesterday my petition to get denazified was rejected. Though I saved the lives of 250,000 Chinese people as the head of the International Committee of the Nanking Safety Zone, my request was refused because I was, for a short time, the leader of the Ortsgruppenleiter district of the NSDAP in Nanking, and a man of my intelligence must not have sought membership of this party. I am going to appeal. If they don't give me any possibility to work at SSW, the Siemens Schuckert Werke, the name of Rabe's company, I don't know what to live on. So I must go on to fight, and I'm so tired. At the moment I am questioned every day by the police. If I had heard of any atrocities of the Nazis in China, I wouldn't have entered the NSDAP. And if any of my opinions as a German man had differed from the opinion of the foreigners in Nanking, the English, the Americans, Danes, etc., in Nanking wouldn't have chosen me chairman of the International Security Committee in Nanking. In Nanking I was the living Buddha for hundreds of thousands of people, and here I am a pariah, an outcast. Oh, if I could only be cured of my homesickness. On June the 3rd, finally, I was denazified by the Denazifying Commission of the British sector in Charlottenburg. The judgment runs, though you were deputy leader of the district of the NSDAP, and though after your return to Germany you did not resign membership of the NSDAP, Ursula Reinhardt notes that doing so would have been suicide. The Commission decided to sustain your objection because of your successful humanitarian work in China, etc. With this, the nerve torture finally came to an end. I was congratulated by many friends and directors of the SSW and given a holiday by the firm to recover from the strain. Today, Mommy is out with one of our Chinese wooden idols to go to Dr. Krebs, who now and then provided us with food and was in love with this idol. A Chinese carpet, a present from Kong, we gave to Mrs. Tupfer for 300 weights of potatoes. By 1948, news of Rabe's plight had reached China. When the Nanking city government announced to its people that Rabe needed help, the response was tremendous, almost reminiscent of the conclusion of Frank Capra's classic film It's a Wonderful Life. Within a matter of days, the survivors of the massacre raised for Rabe's support 100 million in Chinese dollars, roughly equivalent at the time to 2,000 in U.S. dollars, no small amount in 1948. In March that year, the mayor of Nanking traveled to Switzerland, where he bought large quantities of milk powder, sausages, tea, coffee, beef, butter, and jam to be delivered to Rabe in 4 huge packages. From June 1948 until the fall of the capital to the Communists, the people of Nanking also mailed Rabe a bundle of food each month to express their heartfelt thanks for his leadership of the International Safety Zone. The Kuomintang government even offered Rabe free housing in China and a lifelong pension if he ever chose to return. The packages were a godsend for Rabe and his family. In June 1948, the city of Nanking learned just how badly Rabe had needed them when they received from him several letters of profuse thanks, letters that remain to this day in Chinese archives. Before the packages arrived, the family had been collecting wild weeds, which the children would eat with soup. The adults subsisted on barely more than dry bread. But at the time when Rabe wrote his letters to Nanking, even bread had disappeared from the Berlin market, making the packages all the more precious to them. The entire family was grateful for the support of the Nanking people, and Rabe himself wrote that the gesture had restored his faith in life. Rabe died from an artery stroke in 1950. Before his death, he left behind a written legacy of his work in China, more than 2,000 pages of documents on the rape of Nanking that he had meticulously typed, numbered, bound, and even illustrated. These documents included his and other foreigners' eyewitness reports, newspaper articles, radio broadcasts, telegrams, and photographs of the atrocities. No doubt Rabe recognized the historical value of this record. Perhaps he even predicted its future publication. A decade after his death, Ursula Reinhardt's mother found the diaries among his papers and offered to give them to her, but the offer came at a bad time. Reinhardt was pregnant and immersed in school examinations. More significantly, she was afraid to read the gruesome contents of the diaries. When she politely declined the offer, John Rabe's son, Dr. Otto Rabe, inherited the papers instead. With him they remained unknown to the world public and even to German historians for half a century. There are a number of possible reasons for this secrecy. According to the Reinhardts, John Rabe himself had warned his son not to disclose the existence of the diaries. The treatment he had endured under the Gestapo may very well have had something to do with his caution. But there was a more fundamental reason for the family's reluctance to advertise the diary's existence. Rabe's previous status as a Nazi raised understandable concerns among some members of his family, and in the immediate post-war years it was simply not politically correct to publish the documents of a Nazi or boast about his accomplishments, however worthy they might have been. The other Nazis on the Nanking International Safety Zone Committee kept quiet about their records as well. Shortly after the discovery of the Rabe papers, I learned of the existence of another Nazi diary of the rape of Nanking, entitled Days of Fate in Nanking by Christian Kroger. His son Peter Kroger had found a copy of the diary in his father's desk after his death at the age of 90. It was fortunate, he wrote, that my letter reached him when it did. If it had arrived only a month earlier, he would have told me that his father had possessed only a few newspaper articles on the subject. To this day he wonders why his father never told him about the rape of Nanking or the diary. I suspect the reason is linked to Rabe's downfall and persecution in Germany after he sent the report on the Great Rape to Hitler. In fact, at the bottom of the diary is a handwritten scrawl, no doubt Kroger's, that warns, "Contrary to the current opinions of the Hitler government. Consequently, I had to be very careful with this." It was Ursula Reinhardt who finally told the world about Rabe's heroic efforts. When my letter reached her, she decided that the diaries merited closer examination. She borrowed the documents from her uncle and steeled herself to read them. The contents were violent beyond her wildest expectations, causing her to reel from descriptions of women gang-raped by Japanese soldiers in the public streets, of Chinese victims burned alive in Nanking. Months later, Reinhardt remained so horrified by her grandfather's report that she did not hesitate to tell a reporter from the Remning Ribao, People's Daily, her honest opinion of the Nanking massacre, an opinion certainly to provoke controversy, that the Japanese torture of their victims in Nanking surpassed even the Nazis in cruelty, and that the Japanese were far worse than Adolf Hitler himself. Reinhardt worried about the implications of releasing the diaries to the world. She saw the diaries as political dynamite, with the potential to wreck Sino-Japanese relations. But at my urging, and also at the urging of Xiao Zuping, a past president of the Alliance in the Memory of Victims of the Nanking Massacre, who worked for the United Nations, she decided to make the diaries public. She spent 15 hours photocopying them. Xiao, who was fearful that right-wing Japanese might break into her house and destroy the diaries or offer the family large sums of money to buy up the originals, hastily flew Ursula Reinhardt and her husband to New York City, where copies of the diaries were donated to the Yale Divinity School Library at a press conference that was first announced by a prominent story in the New York Times and then covered by Peter Jennings of ABC TV, CNN, and other world media organizations on December 12, 1996, the 59th anniversary of the fall of Nanking. Historians were unanimous in their proclamation of the diary's value. Many saw the diaries as more conclusive proof that the rape of Nanking really did occur, and as an account told from the perspective of a Nazi, they found it fascinating. Rabe's account added authenticity to the American reports of the massacre, not only because a Nazi would have lacked the motive to fabricate stories of the atrocities, but also because Rabe's records included translations of the American diaries from English to German that matched the originals word for word. In the PRC, scholars announced to the Remning Ribao that the documents verified and corroborated much of the existing Chinese source material on the massacre. In the United States, William Kirby, a professor of Chinese history at Harvard University, told the New York Times, "It's an incredibly gripping and depressing narrative, done very carefully with an enormous amount of detail and drama. It will reopen this case in a very important way in that people can go through the day-by-day account and add 100 to 200 stories to what is popularly known." Even Japanese historians pronounced the Rabe finding important. Kasahara Tokushi, a professor of modern Chinese history at Utsunomiya University, testified to the Asahi Shimbun, "What makes this report significant is the fact that not only was it compiled by a German, an ally of Japan, Rabe submitted the report to Hitler to make him aware of the atrocities occurring in Nanking. The fact that Rabe, who was a vice president of the Nazi Party, entreated Hitler, the top leader of a Japanese ally, to intervene testifies to the tremendous scale of the massacre." Hata Ikuhiko, a professor of modern Japanese history at the University of Chiba, added, "The meaning of this report is significant in the sense that a German, whose country was allied with Japan, depicts the atrocity of Nanking objectively. In that sense it has more value as a historical document than the testimony of the American pastor. At the same time, Germany was not sure which side to take, either Japan's or China's. However, Ribbentrop's inauguration as foreign minister fostered Germany's alliance with Japan. It is amazing how brave he was by trying to let Hitler know of the atrocity at Nanking at such a crucial time. Chapter 10. The Forgotten Holocaust. A Second Rape. Is there a child today in any part of the United States, and perhaps in many other parts of the world, who has not seen the gruesome pictures of the gas chambers at Auschwitz, or read at least part of the haunting tale of the young Anne Frank? Indeed, at least in the United States, most school children are also taught about the devastating effects of the atomic bombs the United States dropped over the Japanese cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. But ask most Americans, children and adults alike, including highly educated adults, about the rape of Nanking, and you will learn that most have never been told what happened in Nanking 60 years ago. A prominent government historian admitted to me that the subject had never once come up in all her years of graduate school. A Princeton-educated lawyer told me sheepishly that she was not even aware that China and Japan had been at war. Her knowledge of the Pacific conflict of World War II had been limited to Pearl Harbor and Hiroshima. The ignorance extends even to Asian Americans in this country. One of them revealed her woeful grasp of geography and history when she asked me, "Nanking, what was that, a dynasty?" An event that 60 years ago made front-page news in American newspapers appears to have vanished, almost without a trace. Hollywood has not produced a mainstream movie about the massacre, even though the story contains dramatic elements similar to those of Schindler's List. And until recently, most American novelists and historians have also chosen not to write about it. After hearing such remarks, I became terrified that the history of 300,000 murdered Chinese might disappear, just as they themselves had disappeared under Japanese occupation, and that the world might actually one day believe the Japanese politicians who have insisted that the rape of Nanking was a hoax and a fabrication, that the massacre never happened at all. By writing this book, I forced myself to delve into not only history but historiography, to examine the forces of history and the process by which history is made, what keeps certain events in history and assigns the rest to oblivion. Exactly how does an event like the rape of Nanking vanish from Japan's and even the world's collective memory? One reason information about the rape of Nanking has not been widely disseminated clearly lies in the post-war differences in how Germany and Japan handled their wartime crimes. Perhaps more than any other nation in history, the Germans have incorporated into their post-war political identity the concession that the wartime government itself, not just individual Nazis, was guilty of war crimes. The Japanese government, however, has never forced itself or Japanese society to do the same. As a result, although some bravely fight to force Japanese society to face the painful truth, many in Japan continue to treat the war crimes as the isolated acts of individual soldiers, or even as events that simply did not occur. In Japan, competing stories of what happened during World War II continue to appear. According to a currently popular revisionist view, the country bears no responsibility for the wholesale murder of civilians anywhere during the war. The Japanese fought the war to ensure its own survival and to free Asia from the grip of Western imperialism. Indeed, in return for its noble efforts, Japan itself ended up as the ultimate victim at Hiroshima and Nagasaki. This soothing perception of history still finds its way into Japanese history textbooks, which have either ignored the massacre at Nanking altogether or put a decidedly Japanese spin on the actions of the military. At the far end of the political spectrum, Japanese ultranationalists have threatened everything from lawsuits to death, even assassination, to silence opponents who suggest that these textbooks are not telling the next generation the real story. But it is not just fanatical fringe groups that are trying to rewrite history. In 1990, Ishihara Shintaro, a leading member of Japan's conservative Liberal Democratic Party, and the author of best-selling books such as The Japan That Can Say No, told a Playboy interviewer, "People say that the Japanese made a Holocaust there in Nanking, but that is not true. It is a story made up by the Chinese. It has tarnished the image of Japan, but it is a lie." Naturally, this statement enraged scholars and journalists around the world. One proclaimed that Japan's denial of the rape of Nanking would be politically the same as German denial of the Holocaust. But the denunciations failed to silence Ishihara, who responded with a furious stream of counterattacks. In his rebuttals, Ishihara, in the face of overwhelming evidence to the contrary, asserted that the world never learned about the Nanking Massacre until the International Military Tribunal of the Far East put people on trial for their role in it, that neither Japanese war correspondents nor Western reporters wrote about the massacre as it was occurring, that the New York Times correspondent Frank Tillman Durden failed to witness any massacre, and that the Episcopalian minister John McGee saw only one person killed. By the 1990s, John McGee was, of course, no longer alive to defend himself, but his son, David McGee, made an effort to disprove Ishihara's statements. He gave interviews to the media and attended conferences on the Nanking Massacre, at which he read from his father's papers and displayed the actual camera his father used to film Japanese atrocities. Frank Tillman Durden was alive, and he took direct action. Stepping out of retirement in San Diego to hold a press conference to refute Ishihara's remarks, Durden explained to reporters that he had indeed written an article in 1937 that described the countryside from Shanghai to Nanking as peaceful, but that this article was written 2 months before the Japanese started their advance on Nanking. Ishihara's other statements are readily refutable. Contemporaneous reports of the rape appeared in dozens of Western newspapers, and even Japanese newspapers ran detailed stories about the massacre. As for Durden, his articles were not only contemporaneous but published on the front pages of the New York Times. John McGee's letters contained descriptions like, "The raping of the women has been beyond description or imagination," and "There are dead bodies in every street and alley in the city, so far as I could tell, and I went around quite extensively, including Shaquan." Not to be stopped, however, Ishihara went on to suggest that the Chinese claims of a massacre at Nanking helped influence the U.S. decision to bomb Hiroshima and Nagasaki. As each refutation of his earlier claims made it impossible for Ishihara to repeat them, he shifted his position slightly. But on one point he remained inflexible. Even if the Germans had apologized for killing the Jews, that did not mean that the Japanese should do the same. Under no circumstances should the Japanese ever admit they were guilty of any wrongdoing. Ishihara's career remained intact despite the Playboy interview, but eventually others were not so lucky. One man who was sucked into the vortex of controversy was General Nagano Shigeto. In the spring of 1994, within days of his appointment to the cabinet-level position of Justice Minister, he gave an interview to the Mainichi Shimbun newspaper that turned out to be political suicide. "I think the Nanking Massacre and the rest was a fabrication," he told the newspaper. "I was in Nanking immediately afterwards." He went on to call the Korean comfort women licensed prostitutes, not sex slaves, and to argue that Japan had no choice but to go to war because it was in danger of being crushed. The violent reaction to his statements across Asia forced Nagano to resign in disgrace. In September 1986, Fujio Masayuki, the Japanese Minister of Education, sabotaged his career when he declared that the rape of Nanking was just a part of war. In an interview with Bungei Shunju magazine, Fujio defended the actions of the Japanese during the Nanking Massacre and claimed that the number of dead had been exaggerated. He also said that Korea was partly to blame for its annexation by Japan in 1910, that Korea willingly accepted colonization, and that the Tokyo war crimes trial was racial revenge meant to rob Japan of her power. Though Fujio made these comments only to restore the Japanese spirit through history and tradition, they cost him his job. That month, Japanese Prime Minister Yasuhiro Nakasone dismissed him from his post. Okuno Seisuke, who had been the prefectural director of the notorious Kempeitai, the secret Japanese military police, during the war, rose after the war to become the Japanese Minister of Justice and even the Minister of Education. By 1988, Okuno had become the Japanese Land Agency chief and the third most senior member of the cabinet. But Okuno's undoing came that spring when he visited the Yasukuni Shrine in Tokyo, where Japanese Class A war criminals are enshrined and worshipped, and revealed his true attitudes about World War II. There was no intention of aggression, Okuno told reporters. The white race made Asia into a colony, but only Japan has been blamed. Who was the aggressor country? It was the white race. I don't see why Japanese are called militarists and aggressors. His statements provoked an uproar across Asia, prompting Okuno to adjust his wording. I didn't say Japan wasn't an aggressor, I said it wasn't the only aggressor. By May, Okuno had been forced to resign. But he remained unrepentant to the end. He had stepped down, Okuno said, only under pressure from the government, not because he wished to retract his statements. In August 1994, Sakurai Shin, the Director General of the Japanese Environmental Agency, remarked that Japan did not go to war with the intent to commit aggression. In response to China's angry protests, a PRC Foreign Ministry spokesman announced that the Chinese government regrets that once again a Japanese cabinet minister has brazenly made remarks which distort historical facts. Murayama Tomoichi ended up apologizing for Sakurai's remarks. He also rebuked Sakurai by calling the remarks inappropriate and forced the Director General to hold a midnight press conference to retract his statement. In 1995, Hashimoto Ryutaro, the Minister for International Trade and Industry and a powerful man in the Liberal Democratic Party, he would later become the Prime Minister of Japan, announced that it was Japan's intention only to fight the United States, Britain, and others during World War II. While Japan was aggressive toward China, he said, it really had no intention of invading other Asian countries. The official denials continued even as this book was going to press. Kajiyama Seiroku, the Japanese chief cabinet secretary, outraged several Asian countries when he stated that the sex slaves and rape victims of the Japanese Imperial Army during World War II were not slaves at all, but willingly engaged in prostitution. In January 1997, he proclaimed that the comfort women of the Japanese Army went for the money and were no different from the Japanese prostitutes who were working legally in Japan at the time. Amazingly, these comments came on the eve of weekend summit talks between Japanese Prime Minister Hashimoto Ryutaro and South Korean President Kim Jong-sam, both of whom expressed deep anger over Kajiyama's remarks. Kajiyama later made a gesture to apologize, though he infuriated critics because the apology seemed insulting and insincere. The cabinet secretary regretted that his comments caused some unpleasantness at the Japan-South Korean summit and misunderstanding among the South Korean people, but he refused to retract his original comments. This was not the first time Kajiyama's mouth had landed him in trouble. In 1990, he was forced to resign from his position as Japanese justice minister after comparing African Americans to prostitutes who come in and ruin a neighborhood. The textbook controversy. Perhaps one of the most sinister aspects of the malaise in Japanese education is the deliberate obstruction of important historical information about World War II through textbook censorship. Almost from birth, Japanese children fight for footholds in the slippery pyramid of education, striving to reach the tip, which is admission to Todai or Tokyo University. There are cram elementary schools to get into the right high school, where kids study from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m., cram preparatory kindergartens to ensure admission into the right elementary school, even exclusive maternity wards that guarantee babies a ticket into the right nursery school. But despite the examination hell for which the Japanese are famous, what do their school children learn about World War II? Very little, as it turns out. The entire Japanese education system suffers from selective amnesia, for not until 1994 were Japanese schoolchildren taught that Hirohito's army was responsible for the deaths of at least 20 million Allied soldiers and Asian civilians during World War II. In the early 1990s, a newspaper article quoted a Japanese high school teacher who claimed that his students were surprised to learn that Japan had been at war with the United States. The first thing they wanted to know was who won. How does this happen? All textbooks used in Japan's elementary and secondary schools must first be approved by the Japanese Ministry of Education. Critics in Japan note that social studies textbooks come under the heaviest scrutiny. For example, in 1977, the Ministry of Education reduced a section on World War II within a standard history book of several hundred pages to only 6 pages, which consisted mainly of pictures of the American firebombing of Tokyo, a picture of the ruins of Hiroshima, and a tally of Japan's war dead. The text neglected to mention the casualties on the other side, Japanese war atrocities, or the forced evacuations of Chinese and Korean prisoners to labor camps in Japan. Much of this censorship might have gone unchallenged had it not been for the efforts of one brave crusader. In 1965, the Japanese historian Inaga Saburo sued the Japanese government. This lawsuit was the beginning of a legal battle that would span 3 decades and gain the backing of thousands of sympathetic Japanese followers. Those who have met Inaga are struck by his frailty. The bald octogenarian historian trembles when he walks, and his voice is hardly louder than a whisper. But underneath, a powerful will is at work. The ministry interfered with Inaga's attempts to document the Nanking massacre for school children. For example, in his textbook manuscript, Inaga wrote, "Immediately after the occupation of Nanking, the Japanese army killed numerous Chinese soldiers and citizens. This incident came to be known as the Nanking Massacre." The Examiner commented, "Readers might interpret this description as meaning that the Japanese army unilaterally massacred Chinese immediately after the occupation. This passage should be revised so that it is not interpreted in such a way." Finally, over Inaga's protests, the passage was changed to, "While battling the fierce resistance of the Chinese armed forces, the Japanese army occupied Nanking and killed numerous Chinese soldiers and civilians. This incident came to be known as the Nanking Massacre." That statement may have satisfied textbook censors as a compromise between Inaga's argument and the ministry's position on the massacre. Unfortunately, the statement is simply not true, because it implies that the massacre occurred in the heat of battle. The Examiner demanded that Inaga delete his description of the rape itself, claiming that the violation of women is something that has happened on every battlefield in every era of human history. This is not an issue that needs to be taken up with respect to the Japanese army in particular. Even the word aggression was deemed taboo. Aggression, the censors wrote, is a term that contains negative ethical connotations. The Ministry of Education also bristled at Inaga's efforts to condemn Japanese wartime behavior. It took offense at the following passage. "The war was glorified as a holy war, and the Japanese army's defeat and their brutal acts on the battlefield were completely concealed. As a result, the majority of the Japanese people were not able to learn the truth, and they were placed in a position where they had no choice but to cooperate enthusiastically in this reckless war." The Ministry of Education deleted this passage on the grounds that the expressions "the Japanese army's brutal acts" and "this reckless war" were unilateral criticism of Japan's position and actions during World War II. In 1970, when he actually won his case, Sugimoto Ryokichi, the judge for the Tokyo District Court, ruled that the screening of textbooks should not go beyond correction of factual and typographical errors. Extremists fired off death threats to the plaintiff attorneys, the judge, and Inaga himself, while thugs kept the scholar awake by banging pots and pans outside his home and screaming slogans. The police had to escort Inaga and his counsel in and out of court through a secret door. With the exception of an award that Inaga received in 1948, when he admits he was politically tone-deaf, he has been consistently ignored by the official committees that dole out national prizes in history. The historian has won, nevertheless, a place in history itself. The tremendous publicity that Inaga receives for his efforts arouses foreign protests that force change upon the highly conservative Ministry of Education. By the 1980s, years of lawsuits and political activism were beginning to pay off. In 1982, the distortion of the history of the rape of Nanking in Japanese high school history books had become such a hot issue in Japan that it created an international diplomatic crisis. All 4 of Japan's major national newspapers carried headlines on the subject. Chinese and Korean officials also filed formal protests, accusing the Japanese of trying to obliterate from memory the history of their aggression to lay the basis for reviving militarism in the younger generation. The Japanese Textbook Examination Council, however, tried to defend itself by telling reporters, "It was not fair to describe the Nanking atrocity in 3 to 5 lines, while mentioning Soviet or American atrocities against the Japanese in only 1 line or 2. In the end, the publicity from the textbook controversy accomplished 2 things. One was the dismissal of Japan's education minister, Fujio Masayuki, who had rigorously defended the ministry's policy of whitewashing World War II history. The second was a heightened awareness inside the ministry that the Nanking massacre was something they could no longer ignore. Before Fujio's dismissal, the National Conference for the Defense of Japan had prepared a right-wing history textbook that summed up the Nanking massacre in this manner. The Battle of Nanking was extremely severe. China has asked Japan to reflect regarding casualties on the part of the Chinese army and civilians. But after Fujio's dismissal, the Ministry of Education rewrote the passage to read, "The battle in Nanking was extremely severe. After Nanking fell, it was reported that the Japanese army killed and wounded many Chinese soldiers and civilians, thus drawing international criticism." Of course, the issue of textbook censorship is far from over. Rather than denying the massacre outright, some officials in Japan now focus on minimizing its scale. In 1991, screeners at the ministry ordered textbook authors to eliminate all reference to the numbers of Chinese killed during the rape of Nanking, because authorities believed there was insufficient evidence to verify those numbers. 3 years later, the ministry even forced a textbook author to reduce the number of killings by Japanese soldiers during one day of the Nanking massacre, from 25,000 to 15,000 people. The original version of the textbook cited a diary account that 25,000 captives were put away in a single day. But under pressure from the ministry, the textbook publisher backed down and shortened a quotation from the diary so that it read, "The Sasaki unit disposed of 15,000 people." The academic cover-up. With few exceptions, the academic community in Japan has shied away from studying the rape of Nanking. Some have argued that not enough time has gone by to render the subject worthy of historical study, or for historians to judge Japanese wrongdoing. Some even react indignantly to criticism of Japanese wartime misdeeds. "How long must we apologize for the mistakes we have made?" one said, heatedly. Others act as apologists for Japan, and have even allied themselves with conservative Japanese ultranationalists to minimize the significance of the massacre and its death toll. One prominent revisionist, who has launched his own crusade to distort the history of the rape of Nanking and other aspects of World War II history, is Nobukatsu Fujioka, a professor of education at Tokyo University. Among his incendiary statements are the assertions that far fewer people were killed in the rape of Nanking than the Chinese claim, that most of the victims of Nanking were guerrilla soldiers, not civilians, and that the Asian sex slaves, or comfort women of the Japanese military, were ordinary prostitutes. Fujioka equated the women's receipt of financial compensation with hitting the lottery, and demanded that the Japanese government not only retract the apologies it has offered to these women, but strike information about them from Japanese history textbooks. In Japan, serious research on the rape of Nanking has largely been left up to the efforts of those operating outside of traditional academic communities, such as freelance authors and journalists. Ono Kenji, a factory worker, is a prime example. In 1988, he started to interview farmers in his area who had served in the Aizu Wakamatsu Battalion during the rape of Nanking. The bachelor Ono had time to devote himself to the subject because he enjoyed 36-hour breaks between long factory shifts and had no family responsibilities. 6 years later, it was reported that Ono Kenji had visited some 600 homes, interviewed 200 people, photocopied 20 out of some 30 diaries, and videotaped interviews with 7 people. Some of his findings appeared in the weekly magazine Shukan Kinyobi and were hailed as the first work on the Nanking Massacre to be based solely on Japanese sources. In 1996, he co-edited an important book on the subject of the Nanking Massacre, but continues to live under the constant shadow of possible Japanese retaliation, refusing even to be photographed for fear of falling prey to right-wing fanatics. Self-imposed censorship. In Japan, censorship is practiced not only by the government when it tampers with textbooks, but by the media, which police themselves. In many ways, private sector self-censorship can be more insidious than government censorship because it is subtler and harder to pinpoint. What distributors did to a scene of the rape of Nanking in the film The Last Emperor is a revealing illustration of Japanese self-censorship at work. In 1988, the Shochiku Fuji Distribution Company removed from Bernardo Bertolucci's film biography of Puyi a 30-second scene depicting the rape of Nanking. Bertolucci was furious, of course, when he found out. Not only did the Japanese distributor cut the whole sequence of the rape of Nanking without my authorization and against my will, without even informing me, but they also declared to the press that myself and the producer, Jeremy Thomas, had made the original proposition to mutilate the movie, he announced. This is absolutely false and revolting. Bertolucci's outcry forced the distributors to restore the excised scene immediately. They offered a variety of excuses for their behavior. Kubotani Motoyuki, director of Shochiku Fuji, apologized for the confusion and misunderstanding, explaining that his company thought the Nanking scene was simply too sensational to be shown in Japan. Cutting the film was our voluntary decision. We had no idea that it would become such a big issue, he said. Saito Mitsuhiro, another spokesman for Shochiku Fuji, told reporters that the scene was removed out of respect for Japanese audiences. Takehiko Nakane, a Japanese film critic, speculated that the decision to cut the scene arose from both the distributor's pusillanimity and the threat of ultranationalist violence. I believe the film's distributors and many theater owners were afraid these right-wing groups might cause trouble outside the theaters, the critic told reporters. Some of these people still believe that Japan's actions in China and during the war were part of some sacred crusade. Debates on the Nanking Massacre. Japanese who find the courage to write books about the rape of Nanking often face unrelenting attacks. Take the example of Hora Tomyo and Handa Katsuichi. Hora, a professor of Japanese history at Waseda University, visited China in 1966 to investigate Japanese atrocities in China. He later published his research on the Nanking Massacre in several books. Handa Katsuichi was a prize-winning journalist at the Asahi Shimbun who broke the taboo against discussing the Nanking Massacre in the Japanese press by going to mainland China in the 1970s and 1980s to interview survivors. His findings, serialized first in the Asahi Shimbun and other journals, were later expanded into full-length books. Both Hora and Handa reached the conclusion that Japanese soldiers had killed some 300,000 people in Nanking between 1937 and 1938. Both also faced a vicious backlash in Japan. One vociferous critic of Hora and Handa was the ultra-conservative author Suzuki Akira, who challenged their findings in an article entitled The Illusion of the Nanjing Massacre. Suzuki charged that some of Handa's and Hora's stories were fabricated, that insufficient primary source material existed to substantiate the massacre, and that the rape of Nanking was an illusion. The book that resulted from his articles won the Bungei Shunju Prize in nonfiction and received eulogies from literary critics as admirable and courageous. When Hora published a series of rebuttals to Suzuki, several famous Japanese writers immediately sprang to Suzuki's defense. Another critic was Tanaka Masaki, a man who claimed to be Matsui Iwane's prodigy. In 1984, he published an anti-Handa book called The Fabrication of the Nanking Massacre, using material from Matsui's wartime diary. Accusing Honda of spreading enemy propaganda, Tanaka argued that, unlike in Europe or China, you won't find one instance of planned systematic murder in the entire history of Japan. This is because, he wrote, the Japanese have a different sense of values from Westerners and the Chinese. Revisionists rallied behind Tanaka and joined his attacks on Honda and Hora. The right-wing author Watanabe Shoichi, who wrote a foreword to Tanaka's book, also blasted Honda for heaping guilt not only on the Japanese officers and men of the time, but on all Japanese, indeed on our children yet to be born. A debate soon raged between the two camps. There was the liberal massacre faction, which consisted of Hora, Honda, and their supporters, and the conservative illusion faction led by Suzuki and Tanaka. The liberal camp published its findings in the Asahi Shimbun and other journals, while the conservatives contributed to right-wing publications like Bungei Shunju, Shokan, and Seiran. The liberals demanded that the Japanese government apologize for its crimes in China, while the conservatives considered such an apology an insult to veterans and a foreign interference in Japanese internal affairs. Ironically, attempts to disprove the Nanking massacre backfired when the revisionists themselves began to probe into the subject for ammunition against the massacre faction. For instance, in the 1980s, Kaikosha, a fraternity of Army Cadet School graduates, asked its 18,000 members to come forward with eyewitness accounts to discredit the Nanking massacre. To the dismay of the illusion faction, many Kaikosha members confirmed the details of the rape of Nanking and described atrocities that horrified even hardcore Japanese conservatives. A former officer under Matsui estimated that some 120,000 captives were killed under the orders of a staff officer, although later, no doubt under pressure, he changed the figure to no less than tens of thousands. But his testimony scuttled the entire purpose of the survey, and moved even an editor of Kaikosha's journal to write in the concluding part of the series that there was no excuse for such massive illegal executions. As someone related to the old Japanese army, I have to apologize deeply to the Chinese people. But the most embarrassing incident was yet to come. In 1985, a popular history journal, Reikishi Tojin Butsu, discovered as many as 900 errors in the newly published Matsui wartime diary. Most of them were intentional attempts to falsify primary documents, a revelation that scandalized historians across Japan. Still more disturbing, the author of these alterations was none other than Tanaka Masaaki, who had proclaimed himself a staunch critic of historical distortion. Intimidation. What happened to Azuma Shiro, the first Japanese veteran to admit openly his crimes in Nanking, is a spectacular example of the system of Japanese intimidation at its worst. In 1987, he created a sensation when he became the first former Japanese soldier to apologize in public for his role in the Nanking massacre. On the eve of his departure to Nanking to participate in a 50-year memorial ceremony of the Great Rape, he gave interviews to newspaper and television reporters at a press conference in Kyoto. The result was an avalanche of criticism and death threats. To protect himself, Azuma retired from his company and moved with his wife into a house in a tiny village outside Kyoto, where he kept an arsenal of weapons, such as truncheons, clubs, pepper sprays, chains, and knuckle dusters. The troubles for Motoshima Hitoshi, the mayor of Nagasaki, began when he was asked by a Communist Party member in the city assembly what he thought of the emperor's wartime guilt. It was December 7, 1988, the 47th anniversary of the attack on Pearl Harbor. Emperor Hirohito was slowly dying of cancer, and the nation was mourning the passing of the Showa era by muting the holiday festivities. Motoshima responded that, having read accounts of the war from abroad and served as a soldier himself, he believed that the emperor bore responsibility for the war. The response to his statement was immediate. The next day, enraged city legislators and the local branch of the Liberal Democratic Party demanded that the mayor retract his words. But Motoshima refused, announcing that he could not betray his own heart. His opponents then embarked on a violent campaign of harassment and intimidation calculated to bring the mayor to his knees. The Liberal Democrats not only dismissed him as the counsel to their organization, but succeeded in convincing the prefectural governor to refuse to cooperate politically with the mayor. Right-wing groups even called for Motoshima's death. On December 19, 1988, 24 ultranationalist groups drove through Nagasaki on 30 loudspeaker trucks, blasting their demands for divine retribution through Motoshima's death. 2 days later, the number of groups demonstrating in Nagasaki had grown to 62, and the number of loudspeaker trucks to 82. Representatives from numerous conservative organizations, including the Office for Shinto Shrines, called for his impeachment. Less than 2 weeks after Hirohito's death on January 7, 1989, a right-wing fanatic shot Motoshima in the back. The bullet punctured his lungs, but miraculously the mayor survived. The assassination attempt thrilled extremists across the country, many of whom proclaimed the deed as nothing less than divine punishment. Epilogue. The rape of Nanking was only one incident in a long saga of Japanese barbarism during 9 years of war. Before the Great Massacre, Japan had already earned notoriety as the first nation to break the taboo and use air power not only as a battlefield weapon, but as a means of terrorizing civilian populations. Then it launched its armed forces on a campaign of slaughter that started in Shanghai, moved through Nanking, and proceeded inland. While there was no Japanese equivalent of the final solution for the Chinese people, the imperial government endorsed policies that would wipe out everyone in certain regions in China. One of the deadliest was the 3-all policy, loot all, kill all, burn all, in northern China, where communist Chinese guerrillas had fought the Japanese furiously and effectively. In his diary, a frustrated Japanese colonel reveals the cruel simplicity of this policy. I have received orders from my superior officer that every person in this place must be killed. The result was a massive terrorist campaign in 1941 designed to exterminate everyone in the northern Chinese countryside. It reduced the population there from 44 million to 25 million people. At least one author on China, Jules Archer, believes that the Japanese killed most of the 19 million people who disappeared from the region, though other scholars speculate that millions must have fled to safer ground. R.J. Rummel, author of China's Bloody Century, points out that even if only 5% of the population loss consisted of murder victims, that would still amount to nearly 1 million Chinese. The Japanese also waged ruthless experiments in biological warfare against the Chinese. Some of it was retaliatory and directed against Chinese villages suspected of helping American flyers during the April 1942 Doolittle raid of Tokyo. In areas that may have served as landing zones for the bombers, the Japanese massacred 250,000 civilians and plowed up every Chinese airfield within an area of 20,000 square miles. Here, as well as elsewhere during the war, entire cities and regions were targeted for disease. We now know that Japanese aviators sprayed fleas carrying plague germs over metropolitan areas like Shanghai, Ningpo, and Chengde, and that flasks of disease-causing microbes, cholera, dysentery, typhoid, plague, anthrax, paratyphoid, were tossed into rivers, wells, reservoirs, and houses. The Japanese also mixed food with deadly germs to infect the Chinese civilian and military population. Cakes laced with typhoid were scattered around bivouac sites to entice hungry peasants. Rolls syringed with typhoid and paratyphoid were given to thousands of Chinese prisoners of war before they were freed. The final death count was almost incredible. Between 1,578,000 and 6,325,000 people. R.J. Rummel gives a prudent estimate of 3,949,000 killed, of which all but 400,000 were civilians. But he points out that millions more perished from starvation and disease caused in large part by Japanese looting, bombing, and medical experimentation. If those deaths are added to the final count, then one can say that the Japanese killed more than 19 million Chinese people in its war against China. It is impossible for most people to imagine exactly what went through the minds of Japanese soldiers and officers as they committed the atrocities. But many historians, eyewitnesses, survivors, and the perpetrators themselves have theorized about what drove the naked brutality of the Japanese Imperial Army. Some Japanese scholars believe that the horrors of the rape of Nanking and other outrages of the Sino-Japanese War were caused by a phenomenon called the transfer of oppression. According to Tanaka Yuki, author of Hidden Horrors, Japanese War Crimes in World War II, the modern Japanese army had great potential for brutality from the moment of its creation, for two reasons: the arbitrary and cruel treatment that the military inflicted on its own officers and soldiers, and the hierarchical nature of Japanese society, in which status was dictated by proximity to the emperor. Before the invasion of Nanking, the Japanese military had subjected its own soldiers to endless humiliation. Japanese soldiers were forced to wash the underwear of officers, or stand meekly while superiors slapped them until they streamed with blood. Using Orwellian language, the routine striking of Japanese soldiers, or bentatsu, was termed an act of love by the officers, and the violent discipline of the Japanese Navy through Tekken Seisai, or the Iron Fist, was often called Ainomuchi, or Whip of Love. It has often been suggested that those with the least power are often the most sadistic, if given the power of life and death over people even lower on the pecking order, and the rage engendered by this rigid pecking order was suddenly given an outlet when Japanese soldiers went abroad. In foreign lands or colonized territories, the Japanese soldiers, representatives of the emperor, enjoyed tremendous power over the subjects. In China, even the lowliest Japanese private was considered superior to the most powerful and distinguished native, and it is easy to see how years of suppressed anger, hatred, and fear of authority could have erupted in uncontrollable violence at Nanking. The Japanese soldier had endured in silence whatever his superiors had chosen to deal out to him, and now the Chinese had to take whatever he chose to deal out to them. A second factor in the atrocities, scholars believe, is the virulent contempt that many of the Japanese military reserved for Chinese people, a contempt cultivated by decades of propaganda, education, and social indoctrination. Though the Japanese and the Chinese share similar, if not identical, racial features, which in a distorted way may have threatened the Japanese vision of themselves as unique, there were those in the Imperial Army who saw the Chinese as subhuman beings, whose murder would carry no greater moral weight than squashing a bug or butchering a hog. In fact, both before and during the war, members of the Japanese military at all levels frequently compared the Chinese to pigs. For example, a Japanese general told a correspondent, "To be frank, your view of Chinese is totally different from mine. You regard the Chinese as human beings, while I regard the Chinese as pigs." A Japanese officer in Nanking who bound Chinese captives together in groups of 10, pushed each group into a pit, and burned them, excused his actions by explaining that his feelings when committing these murders were identical to those he had when he slaughtered pigs. In 1938, the Japanese soldier Azuma Shiro confided in his diary at Nanking that a pig is more valuable now than the life of a Chinese human being. That's because a pig is edible. A third factor was religion. Imbuing violence with holy meaning, the Japanese Imperial Army made violence a cultural imperative, every bit as powerful as that which propelled Europeans during the Crusades and the Spanish Inquisition. Every single bullet must be charged with the imperial way, and the end of every bayonet must have the national virtue burnt into it, one Japanese general declared in a speech in 1933. Few Japanese doubted the righteousness of their mission in China. Nagatomi Hakudo, a former Japanese soldier who participated in the rape of Nanking, said he had been reared to believe that the emperor was the natural ruler of the world, The Japanese were racially superior to the rest of the world, and that it was the destiny of Japan to control Asia. When a local Christian priest asked him, "Who is greater, God or the Emperor of Japan?" he had no doubt that the Emperor was the correct answer. With an entity higher than God on its side, it was not difficult for the Japanese military to take the next step, adopting the belief that the war, even the violence that came with it, would ultimately benefit not only Japan, but its victims as well. Some perceived atrocity as a necessary tool to achieve a Japanese victory that would serve all and help create a better China under Japan's Greater East Asian Co-Prosperity Sphere. This attitude echoes that of the Japanese teachers and officers who beat their students and soldiers senseless while insisting between blows that it was all done for their own good. Perhaps it was General Matsui Iwane who summed up the prevailing mentality of self-delusion best when he attempted to justify Japanese oppression of China. Before he left for Shanghai in 1937, he told his supporters, "I am going to the front not to fight an enemy, but in the state of mind of one who sets out to pacify his brother." Later, he would say of the invasion of China, "The struggle between Japan and China has always been a fight between brothers within the Asian family. It had been my belief during all these days that we must regard this struggle as a method of making the Chinese undergo self-reflection. We do not do this because we hate them, but on the contrary, we love them too much. It is just the same as in a family when an elder brother has taken all that he can stand from his ill-behaved younger brother and has to chastise him in order to make him behave properly." Whatever the course of post-war history, the rape of Nanking will stand as a blemish upon the honor of human beings. But what makes the blemish particularly repugnant is that history has never written a proper ending for the story. 60 years later, the Japanese as a nation are still trying to bury the victims of Nanking, not under the soil as in 1937, but into historical oblivion. In a disgraceful compounding of the offense, the story of the Nanking massacre is barely known in the West because so few people have tried to document and narrate it systematically to the public. This book started out as an attempt to rescue those victims from more degradation by Japanese revisionists, and to provide my own epitaph for the hundreds upon thousands of unmarked graves in Nanking. It ended as a personal exploration into the shadow side of human nature. There are several important lessons to be learned from Nanking, and one is that civilization itself is tissue-thin. There are those who believe that the Japanese are uniquely sinister, a dangerous race of people who will never change. But after reading several file cabinets worth of documents on Japanese war crimes, as well as accounts of ancient atrocities from the pantheon of world history, I would have to conclude that Japan's behavior during World War II was less a product of dangerous people than of a dangerous government in a vulnerable culture, in dangerous times, able to sell dangerous rationalizations to those whose human instincts told them otherwise. The rape of Nanking should be perceived as a cautionary tale, an illustration of how easily human beings can be encouraged to allow their teenagers to be molded into efficient killing machines, able to suppress their better natures. Another lesson to be gleaned from Nanking is the role of power in genocide. Those who have studied the patterns of large-scale killings throughout history have noted that the sheer concentration of power in government is lethal, that only a sense of absolute unchecked power can make atrocities like the rape of Nanking possible. In the 1990s, R.J. Rummel, perhaps the world's greatest authority on democide, a term he coined to include both genocide and government mass murder, completed a systematic and quantitative study of atrocities in both this century and ancient times, an impressive body of research that he summed up with a play on the famous Lord Acton line, "Power kills, and absolute power kills absolutely." The less restraint on power within a government, Rummel found, the more likely that government will act on the whims or psychologically generated darker impulses of its leaders to wage war on foreign governments. Japan was no exception, and atrocities such as the rape of Nanking can be seen as a predictable, if not inevitable, outgrowth of ceding to an authoritarian regime, dominated by a military and imperial elite, the unchallenged power to commit an entire people to realizing the sick goals of the few, with the unbridled power to set them. And there is yet a third lesson to be learned, one that is perhaps the most distressing of all. It lies in the frightening ease with which the mind can accept genocide, turning us all into passive spectators to the unthinkable. The rape of Nanking was front-page news across the world, and yet most of the world stood by and did nothing, while an entire city was butchered. The international response to the Nanking atrocities was eerily akin to the most recent response to the atrocities in Bosnia-Herzegovina and Rwanda. While thousands have died almost unbelievably cruel deaths, the entire world has watched CNN and wrung its hands. One could argue that the United States and other countries failed to intervene earlier to prevent the Nazis from carrying out their final solution, because the genocide was carried out in wartime secrecy, and with such cold efficiency that until Allied soldiers liberated the camps and saw with their own eyes the extent of the horror, most people could not accept the reports they'd been getting as literally true. But for the rape of Nanking or for the murders in the former Yugoslavia, there can be no such excuse. The Nanking atrocities were splashed prominently across the pages of newspapers like the New York Times, while the Bosnia outrages were played out daily on television, in virtually every living room. Apparently, some quirk in human nature allows even the most unspeakable acts of evil to become banal within minutes, provided only that they occur far enough away to pose no personal threat. Sad to say, the world is still acting as a passive spectator to the second Japanese rape, the refusal of the Japanese to apologize for or even acknowledge their crimes at Nanking, and the attempts by Japanese extremists to erase the event from world history. To get a better handle on the magnitude of the injustice, one only has to compare the post-war restitution that the governments of Japan and Germany have made to their wartime victims. While it is certainly true that money alone cannot give back to murder victims their lost lives, or erase from memory the tortures the survivors endured, it can at least convey that what was done to the victims represented the evil of others. The German government has paid at least 88 billion Deutschmarks in compensation and reparations, and will pay another 20 billion Deutschmarks by the year 2005. If one factors in all the money the Germans have paid in compensation to individual victims, restitution for lost property, compensatory pensions, payments based on state regulations, final restitution in special cases, and money for global agreements with Israel and 16 other nations for wartime damages, the total comes to almost 124 billion Deutschmarks, or almost $60 billion. The Japanese have paid close to nothing for their wartime crimes. In an era when even the Swiss have pledged billions of dollars to create a fund to replace what was stolen from Jewish bank accounts, many leading officials in Japan continue to believe, or pretend to believe, that their country did nothing that requires compensation or even apologies, and contend that many of the worst misdeeds their government has been accused of perpetrating never happened, and that evidence that they did happen was fabricated by the Chinese and other Japan bashers. Today, the Japanese government takes the position that all wartime reparation issues were resolved by the 1952 San Francisco Peace Treaty. A close reading of the treaty, however, reveals that the issue was merely postponed until Japan was in a better financial situation. It is recognized that Japan should pay reparations to the Allied powers, the treaty states in Chapter 5, Article 14. Nevertheless, it is also recognized that the resources of Japan are not presently sufficient, if it is to maintain a viable economy, to make complete reparations for all such damage and suffering, and at the same time meet its other obligations. One of the greatest ironies of the Cold War is that Japan not only eluded its responsibility to pay reparations, but received billions of dollars in aid from the United States, which helped build its former enemy into an economic powerhouse and competitor. Now there is considerable concern in Asia about the prospect of renewed militarism among the Japanese people. During the Reagan administration, the United States pushed Japan to beef up its military power, something that alarmed many who had suffered years of Japanese wartime aggression. "Those who ignore history tend to become its victims," warned Carlos Romulo, the Philippine foreign minister and Pulitzer Prize winner who served as General Douglas MacArthur's aide-de-camp during World War II, and understood the competitive national spirit engendered by the Japanese culture. "The Japanese are a very determined people. They have brains. At the end of World War II, no one thought that Japan would become the foremost economic power in the world, but they are. If you give them the chance to become a military power, they will become a military power." But the Cold War has ended. China is fast emerging from the chrysalis of communism, and other Asian nations that were bullied by Japan during the war may challenge it as they grow ascendant in the international economic arena. The next few years may well witness giant strides in activism regarding Japanese wartime crimes. The American public is growing demographically more Asian, and unlike their parents, whose careers were heavily concentrated in scientific fields, the younger generations of Chinese Americans and Chinese Canadians are fast gaining influence in law, politics, and journalism, professions historically underrepresented by Asians in North America. Public awareness of the Nanking massacre increased substantially between the time I first started to research this book and the time I finished it. The 1990s saw a proliferation of novels, historical books, and newspaper articles about the rape of Nanking, the comfort women, Japanese medical experimentation on wartime victims, and other Japanese World War II atrocities. The San Francisco School District plans to include the history of the rape of Nanking in its curriculum. And blueprints have even been drawn up among Chinese real estate developers to build a Chinese Holocaust museum. As this book neared completion, the U.S. government was starting to respond to activist demands to pressure the Japanese to confront their wartime past. On December 3, 1996, the Department of Justice established a watch list of Japanese war criminals in order to bar them from entering the country. In April 1997, former U.S. Ambassador Walter Mondale told the press that Japan needs to face history honestly and directly, and expressed his wish that Japan make a full apology for its war crimes. The rape of Nanking even made its way into a bill that will soon be introduced into the U.S. House of Representatives. Through the spring of 1997, legislators worked with human rights activists to draft a bill that will condemn Japan for the maltreatment of U.S. and other prisoners during World War II and demand an official apology and compensation for its wartime victims. The movement to force the Japanese government to face the full truth about the legacy of its wartime government is gaining support even in Japan, where official denials of wartime atrocities have aroused considerable shame and embarrassment among those citizens who see themselves as more than simply and solely Japanese. A vocal minority is convinced that their government must acknowledge its past if it expects to command trust from its neighbors in the future. In 1997, the Japanese Fellowship of Reconciliation released the following statement. "In the past war, Japan was arrogant and pompous, behaved as aggressors in other Asian countries, and brought misery to a great number of people, especially in China. For 15 years around the 1930s, Japan continued to make war against the Chinese. War actions continued and victimized tens of millions of people. Here we sincerely would like to apologize for Japan's past mistakes and beg your forgiveness." The present generation in Japan faces a critical choice. They can continue to delude themselves that the war of Japanese aggression was a holy and just war, that Japan happened to lose solely because of American economic power. Or they can make a clean break from their nation's legacy of horror by acknowledging the truth. That the world is a better place because Japan lost the war and was not able to impose its harsh love on more people than it did. If modern Japanese do nothing to protect the truth, they run the risk that history will leave them as tarnished as their wartime ancestors. Japan carries not only the legal burden but the moral obligation to acknowledge the evil it perpetrated at Nanking. At a minimum, the Japanese government needs to issue an official apology to the victims, pay reparations to the people whose lives were destroyed in the rampage, and most important, educate future generations of Japanese citizens about the true facts of the massacre. These long overdue steps are crucial for Japan if it expects to deserve respect from the international community and to achieve closure on a dark chapter that stained its history. Acknowledgements. In writing The Rape of Nanking, I have incurred many debts. Many organizations and individuals were endlessly supportive of the book from its inception. While it is impossible to acknowledge all the people who shared their time and expertise with me over the years, many deserve special mention here. My parents, Drs. Xiaojin Chang and Yingying Chang, were the first ones to tell me about the Rape of Nanking and to emphasize its importance in history. I am deeply moved by the countless hours they have spent reading the manuscript in draft form, translating key documents for me, and offering invaluable advice during lengthy discussions over the phone. They are the kind of parents most authors can only dream of having, wise, passionate, and inspirational. No one but me can truly understand what they have meant to me during the writing of this book. My editor, Susan Rabiner, also recognized the historical significance of this book and encouraged me to write it. Over a period of weeks and months, she not only gave this manuscript line-by-line scrutiny, but greatly improved it with her brilliant perceptions. This she did for me despite her intense administrative responsibilities as editorial director and the personal pressures she endured shortly before her departure from Basic Books. There are few editors in the publishing world today who possess Susan Rabiner's combination of literary talent, knowledge of the craft of serious nonfiction, and genuine concern for the author. To have worked with her as extensively as I did was not only a joy, but a privilege. The Global Alliance for Preserving the History of World War II in Asia was tremendously supportive as I researched the Rape of Nanking, and provided me with photographs, articles, and important contacts throughout the world. Within the Alliance, I am especially indebted to Ignatius and Josephine Ding, David and Kathy Chiang, Gilbert Chang, Eugene Wei, J.J. Cao, and Kuo-ho Chang. Flesh was given to the text by those who helped translate important documents. To finish a book that exploited primary source material in 4 different languages, English, Chinese, Japanese, and German, I had to rely heavily on the kindness of friends, colleagues, and even strangers. My friend Barbara Mason, a brilliant high-tech executive fluent in 5 languages, gave freely of her valuable time to translate numerous German diplomatic reports and diaries into English. Satoko Sugiyama in San Diego volunteered to translate not only Japanese wartime diaries for me, but also my correspondence with Shiro Azuma, a former Japanese soldier at Nanking. The historians Charles Burdick and Martha Begemann of Hamburg helped me find the descendants of John Rabe, the former leader of the International Committee for the Nanking Safety Zone. I am beholden to Ursula Reinhardt, the granddaughter of John Rabe, for giving me detailed descriptions of Rabe's life and copies of his reports and diaries. Many thanks go also to Jeff Hainan of the Asahi Shimbun for giving me, out of the kindness of his heart, his excellent translations of Rabe's papers. Several friends helped make my research trip to the East Coast a success. Nancy Tong in New York loaned me materials related to her excellent documentary In the Name of the Emperor. Xiao Zuping and his family graciously gave me room, board, and hospitality in Rye, New York, even loaning me their car to make the commute to the Yale Divinity School Library in New Haven. Shenyan Li, the former publisher of the Chinese American Forum, his wife, Winnie C. Lee, and historian Marion Smith selflessly provided me with transportation, housing, and emotional support during my stay in Washington, D.C. At the National Archives, John Taylor steered me to an incredible store of information on the Nanking Massacre, helping me locate military and diplomatic reports, intercepts of Japanese Foreign Office communications, OSS records and transcripts, and exhibits of the International Military Tribunal for the Far East, IMTFE. At the Yale Divinity School Library, the archivists Joan Duffy and Martha Smalley were unfailingly kind as they introduced me to the missionary diaries and photographs of the massacre. The Pacific Cultural Foundation paid for my travel to Asia. In Nanking, Sun Zaiwei, a professor and vice director of the Institute of History at the Jiangsu Academy of Social Sciences, and Duan Wei-ping, the assistant director of the Memorial Hall of the Victims of the Nanking Massacre by Japanese invaders, shared with me invaluable Chinese documentation about the rape of Nanking, and gave me a thorough tour of the execution sites in the city. The interpreters Yang Xiaming and Wang Weixing worked long hours to help me translate the documents and the transcripts of videotaped interviews with survivors. In the Republic of China, Lian Han at the Institute of Modern History arranged for me to stay at the Academia Sinica as I continued my research on the massacre. Carolyn Lin, a reporter at the China Times, graciously provided me with her contacts and files on the subject. The veterans Lin Baoding, Lin Rongkun, Cheng Zhengqing, Wang Wangyong, and Liu Yongzong also gave me unprecedented access to their files. Several survivors of the Nanking Massacre relived the horror of the past to narrate their stories to me. They include Niu Xianming in Los Angeles, Chen Diguai, Ho Zanqing, Li Shoyin, Liu Fenghua, Niu Yongxing, Peng Kaiming, Tang Shunsan, and Xia Shuqing in Nanking, and Chang Zhaofu, Jeffrey Shang, and Zhu Chuanyu in the Republic of China. Most of the surviving American and European eyewitnesses of the massacre and their families were unstintingly generous with their time and information, giving me telephone interviews, photographs, documents, and even films of the massacre. They include Robert and Morton Bates, Tanya Condon, Frank Tillman Durden, Marion Fitch Exter, Robert Fitch, Marge Garrett, Peter Kroger, Emma Lyon, David McGee, Angie and Harriet Mills, Fred Riggs, Charles Sohn, Leland Stewart, Edith Fitch Swap, Marjorie Wilson, and Robert Wilson, Jr. Doctors Ronna Mitter and Christian Jensen Klingenberg of the University of Oxford, Carol Gluck of Columbia University, and William Kirby of Harvard University took the time to review my book before publication and to enrich it with their important scholarly suggestions. In San Francisco, several Japanese and Asians met with me to discuss their viewpoints on the rape of Nanking and Japanese denial of World War II responsibilities. I am grateful for Haru Murakawa's help in organizing this March 30th, 1997 workshop, and for Satanya Tam's generosity in providing office space for the meeting. Many thanks go to the workshop participants, who include Akira Denuma, Keiko Ito, Kenji Oka, Ching Zheng, Sueko Kawamshi, Kani Yi, Hirokyu Yamaji, Noriko Yamaji, and Yasuhiro Yamaji. Other people who assisted me in various important ways while I was completing the book include Simon Avenel, Marilyn Bowl, Frank Boring, Mark Kajigo, Julius Chang, Barbara Culleton, Jim Culp, Edward Dodds, Mark Eichholt, David Farnsworth, Robert Friedley, Richard Fumosa, Chris Goff, Paul Golub, Gilbert Hare, Hiro Inokuchi, Ron King, Petrus Liu, David McWhirter, Dale Maharaj, Karen Parker, Axel Schneider, John Sweeney, Shigehisa Terao, Marjorie Traverso, A.O. Wang, Gail Winston, Wu Tianwei, James Yin, and Shi Young. Finally, I must thank my husband, Dr. Bretton Lee Douglas, who endured without complaint story after gruesome story of Japanese atrocities in China. His love, wisdom, and encouragement gave me the strength to finish this book.